autumn is also the time when our heroine finally succeeds in leaving home and hitting the road. Today, I will tell you the story of a girl who was born as a second child and was hardly loved by both humans and nature. After countless hardships, she has finally arrived at her destination. Now, she must meet the person she needs to meet. The heroine tightly rolled up her sleeves. It was a bit chilly in the far north, so this simple coat felt a bit cold, but since she had arrived, she had to go in. This final journey needed to be a bit more meaningful. The person she needed to meet was the powerful duke of the northernmost province of the empire. Upon hearing news of his fiancée coming to meet him, his pen paused, eyebrows furrowed in discomfort, eyes filled with disdain. "What are you saying? This handsome but rude man is Duke Mion of the Jina region. He is annoyed because the steward reported that his fiancée from the capital is rushing here." Mion asked the steward, "If I'm not mistaken or temporarily forgetful, our wedding is still a year away, right? We are already engaged, so why she comes here?" With tact, the steward assured him, "My lord, you are not mistaken." He reminded the duke that the visitor had waited quite a while and perhaps it would be appropriate to greet her and see what she wants. Mion angrily slammed the table. "This is madness. Is she so bored that she comes here to stir up trouble? Even if we are engaged, she should have sent a letter ahead before coming here. Moreover, why come at such a busy time?" The steward also found it difficult, unsure how to advise the hot-tempered duke. His nature was as fiery as ever. Now, in winter, preparations for the people in the territory had to be complete, including provisions, medicine, and warm clothing for illness prevention. He also had to go out to drive away evil spirits because this season they come out in great numbers to seek food. Mion's blood boiled. That person, that fiancée, what was she thinking coming here at this hour? She must be idle and restless. Mion walked into the reception room, grumbling and cursing without regard for whether the guest could hear, because he was naturally brash. After cursing, Mion turned back to the steward. "Should I just break off the engagement? Would it be reasonable now? Find some reasons, anyway, we're only newly engaged." Of course, the protagonist Mion didn't need to wait for the steward to get an answer anymore, as someone inside had already replied. Cassina, the frail girl from earlier, had been standing in front of the duke's mansion for hours waiting for him to come out. Naturally, she also heard the duke's exclamation, a man who had always shown his dislike openly, regardless of whether it was towards men or women. Mion couldn't believe it and furrowed his brow, asking again, "What did you just say?" Cassina smiled gently and affirmed, "I said I agree to the annulment, but with a condition. That is, let me stay here for half a year or even 10 months. That should be enough time for me to do what I desire." Both were in the same building, yet their personalities seemed completely opposite. Mion showed disdain and asked Cassina, "Do you really think I would agree? Where do you get such confidence? Are you out of your mind?" Cassina smiled knowingly, disregarding his annoyance, and confidently stated, "I don't need to stay in this mansion, you just need to give me some corner of your domain." Looking at this girl, Mion initially thought she was just causing trouble for fun, but something seemed off. It felt like everything had been predetermined. But there was one crucial question. Mion looked down at her and asked seriously how long it took her to get here. Seeing her ragged, dirty, and visibly patched up clothes, he asked sternly, "Is the duke's estate really in such dire straits?" Cassina tilted her head in confusion. Mion scoffed, "If not, how can a girl like you come here without any servants or luggage?" Cassina casually replied, "I intentionally brought nothing because I was afraid of encountering trouble on the way." Mion asked seriously, "The journey is that far? How did you manage?" When the duke asked, Cassina truthfully answered, "It took me 2 months to get here." Her expression showed no fear, as if she had just walked over from the neighboring house. "But don't worry," Cassina chuckled excitedly, "I traveled by horse, so it was very safe. There was a shocking part with the horse, but it was fine. If the horse couldn't pass, I walked to sightsee, which was extremely convenient. Then I changed horses and took another 2 months to get here." Mion erupted, cursing in frustration, "Are you insane? Did you really come here alone? Aren't you afraid of dying? Why didn't you contact me even once? And why would a noblewoman like you not hesitate to come here? You're either incredibly naive or incredibly bold." A trace of sadness appeared in Cassina's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She explained, I'm not the kind of person who does whatever she likes, but I'm traveling. This is my first and probably my last trip. I'm seeing many things I've never seen before, from picturesque rivers and mountains, verdant landscapes to how beautiful the iris flowers will bloom, and the cool and refreshing streams. Even the greedy little squirrels come out to greet me. The color yellow is also what I remember the most. Every time Cassina changed carriages, a new landscape would unfold before her eyes. From flocks of migrating birds to squirrels busily filling their burrows with pine cones and chestnuts in preparation for the coming winter. Mion misunderstood Cassina's intention, thinking that surely no noble lady would dare to travel so recklessly twice. Cassina smiled and asked, Now, will you let me stay here? Just for half a year or 10 months? Mion challenged her in return. And what if I don't let you stay? Winter here is not a place for you to play around. Cassina thought for a moment and then answered sincerely and innocently. If you don't let me stay, I'll move to plan B, which is to do odd jobs, and then you can give me a temporary place to stay. After that, I'll continue exploring the surroundings. After speaking, Cassina secretly observed the colorful expressions of the Duke. It was a bit miraculous. Mion held his forehead, wondering what had brought this naive girl all the way here without a scratch. And she even has a plan B. I must be going crazy. He discreetly looked at Cassina to see if she was the one he had once been engaged to. At that time, she was very obedient, almost like a soulless doll. He hated that. It annoyed him so much that just looking at her fake smile, ready to smile whenever told to, was like looking at the flowers on her head. Mion pouted, looking displeased, and just then Cassina caught the Duke's gaze. She returned his look with a lifeless smile, one that didn't quite mean anything. Mion doubted his memory. He wasn't sure if she was the stubborn type back then. At that moment, she smiled and said, You will have to agree, right? Looking at the girl with her determined eyes, Mion was a bit puzzled. He asked, Why are you so sure? I could throw you out immediately. Because I know you hate me. A short statement, but it showed that she had accepted being hated. Cassina pulled a piece of paper from her cloth bag, saying that she had also brought the annulment document with her. It's already signed, so I'm sure you don't want to lose this document, do you? Mion was at a loss for words. Really? She had trapped him, leaving him no way out. He sighed, All right, do whatever you want. Now I'll have the steward prepare a room for you, so just wait, Mion said. Cassina gave a faint smile and thanked the Duke. She promised that she would live as invisibly as possible, but if one day you don't see me, just think that I have gone back. Just think that you have finally gotten rid of a nuisance. Gently stroking the annulment paper, Cassina severed her own thread of fate. Facing him was a girl who looked small and delicate on the outside but spoke in a somewhat negative manner, contrasting with her giggling demeanor. Mion felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but there was something very bothersome about this contradiction. That girl remained the same, always smiling even though it was somewhat heartbreaking, right? Looking at Mion, Cassina felt quite relieved. This person, although he hated her, perhaps more than anyone in the world, at least agreed to let her stay and do as she wished. Thus, she stayed with the fiancé who hated her most in the world. And why was she here? To understand that, we need to go back a little over 2 months, before she made the arduous journey to this northern place. Cassina had a family, with both parents, and they were indeed her blood relatives. As usual, during every meal, Cassina's presence was minimal. Everything revolved around one person, her younger sister, Abelia. Abelia was a cheerful and innocent girl, but she was often ill. At the dining table, their mother and father would always encourage her to eat more and take her medicine because she was the frailest in the family. Her brother Infit would bring her gifts to cheer her up, saying she had it tough. Even Cassina's mischievous younger brother would pout because his youngest sister's medicine was very bitter. He would also ask for gifts from Infit out of jealousy towards Abelia. Their mother chuckled and playfully scolded both siblings that they had to take their medicine properly, or else Born, the third son of the family, would have to take it for Abelia. Of course, they were just teasing, appearing very much like a happy family of 5. Certainly not including the protagonist, Cassina. The reason? There was no particular reason. It wasn't because of her bloodline or talent. A question always lingered in her mind, even haunted Cassina. Why was she the odd one out in this house? Even in family photos, why was she the only one with brown hair, while everyone else had blonde? Recently, she discovered the truth. She inherited a dormant gene from her grandparents, making her look like cuckoo chicks live in the nests of other bird species, an outsider no better than anyone else. Cassina looked at a familiar scene and quietly left the table, asking for permission to go outside. She kept her head down to avoid anyone noticing. Cassina's mother calmly accepted her as if she were a guest. Help yourself. Cassina sadly laughed inwardly, walking gently and quietly out, sighing softly, closing the door behind her with a heavy heart. Day after day, like an outsider even among her own flesh and blood, Cassina grew colder, wandering back to her room. They still didn't care about her, but it didn't matter anymore for her more. And in the bathroom, Cassina vomited everything clean, even dry heaving, her face pale but without a sound because she was used to it. But wasn't it said that her condition would slow down at least a little? Now it had deteriorated to this extent, with her bouts of nausea and vomiting lasting quite long. This had been going on for a few days. Finally, she knew what was wrong with her. Cassina had seen a doctor, and of course, she had to go alone. The doctor was extremely puzzled by her condition, even suggesting that it must have been divine intervention that allowed her to get there. Essentially, the functioning of her body's organs was only at half capacity, like a patient paralyzed on one side. The fact that Cassina could walk was already a miracle. Hard for her to believe as she questioned why her health suddenly faltered. The doctor provided a special diagnosis, an art illness. Cassina was emotionally shaken, facing a rare or even incurable condition. It seemed as though fate had never favored her. Lips trembling, repeating, fingers clutching her dress tightly. The mental shock Cassina endured now was immense. It was a condition reserved for those born with innate talents, regardless of physical form, capable of miraculous feats akin to divine creation. Some devoted their lives to harnessing such talents. The doctor asked Cassina, "Have you also created miracles?" Cassina's eyes dimmed, despondent. She painfully admitted. The doctor inquired further. "Each use of your ability weakens the body. Haven't you been regularly monitoring your health? If you had known sooner, the situation wouldn't be this severe. And your family doesn't know?" Cassina fell into a deeper silence. They knew, but their attention was reserved for what they saw as the cherished children. She quietly nodded to the doctor. Cassina now felt profoundly discouraged. In truth, she never shared her condition with her family, for they had never listened. Even when she attempted to communicate through her art, their rejection made her decide to keep silent, preserving some remaining dignity. It wasn't hatred, more like other parents, they were fair in their treatment. But their concern skewed towards someone ill, constantly medicated and unable to eat proper meals. So gradually, their care became skewed. Even a simple touch became difficult, let alone caregiving. Moreover, Cassina wasn't the youngest or the oldest, but a middle child, neither here nor there. Their level of care dwindled to almost nothing. Cassina's physical strength was now so weak that even lifting her arm was a strain. Honestly, at this stage, it was akin to the final stages of cancer. She had a small, fragile thought: if she revealed her illness, would they show pity or concern? It was a cynical world. Would they care about her illness or her innate talent for their own gain? The doctor diagnosed her at a stage now, with symptoms like anemia, nausea, and bleeding. He sighed as he looked at the medical record. At her age, telling a young girl like this was surely shocking. Cassina's time could only be measured by a calendar. She would have to endure pain and suffering from being unable to eat or drink anything. More seriously, it would last a year or less, until her death. Truly, fate always seemed to push her to the brink, a situation she had grown accustomed to. Perhaps this was a gift for Cassina. Upon hearing the news, she indifferently asked a key question: is there any other way to live? And of course, the doctor had no solution. It was an incurable disease. However, knowing how cruel this was for a young lady, he tried to comfort her, saying there were ways to extend her life as much as possible. If you wish, come to see me for follow-up exams, he said. Indeed, upon learning about her condition, her mind wavered a bit, but now Cassina felt more at peace. If her fate was already sealed with death, should she do something about it, or just wait to die? Sitting by the window, today's sun warmed Cassina's mood slightly. She watched the birds flying outside and suddenly thought, if she had wings too, how wonderful it would be to fly freely and explore everything outside. The blackbird also looked at the young girl nearing the end of her life, giving her a bit of motivation so her final moments could be as she wished. Could this be the divine redemption for giving this young one too much unhappiness? Cassina's mindset changed, thinking why she should bear the burden until death. If she knew in advance, she would make her last breath meaningful. There were many things out there just for joy, but for Cassina now, just breathing was precious. She wouldn't be shackled by her older brother, younger sister, or parents anymore. She didn't want to be trapped in this family like a dog they didn't bother to look at unless they had something new to blame. Could she go somewhere to enjoy her time on Earth? Should she tell her family beforehand? How would they look at her if they found her difficult to handle? What then? She imagined them starting to lecture her because her older brother had to stay and her younger sister couldn't leave, which she found utterly repulsive. At that point, she might even feel embarrassed. Cassina leaned her face against the wall, telling herself she would be fine without saying anything. If she didn't want trouble, yet she had to go somewhere, Cassina was determined. However, reality was far from easy. If only there were someone in this world to care for her during this final stage, whether out of love or disdain, as long as someone noticed her in last year. Cassina's wish so small, but despite being in a wealthy family with many siblings, she had never been cared for by a loved one. Just then, a figure crossed her mind, someone who openly disliked her but still cared. That person had once mocked her, calling her useless and only doing what others told her to do. She was stunned. He was irritable, blunt, and rude, but he knew how to care someone. He often said, all you could do was listen to others advising you? If you lacked motivation, you shouldn't go out. He was truly despicable, but at least sometimes strangers can be kinder than family. Cassina felt the moment he awakened her from her chains was still clear. In her decision, she resolved to go north to find him. He surely wouldn't refuse. At 17 years, the age broke the bull's horn, and this time, she would do what she liked, walk on her own feet, and breathe as she wished. She picked up her backpack and set off. That's why she decided to go to the mansion of her future fiancé in the extreme north of Mion. But what should she prepare before that? The next day, Cassina started planning her trip, listing everything meticulously on paper. First was exchanging gold coins for convenience, then a set of clothes and dried food. Anything else? She realized she also needed a cancellation of engagement document. She noted it down to avoid forgetting. A year-long journey awaited her, including the senator, but she probably didn't need to search. Speaking of the senator, Cassina's mood calmed briefly. She often missed meals without anyone looking for her, not even the servants. Her mood was dim, not sad or hurt, but slightly lonely. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Cassina decided not to dwell any longer. She only had a week to prepare everything, including money. She also packed the only gift her mother had given her, of course, before her younger siblings were born. Cassina got her bag ready and went to buy a few things, including finding a doctor. Passing the long mirror in the room, it reflected everything Cassina had to see and acknowledge since childhood, the petty discrimination. Since she became a teenager at family parties, she was like a shadowy figure in a theater. No one remembered who she was, but once the young ladies came to attend a family party, they clung to ask her brother because they had just seen the two of them talking to each other. No one remembers who she is, but for instance, once at a family party, the young ladies crowded around to ask about her brother because they saw them talking. Of course, she knew he was her own blood relative. But as soon as they heard his name, they started getting excited again. They praised the Duke and Duchess as wonderful, because they had given birth to such an outstanding child like Infix. Infix was a talented man in both literary and martial arts, handsome, wealthy, and talented. It's said he's capable of succeeding the family, and many noble young ladies have sent him love letters. When talking about this family's children, they can't forget Borden, a cute and lively boy with many friends. However, the most famous is still the beloved daughter of the house, a girl with golden curly hair and sparkling blue eyes like an angel, the center of everyone's attention. But they regret that when she was beautiful, she was also weak. Ksenia always had to witness scenes like this, sometimes truly wishing those people didn't exist, or that she herself didn't have to stand here as a backdrop for others. Meanwhile, others, after being reminded 5 or 7 times, would finally remember this brown-haired young lady from this house. They wouldn't even remember her name, just vaguely recalling that she was from a commoner family. As she turned around, Ksenia was already gone. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Ksenia's memories were all filled with unpleasant things, a part of what was slowly killing her emotionally and physically. The commoner daughter Ksenia was the label others used to refer to the second daughter of this house. Ksenia wandered through the mansion, preparing to leave, hoping for a peaceful day, but fate seemed to enjoy teasing this young girl. Just as she reached the staircase, reminiscing about the time when she was scolded by her parents for not enjoying that silly party, she encountered her sister Abelia's doctor. Ksenia recognized him as Norshare, someone she secretly admired. Her heart ached, she knew why. Despite being around him, she never went to him for treatment herself. Norshare greeted Ksenia with a bright smile, asking her, "What brings you here today?" Ksenia remained cold, he always smiled like that, especially when talking about Abelia. Meanwhile, she felt foolish, trying to be gentle and positive in his presence, yet he only seemed to care about Abelia. Ksenia sometimes wondered if her impending death and Abelia's frail health were somehow similar. Every action of Knocker seemed to crush Ksenia's heart. As she brushed past him, she curtly said, "Go inside and check on the girl quickly." Suddenly, Knocker noticed Ksenia's pale complexion. Following his usual doctor's concern, he asked, "You don't look well today. Are you feeling okay?" Ksenia smiled inwardly, realizing it had been over a month since he had noticed anything about her. Ksenia replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a bit tired from lack of sleep." Knocker chuckled again, saying, "Ksenia, you could come for a checkup with Abelia, since I'm about to see her anyway." Everything seemed to revolve around her frail, sickly sister. Meanwhile, the person Ksenia liked only casually suggested she could come along for a checkup with her sister. Just then, Ksenia was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching down the corridor. Who would dare to run around this house? Only the youngest children born and Abelia would. In this case, it was her youngest sister who was most pampered. Ksenia was surprised by her sister's actions as she rushed towards her. Abelia threw herself into Ksenia's arms, calling her affectionately, "Big sister." The scene, though seemingly happy, wasn't so for the person standing here, who wasn't on the brink of death. Since this was a staircase, the sudden tumble made Ksenia panic, she couldn't resist as the doctor had warned. Knocker quickly supported her from behind, preventing both from falling. But Ksenia understood more than anyone, he was simply afraid Abelia would fall and struggle to recover. Immediately, he let his hand off, not wanting even close contact. Turning to Abelia, gentle and kind, he warned that stairs were dangerous. Abelia laughed brightly, sincerely apologizing for her excitement about meeting her sister. She hugged Ksenia, asking where they were going. In truth, this little sister was dearly loved by Ksenia, but she was also the source of all Ksenia's misfortunes, caused by their parents. Ksenia sternly scolded Abelia for running on the stairs, almost causing her to fall. Abelia smiled innocently, confident her sister would catch her, showing her adorable naivety. However, Ksenia, feeling down, murmured something inaudible due to her bad mood. Knocker was startled but paid no attention, and Abelia didn't hear either. Ksenia regained her composure and gently said, "Abelia, go inside so the doctor can examine you, it's getting late." Abelia pouted, reluctant because Knocker was always fussing over her. Besides, she was getting better and wanted to play with her sister. She grabbed Ksenia's dress, pleading to go. They looked truly happy as normal sisters. Ksenia pulled her sister's hand away, telling her to behave, but her pampered nature meant Abelia clung to her, ignoring Ksenia's orders not to let Knocker come here for nothing. The doctor hesitated with the girl, gently coaxing her, "I'm really sad if you leave, Abelia. The Duke commanded me to be here." Looking at them, Ksenia felt a slight bitterness. Knocker advised, Miss Cassina is busy, so you can't put her in a difficult situation. The little girl was now half sad and half resentful, murmuring sadly, I also want to be like Sister Cassina, I also want to go out, it's really fun. Every innocent word from her younger sister made Cassina's face darken. What did the girl say? Cassina clenched her dress tightly to restrain herself and maintain her composure, as she had always done for her frail, naive sister. From a young age, Abelia was obsessed with her older sister Cassina, following her everywhere. She was always feverish or catching colds, constantly demanding that her sister take care of her, even during tea parties. It piled up, and even though the girl recovered a bit, she never let Cassina go anywhere. Cassina almost drowned in loneliness because she had no kind friends, or even met anyone outside. Even when the twins were slightly older, and their older brother was away, Cassina was abandoned right in her own home. On her birthday, there was a time when Infant fell, so Mom left all day to visit him, very worried. Although Cassina was still a bit childish, she asked, why did Mom leave? Today is my birthday. But she didn't care. Cassina also asked her father where her older brother was, but her father showed concern only for him. There were no congratulations, no hugs, just an indifferent remark. If she wanted presents, she should see the servants. Though young, Cassina felt what it was like to be invisible and completely ignored. Yet, before her two siblings appeared in this house, little Cassina was blissfully happy. They seemed like angels appearing before her eyes, treasures just discovered. Her mother gently told Cassina, take care of your little siblings now, you're the big sister. Cassina felt grateful and immediately accepted this important responsibility. She truly enjoyed having siblings, imagining the future with two little angels following her everywhere. But when one of the babies cried right after birth, Cassina, not understanding, tried to inform her mother. To her surprise, her mother already knew and promptly dismissed Cassina's words, sending her away and calling for the doctor. As they grew older, the girl Abelia was diagnosed as fragile, while the boy twin, born, thrived robustly. He always claimed whatever Cassina had and stubbornly insisted on getting it. However, the only birthday gift their mother gave Cassina was non-negotiable. This led to arguments where Cassina, stronger but still naive, unknowingly pulled the gift away, causing Born to fall and cry in pain, his face turning red. Seeing him like that frightened Cassina, but she hadn't meant to harm him, her heart raced, fearing both his injury and her parents' scolding. Hearing the cries, her mother stormed in, angry and shocked, directly scolding Cassina. Even though she didn't know what happened, Cassina explained she was just reclaiming what was rightfully hers from her brother. Her mother, furious, lectured her sharply, he's your younger brother, you must yield to him. Turning back, she comforted Born as a loving mother would. Cassina stubbornly held on to her cherished gift, but Born continued crying. Her mother threatened to tell their father and scold Cassina if she didn't give it up. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to do so and saw no reason why she should. Her mother, anxious, looked sternly at her, warning the young girl, behave like an elder sister, don't act like a child. In the end, in utter despair, Cassina reluctantly yielded her most beloved possession to her younger brother. Since then, she hadn't received another gift. On another occasion, when Cassina fell ill and felt dizzy, she sought her mother, who was busy with embroidery and initially cold. Cassina, however, honestly explained her condition, feeling feverish. Her mother, sensing her warmth, mentioned Abelia's fever and the doctor's ongoing examination. She stopped her sewing, lifting Cassina for the first time since the birth of her siblings. Cassina felt joy despite her discomfort. The child smiled brightly. Eventually, her mother returned to her loving ways. Yet, just then, the housekeeper's voice echoed outside, announcing the doctor's desire to speak with the mistress regarding Miss Abelia's condition. Her mother set Cassina down and assured her, someone's calling, I must go now. Go back to your room, I'll come to you later. She always said, as the elder, you should be able to stay alone. Cassina, in her feverish state, pleaded to be taken to her room, but her mother insisted, you're well enough to walk back on your own. And from then on, she never once entered Cassina's room. She endured it all just to hear a word of praise, opening her heart to seek even a sympathetic glance from them. Thus, Cassina grew up learning to yield to her fragile younger sister as the healthy elder sister. Yielding to her troublesome younger brother as the obedient elder sister. Yielding to her brother living far away as the younger sister. Ultimately, in this household, her parents always believed that a second daughter like Cassina should learn to yield. From then on, she locked away her emotions, shutting out everything that outsiders called family affection, sibling relationships, or even parental love. For Cassina, it was as if they didn't exist. From a young age, she decided after turning 10, without needing to say or ask for anything, even nearing death, another door opened for Cassina to find new happiness and focus, which was drawing. Spending entire days immersed in colors and paper, it lifted her spirits, providing a sense of release. At that time, Cassina didn't even realize she was emitting a wondrous power. Nobody taught her how to use this miracle, that by wasting it like this, she was killing herself. She just wanted to make this household happier, to be noticed a bit more. Like that, Cassina exhausted her vitality drawing everything, from this to that. She made them vivid, feeling happy and satisfied. Just as she finished a painting, a butterfly broke through the cocoon and flew away. Everything seemed like a dream to Cassina. Naturally, with a child, if they discover their own talents and miracles, the first thing they do is show their parents. Cassina was no different. She quickly took her painting to show her parents, secretly hoping they would be delighted, embrace her like before her two siblings arrived. As she ran down, Cassina saw her mother happily and excitedly holding news about her brother Infix, that he was achieving well and would be coming home soon. Cassina felt happy too, her parents were endlessly proud. With faith, hoping her parents would praise her too, Cassina showed her painting to her mother. But the painting no longer had the butterfly she had originally drawn on it. Her mother glanced coldly for a second, then reluctantly replied, "Very beautiful," before turning back to discuss with her father about organizing a party for Infix's confirmation and celebrating Abelia's slightly improved health. Joy multiplied for their family. Cassina felt dejected, losing all spirit. For them, siblings were a source of double joy. But for her? In Cassina's mind, she always wondered, they are my parents, why won't they look at me even once? And so Cassina lived past the age of 20. Time had turned wounds into scars, no longer bleeding. Sometimes, when she peacefully painted in her room, her mother would find her. She would sharpen her tongue and ask, "Why does Abelia have this? Why does Abelia have that?" Even though everything was placed on the shelf. Cassina wanted to explain that she didn't take them, nor did she make them, but she couldn't. Those tiny hands and innocent face seemed pitifully defenseless. Instead of believing Cassina, her mother naturally believed her young, cute sister. Cassina's heart grew colder. She never listened to her, so Cassina had to admit and apologize. Eventually, she would be scolded severely. And all of Cassina's issues always had to be postponed. When her birthday approached, it had to be postponed because her older brother had just graduated. Cassina sneered. Her brother was always excellent, while her paintings were worse than rubbish in her parents' eyes. When it was time to organize a coming-of-age tea party, it had to be postponed because her little sister fell ill. It didn't matter. They firmly believed Cassina was always good. Cassina would yield for her sister, Cassina would do it for her brother. She no longer felt any agitation. That's just how they were, and Cassina was always healthier, wasn't she? That's why Cassina immersed herself more and more in painting. Every moment, every instant, she painted, forgetting to eat and drink. Cassina realized that as long as she painted sincerely, it would come alive. Whether it was a dog or even a simple picture, it could come to life. Its existence might be short, a moment or a day, then vanish. But for Cassina, that was enough. Instead of being part of a supposed family bloodline, she can't call them. When she was sick, she had to drag herself back to her room. When she struggled and felt abandoned, that's how her parents were. Feeling like crying out of frustration, these indifferent dogs or fairies would listen to Cassina more. They always stayed by a lonely person in their own home like Cassina. That's why she drifted further and further away, immersed in her paintings. At some point, like now, she had to pay the price with her life just to be heard and cared for. The price the heavens exacted from her was indeed steep. Cassina turned her head, bidding farewell to her little sister and the physician. As she turned away, her expression was visibly grim. She was nauseous but had to endure it. Little Abelia was still so innocent, asking her to have fun and bring something back to eat. The older sister's voice echoed softly, "I want to eat skewered meat and drink fruit juice." Knocker stood aside, afraid that the little girl might fall, so she carefully held her back. In reality, Cassina didn't hate her sister, she deeply cared for her, so she indulged her every wish. Little Abelia was as happy as an angel. It's just that sometimes, angels can lead people into despair. Arriving at the mansion's trail, Cassina felt so worthless that even her former sister walked away feeling jealous. Being someone nearing death, she blamed herself for her inherent gentleness. She couldn't harm anyone. Cassina's purpose in coming out today was to meet the doctor who had previously diagnosed her. When he saw her, he quipped, "Did you decide to live for just one day, that's why you're here?" Cassina chuckled brightly, "No, sir, I'm here to get medicine." The doctor looked puzzled. "Medicine? What for?" Cassina explained that she had planned a trip and needed medicine for at least 2 months. "I've never truly lived life on my own terms, so now I want to live differently," Cassina asserted firmly, resembling a solid rock. He asked seriously, "Where does the girl want to travel so I can prepare?" Quickly, Cassina replied that she wanted to go to the far north, to the Genta territory. The doctor was taken aback, almost choking on his water. He wiped his hands, composed himself, and with a gleaming smile, sincerely told Cassina, "If this young lady want to die soon, I can provide a certain type of medication right now." You could tell he was getting annoyed. Cassina remained silent. He waved her away, saying, "If you're looking for death, go somewhere else, my place doesn't sell defective goods." Cassina quickly and with difficulty explained, "That's not it, I just want to travel at the end of my life, do things I haven't had a chance to do." Moreover, she wanted to ask if there was a safe way to get there. Cassina timidly asked the doctor, "Just need it to be safe. I definitely won't drown or anything, planning to get there within 2 months." He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud, if you rest at an inn for a day or two in between, you might make it in a week. The doctor sighed, sat back, and asked Cassina, "Why the far north and not somewhere else?" "It's freezing there, borny chilling." Cassina smiled wryly, "It's okay, because someone I want to find is there. Besides, if it's cold in winter, I'll just stay indoors, so no worries." He sighed again, looking at Cassina like a child yet to experience life, and asked, "When are you going?" Cassina hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers, "It'll be a week from now." The doctor nodded sympathetically, "That's quite soon," then mused, "Well, there's a way. Although life may be hard, it doesn't deteriorate that quickly. This medicine can sustain you for 2 months. If you stop taking it, it could become critical, so come back here for it when the time comes." Cassina was overjoyed, knowing that the medicine would be enough for 2 months. She was extremely grateful for that. Leaving more than 10 pieces of gold behind, the doctor didn't understand why she left the money there. Cassina smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for treating me, and consider it payment for the medicine." He hesitated but eventually returned the money to Cassina, say that he hopes she wouldn't die and would come to see him next time. The doctor scratched his chin, perplexed, how can she be so carefree in her life? However, young ones like her give up quickly. Cassina felt a warm glow despite being dismissed by him. It was heartening that strangers could care for each other like this. She began to wander outside to find a horse carriage, excited because in a week, she could travel alone. While walking, she caught the aroma of delicious grilled meat, almost mesmerizing a girl who seemed lost and near death. Cassina quickly returned to the stall. The owner promptly greeted her with a tempting array of skewers, so appetizing that one might come back to life just to devour them. Remembering Abelia's desire for skewers earlier, Cassina kindly asked the owner to pack 2 skewers. She thought to herself, Abelia will surely love these. But as she boarded the horse carriage, the bustling noise outside grew louder. At that moment, the image Cassina always longed for appeared before her eyes, a woman on the road, anxiously caring for her child. Cassina realized she had never felt such warmth since having her siblings. She remembered Abelia saying, "You get to go out every day, how wonderful," which unsettled Cassina emotionally. She knew Abelia cared for her, but whether intentional or not, her jealousy over Cassina's freedom was hard to bear. Nevertheless, Cassina remained composed, fulfilling her duties and responsibilities as an elder sister to care for her two younger siblings. Upon returning to the mansion, she found Born playing something. She wasn't sure what game it was, but one thing was certain: Cassina would be the first to be reprimanded if anything went wrong. The boy greeted her eagerly as she called him over. Swiftly approaching, he immediately noticed the skewers in Cassina's hands. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Born swiftly grabbed the packet from her. The packet was a bit heavy, so let me help to carry it. Cassina chuckled softly at his antics. Hurry and take it inside, she said. There's also a portion for Abelia, she asked me to buy. With that, another dull day of Cassina's ended. Watching the carefree and indifferent Born, she couldn't help but feel powerless. Exhausted from the day, Cassina retreated to her room for a brief rest. Unknowingly, she slept until nightfall. Just as she drifted into deep sleep, she was startled awake by someone calling her angrily, their voice echoing throughout the castle. Dazed and confused, she found her father standing there, his face stern and eyebrows furrowed in anger. In the cold, dimly lit room in the dead of night, her father and the rest of the family had gathered not out of concern but to interrogate her. He sternly asked Cassina if she had given Abelia food from stressed foods outside. Cassina admitted it and looked back at him, waiting for his scolding. Why was she showing concern only for her and not for her sister, allowing her to eat such messy food? Even her younger brother, Born, looked worried for his elder sister. Cassina felt a pang of remorse and wondered what had led to her being suddenly summoned to her room. It turned out it was about Abelia, but because she had asked Cassina to buy it for her. Cassina asked about her condition and learned that she had vomited and was dehydrated. Only with the doctor's help did she recover, but she was still in very bad shape. He criticized Cassina as a heartless person. Her mother added, "Now that you're an adult, how could you be so careless?" Cassina quickly wanted to explain, "It's because Abelia asked me to buy it, it's all her fault." However, this house fundamentally never listened to her even for a single word. Father interrupted loudly, believing Cassina was making excuses. At this moment, he viewed Cassina as an enemy because of Abelia, his youngest daughter. Born saw his sister being scolded and wanted to explain, but he spoke out of turn. Father continued to scold Cassina, each word hitting home. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "It's okay, just apologize, just endure like always and it will all pass." But why did she have to endure this alone? Cassina turned cold and questioned her father, "So what?" Her gaze turned sharp, any hint of affection disappearing. Cassina's father was startled because this was the first time his daughter had ever talked back, and her tone was cold. Disbelieving, he asked, "What are you saying?" Cassina repeated her words sharply, "What if it's true? What do you want me to say?" Cassina's emotions were a mix of anger and hatred. She spat out each word, "If Abelia is having issues, what can I do about it, father?" She gripped her dress tightly. How much longer did she have to endure this? A year, until the day she died? Would she be freed after death? Her father continued, "Cassina, how can you be so disrespectful?" She boldly retorted, "It was Abelia who asked me to buy it, and she didn't tell me she wasn't feeling well and couldn't eat those things." Once again, her father was shocked, continuing to criticize, "As an older sister, you should care more about your sibling." Cassina cut him off directly, "If it were Abelia, I would do it, but there's no way I would know she couldn't eat those things if she didn't tell me." Her mother, standing to the side, believed that Cassina was being disrespectful, as she was speaking to her father in such a confrontational manner. How could she remain polite? Cassina snapped, "If it was Abelia, she would have done it without being told." Her mother thought Cassina was being unreasonable for talking back to her father. Born was surprised, looking hesitant. Cassina felt a headache coming on. She retorted to her mother, "I don't think I did anything wrong other than speaking my mind. At least I didn't make noise in the middle of the night." Her father, frustrated, cut in, "You should have let the doctor check those things before eating them." Cassina replied sharply, "What things, father? Even Born and I ate them without any problems. Next time, I'll pay more attention and take care of Abelia." This time, Cassina didn't apologize. Her father, tired, didn't scold her anymore and reminded her to be more careful. After the chaotic scene, they all turned their backs and left. Despite everything, they loved Abelia the most and wanted to visit her. Before leaving, her father turned back and added, as the older sister, you should be more considerate. Abelia isn't well, you know? Despite any dissatisfaction, you're still healthy. So please understand. He didn't know that he had more than one sick daughter. Cassina sat silently for a long time, not reacting, clutching her skirt tightly. Partly in pain, partly having to endure these people. Cassina's face was dark, only managing to say, yes. Healthy, what a curse! Cassina was angry, resentful, and pitied herself deeply. Was being healthy a crime to them? Even Born and her brother Infit were healthy. Why was she the only one who had to endure this? Seeing their daughter's expression, the Duke and Duchess exchanged glances, both bewildered and uncertain. The mother turned back, pretending to console, your father spoke like that because he's worried about your sister. Besides, he's a bit agitated. Please understand him. She then looked at the daughter, who hadn't shown any emotions for over 10 years, calmly advising, Cassina, you won't mind, will you? Cassina replied with just one word, yes. When someone has completely shut their heart, even their words towards those they despise become restrained. Only once more, Cassina wanted to ask her mother something, is that all you wanted to say to me? The Duke and Duchess immediately paused. The Duke turned back, asking, what did you say? Cassina coldly asked, do you even remember where my room is? You've never been here in all these years. I thought you'd forgotten. Facing the Duke and Duchess now was a daughter nearing death, unloved by her parents who even criticized her near-death state as too healthy. Truly, life can be ironic. The two of them froze, pupils dilating in shock because their daughter had been emotionally dead to them for a long time. There were no tears left to shed. Cassina coldly dismissed them, please leave, Duke and Duchess. Send my apologies to Abelia for the unnecessary fuss. I also wish to rest. And so, the door between this family officially closed. Cassina was no longer the Cassina she once was. She had to live out the rest of her life as merely a decorative piece in the household, alive or not, it didn't matter. Disheartened, she buried her face in the blanket, sighing deeply, feeling miserable. What had she done wrong? She didn't know if Abelia was in trouble, but if she had passed, Cassina was probably just as indifferent, given her recent apathy. Cassina lingered in this house, struggling amidst the bedding, seemingly inconsequential to anyone. Suddenly, she sat up. She couldn't afford to feel like this. Overwhelmed by anger and pain, Cassina hurriedly searched for paper and colors. Almost out of crayons, she had evidently been drawing more and more lately. She started to paint, depicting what was in her mind, a door, a window frame, a roof. She focused on painting with all her sincerity, adding clouds and coloring them. A miraculous phenomenon began. Golden light enveloped Cassina. This was the sign of a miracle arriving. Cassina's eyes blurred, breathing became difficult, hurried, sweating profusely. Her eyes gleamed, evidence that the miracle had been completed. Finally, it's done. A fairy in a sparkling green dress with tiny wings sat proudly on the windowsill. The little fairy stood up, fluttered her wings lightly. She flew out of the painting thanks to Cassina's ability to regenerate. Her joyful spirit returned. Yes, no matter how many wounds they inflicted, she only needed to repaint. This was the only lifeline for someone dying of an artistic illness, because drawing too much would kill them. Even if life was exhausting, she couldn't let go. The next morning, Cassina wore her most beautiful red dress from her wardrobe. Even the servants were happy because today Miss was joining the family for breakfast. After all, the twin siblings had come and begged Cassina. Born apologized for causing trouble last night, and Abelia tearfully admitted it was her fault and begged her sister to come to breakfast. So Cassina came. Despite her unhappiness, everyone else was cheerful. Today was also the last day she would see them in this life. A breakfast at the Duke's house was always extravagant, filled with high-quality meats. But Cassina, with her weak digestion, could only eat salad. The Duke sipped his wine and asked, your birthday is in 2 days, isn't it, Cassina? Ah, so her birthday was approaching, even the owner had forgotten. But she knew what he would say next. The Duke slowly said that it coincided with Infix's holiday, so he wanted to postpone and organize an outing. Ksenia sarcastically replied, "Indeed, 10 years as one, they never realize how excessive they are." Ksenia calmly replied, "Everyone can do as they please. But I can't participate because I have other plans." The Duke angrily scolded her at the table. What could be more important than family events? Outraged, Ksenia stood up and asked everyone to leave, saying, "Go and enjoy yourselves, don't worry about me anymore." And of course, they never got another chance. As Ksenia ran out of the room, she knew that the next time she faced this so-called family, she would only be a shell. But why couldn't she be happy on her last day? She ran back to her room and wrote a brief note. "I intended to speak to them honestly before leaving, but this final memory is too bitter. Despite everything, they were still family, so I want to leave a few words. That's all that's left now, just a note saying I've left." Ksenia didn't say where she was going or what she would do. After that, Ksenia turned and left. Ironically, they were still happy, busy caring for their precious children in the dining room. The room fell silent as if a person had never been there. Returning to the present, after 2 long months, Ksenia finally arrived at the Duke's domain. She set aside her bag and worn-out shawl. Bathing in warm water, she felt grateful that despite his dislike for her, the Duke hadn't turned her away. This moment of relief amidst the pain reminded her of the Duke's warmth beneath his cold exterior. A little while ago, he was even preparing her room. But first, he was rather rude, commenting on her odor and telling her to go shower. Well, when the host speaks, you have to listen. Ksenia obediently went to shower. Having traveled a long way, the doctor's medicine given earlier had run out. Ksenia closed her eyes, resting. Before, she would take the medicine when there was a lot, but stopping for a while shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking at the bottle, only 3 pills remained, Ksenia pondered. If she didn't take them, she might relapse, possibly even more severely, like a long-suppressed eruption. If nothing happened, she would soon feel weak, possibly even tonight, her health declining. If her temperature got too high, she could take a pill every other day. She could sleep as much as she liked when tired. After all, it was evidence Ksenia was gradually dying, and she was comfortable with that. Her spirits were light, and she rearranged the towels a bit. Despite being a noblewoman, she was accustomed to doing this herself. Her feet were still wet from the shower, but she felt refreshed. She was doing what she wanted now. She wondered how her father would feel seeing her so free. This journey had shown her many interesting things, even made her happy. Though she only had a year left to live, it was enough for her. It was good in its own way, surely, except for the Duke here. Ksenia was invited into Mion's office to clarify everything. The room was filled with the smell of ink and books, and Mion seemed quite ill-tempered. Ksenia cried without tears, "Is that because you decorated the room and now you're glaring at me so angrily?" Mion gestured for Ksenia to sit and began to get to the point. The butler knew how to serve tea well. Mion started asking, "Why are you here?" His annoyed demeanor was trademark Mion. He couldn't even relax his eyebrows when talking to his fiancée. Ksenia laughed bitterly. Do I really need an answer? In truth, she didn't want Mion's pity, so she deliberately hid the real reason, deeper still than her regular concealment. To Ksenia's subconscious, revealing her troubles to others would only cause inconvenience. Mion grew irritated every 3 sentences. He frowned. Are you just going to stay silent like that? If you want to survive, at least try to persuade me with some reason. He looked so terrifying that Ksenia dared not speak. Mion guessed again, are you having issues with your family? The words family made Ksenia feel indignant and shivering. She held her skirt tightly. Mion continued to probe Ksenia's pain. For a small girl like you to come all the way north, there must be some deep discord with the noble family, right? Ksenia's heart sank, falling into a deep abyss at Mion's words. True and not true. Only when there's affection is there discord. If you're a stranger from the start, how can there be discord? Ksenia only hoped for one thing, to depart peacefully, which is why she couldn't stay with her family if she wanted a quiet end to her life. Looking at the warm tea, Ksenia wondered if they would regret or feel guilty when she passed away. She hoped so, even if it was selfish and cruel. She softly expressed part of her thoughts, everyone needs time to ease their pain. Mion sighed, changing the subject, if you stay here, I won't be able to care for you, as winters here are very busy. This isn't the right time. Kusina bloomed with excitement. That's even better, Mion thought, relieved to avoid boredom and confusion. What could this petite girl be thinking? Could this spirited and stubborn girl be the same one from the engagement party? She seemed so different, so extraordinary. Kusina chuckled happily, wanting to ask the Duke for one more thing, her own room. Anywhere would do, because the Duke disliked her so much that living nearby and encountering him daily would be inconvenient. Mion replied, there is a room, but it needs to be cleaned up. Kusina puzzled, is it very dusty? Certainly not, the Duke promptly denied. Then there's no need to clean anything, just a bed and a fireplace will do. Kusina led a simple life. Mion helplessly instructed the steward, quickly prepare what she asks for. And that room will do, so she can move in right away. Kusina sighed in relief at the successful clearance, thinking the Duke would be difficult. However, Mion reminded Kusina not to go out in winter because of the rampant mythical beasts in the north. Kusina readily agreed, saying, I'll stay in the room anyway. Reluctantly, she asked for leave to rest. Mion agreed without hesitation. Kusina was very grateful, but Mion bluntly said, I just want you gone, no need to thank me. As Kusina approached the door, she paused, feeling she should say something more. Turning back, she awkwardly smiled, I apologize for intruding and causing trouble. After the petite girl left, the room became quieter, with only the steward and Duke Mion contemplating her. Kusina struggled outside for a while, her body resisting. It was indeed a miracle she could walk, just as the doctor had said. Now she felt a little dizzy. On her first night at the Duke's mansion in the chilly north, Kusina found it cold. She couldn't stop tossing and turning under the blanket, fully covered but still cold. Though it was dark, there was a clear light across the way, shining directly into Kusina's eyes. She wondered if there might be something warm to find. Wrapping herself in a thin pink scarf, she took a lantern and wandered in search of the kitchen. She reminded herself to bring hot water and a towel up first for self-care. The mansion was much larger than the Duke's estate, making it somewhat difficult to find. Feeling lost without knowing where the kitchen was, a sudden clang made her heart skip a beat in the eerily silent space. She jokingly wondered if something spooky might suddenly appear in this grand old mansion. Kusina kept walking forward, relying on the flickering light of her lantern. Just then, a dark figure slowly emerged and called out to her. Startled, she screamed and instinctively swung the lantern into their face with all her might. Mion immediately shouted, Calm down, it's me. Fortunately, Kusina hadn't panicked to the point of mistaking a person for a monster. She glanced over and saw Duke Mion there, glaring suspiciously. Little girl, couldn't sleep and decided to roam around? Kusina took a deep breath, relieved that the fear had passed. Then she noticed a problem. First, she apologized, but also wondered why the Duke was here, looking so humble and hesitant like a little rabbit. Mion smirked, avoiding direct eye contact, scratching his head as he struggled to find an excuse to speak. He had a penchant for evasion. He lied, saying, because it seemed there was a problem with the heating system in the mansion, so I came to check. In reality, he was worried, which was why he came here. It was now dawn outside, though not completely bright. Winter here meant long days and short nights. Mion turned the question back to Kusina, asking why she was here so early. Kusina struggled to drum up a response, It's nothing, I just had a bit of errand, so I wandered around. I thought I saw a light, so I thought someone was here. Mion suddenly felt something was amiss. Why was she so evasive and unsteady, avoiding eye contact? Mion understood she was hiding something. He bluntly asked, What are you hiding, young lady? If there's something, just say it. He pressed on, trying to appear intimidating. Indeed, someone seasoned in battle would notice such things. Kusina hesitated and said, Nothing. She clutched her coat tightly, wanting to flee, but Mion wouldn't allow it. Struggling to refuse to answer and turning to run, Mion grew increasingly irritated. Nothing, you say? He frowned, annoyed. He grabbed her arm, feeling how hot she was. Kusina was surprised by the skinship from the Duke and didn't resist, just stared blankly. Even if she wanted to resist, it would be difficult. Someone accustomed to wielding swords against monsters had a strength beyond the ordinary. He pulled her into the moonlight to examine her more closely. Her breath was labored, sweat drenched her cheeks flushed so noticeably even in the dim moonlight. Her weak, trembling voice was a stark contrast to before. Mion concluded, Cassina, I must say, you are running a fever. Though still somewhat uncomfortable, Cassina, with vacant eyes and unsteady legs, replied, It's nothing, I just need some rest. Mion forced Cassina to stay and clarify, with a fever this high, shouldn't you have realized you were overexerting yourself when you arrived 2 months ago? Habitually harsh, the Duke scolded, why hide these things? Are you as foolish as a bear? Only dumb bears endure such things. Cassina retorted, what's this sick guy saying? Comparing me to a bear? Mion persisted, if there's something, you should speak up. You know on the battlefield, people who hide illnesses like you end up causing more trouble, right? Do you understand your mistake? Mion's reprimand was authoritative, almost like disciplining a subordinate. Cassina absent-mindedly apologized, then abruptly stopped herself. Wait, why is this guy suddenly catching me off guard and demanding apologies as if it's the right thing to do? Cassina realized and resisted, but before she could speak, Mion was quicker. He held his hand out in front of Cassina seriously and asked, how many fingers am I holding up? A simple task for most, but for Cassina, whose body was weakening, her vision blurred significantly due to the high fever. Thus, the number of fingers she saw was 6. But since he was holding up only one hand, Cassina reasoned, maybe 6 divided by 2 is 3, so it's correct. Confident in her blurred vision, she answered, 3 fingers. Hoping she was right. Mion incredulously looked back at his hand, I'm holding up 2 fingers, although I hold many swords, I have not fallen short with teachers. Cassina, with her limp, looked at the Duke for an answer. The result was that she was wrong. Mion was annoyed, unable to ease her mind as she continued to bring more trouble. Mion grumbled like an old man and then abruptly lifted Cassina. Startled, she said, it's okay, but the famous Duke was adamant, lie down. There are many patients here, so rest at my estate. Cassina hesitated but refused firmly, her face reddened from her fever. Mion scolded sharply, even if you dislike me, you have to accept, don't turn me into the bad guy. Eventually, despite her outward reluctance, Cassina agreed, though Mion remained deeply concerned for her. He hesitated, unsure if he was doing the right thing. Caring for monsters and soldiers was one thing, but caring for a girl was difficult. He told her, go to sleep, I'll call for someone to care for you. Cassina drifted into a feverish dream, insisting before she succumbed, absolutely do not call a doctor, promise me, absolutely do not. In the long moonlit corridor, Mion, purportedly disdainful of Cassina, carried her gently to her room. As he laid her down, she fell asleep immediately, her face flushed with fever, breathing heavily. She looked so painfully vulnerable that Mion couldn't understand. What had happened to this young girl and why did she have to endure this? Unconsciously, Mion reached out his hand, hesitated momentarily, then extended it again. He feared that such a delicate touch might shatter her. Thus unfolded the fateful encounter between them in the twilight of the female protagonist's life. After successfully escaping a loveless home due to being the unwanted daughter, Cassina had only 8 months left to live or perhaps less to do as she pleased. Therefore, she decided to leave her birthplace to peacefully pass away at Duke Million's estate, a man who openly despised her and was also her betrothed. 2 months ago. The main character's family didn't realize she had left until 2 days later. The servants were in a panic when they found a small piece of paper in the young lady's room, finally realizing she wasn't home. The Earl sat motionless and asked coldly, what's the matter? The maid reported that she hadn't seen the young lady anywhere. The Earl grumbled irritably, does she often go out without telling anyone? The maid apologized for assuming the young lady had gone out as usual. The butler timidly presented a handwritten letter found in the young lady's room during routine cleaning. The Earl showed disdain upon receiving the letter. Inside, there was only one short line, I am off on an adventure, father, signed by Cassina. Luckily, he hadn't been so absent-minded as to forget his daughter's signature. The Countess asked her husband, what's happening? Has our daughter gone off on an adventure without telling anyone? The Earl became annoyed and coldly scolded, Cassina is a disobedient child. She's lived so comfortably at home, now she goes out without a word to her parents. He turned to the servant and asked, when was the last time you saw her? The servant hesitated, unsure how to respond. They vaguely mentioned seeing the young lady out 2 days ago, but yesterday they couldn't be sure. The maid looked pale because Cassina was so invisible in the house that they hadn't noticed her absence until now. If the maid hadn't reported it, she might have been missing for a year without anyone knowing. The Earl rubbed his temples and asked, have the twins seen her these past few days? The twins were asked gently, but how cold often was for someone missing. Abelia and Bourne were still just children. They searched their memories to see if they had seen her in the past few days, but came up empty. Abelia thought she hadn't seen her, so she assumed she was out playing. Bourne thought she was at the market, so he hadn't paid much attention. Cassina's older brother understood her a little and suggested, perhaps she left because her outing coincided with her birthday and she was sad. In fact, when she left, her brother had followed and advised her to ease her heartache. If she was sad, she should just say it and not forget that their parents both loved her very much. Cassina looked at her brother, her face dark and cold, saying, they must allocate some affection for me due to my status as their biological child, but the child they truly care about isn't me. Putting the letter down, Infix tried to cover for his younger sister. She must have found it difficult to handle, which is why she left a note knowing that our parents would worry. But Cassina's mother remained calm while scolding Cassina, if you didn't like it, you could have just said so, there was no need for that trick. The Earl ordered the steward, quickly gather a few servants and ask if they know where she went. He asked the steward, how much has our budget been depleted over the past 2 days? The total was just 2 gold coins, which meant Cassina had exchanged those 2 gold coins for cash in order to spend them. The Count smirked, confident in his ability to anticipate the mischievous Cassina. If she only has that much money, she must be nearby. Don't bother bringing her back. Just 1 or 2 gold coins, no matter how frugal she is, will force her to come back here and ask for more. Cassina's mother, beside herself with worry, asked, is this okay? How will our little girl survive out there? As a mother, she couldn't help but feel concern for her child. The Count, convinced that Cassina's rebellious streak was merely temporary, believed she would return after a few days of adventure. Used to a comfortable life, she likely just wanted a change of scenery. The Count was sure that his wealth overshadowed everything, and Cassina was just another spoiled girl he could dismiss. In reality, a month later, subsequent reports proved him wrong. He erupted in his office, throwing everything to the ground in a fit of rage. He cursed his daughter's name as if it were that of an enemy. Cassina had been gone for a month, completely contradicting his initial expectations. He angrily exclaimed, does she even think? Surely, the Count understands his daughter's situation. It's a bit pitiful, but concocting this stunt just for a birthday is too much. The steward reported seeing the young lady's carriage leaving the capital and disappearing. Grinding his teeth, he continued to curse his daughter. Despite his sadness and anger, he considered her escape attempt foolish. Hearing the commotion from the room, the Countess entered to assess the situation. She worried more for her husband than for their daughter. Uncomfortably, he told his wife, Cassina has left the capital. She appeared anxious, asking, what does that mean? How could she leave the territory and go somewhere else? Meanwhile, the steward invited her to sit down to continue discussing with the Count. He sighed, lamenting and scolding Cassina in every way possible. Such pointless antics from my daughter are truly annoying. The Countess proposed, should we send more troops to find her? His answer was unequivocal, leave it be. He believed sending more troops would be a waste of money since she couldn't have gone far. He threatened, if she returns, I'll ban her from entering until she begs for forgiveness. If she dares to leave, she'll have to fend for herself. The Count ordered the steward, anyone who continues to pursue her, keep going, no matter the cost. I don't care. The Countess tried to justify her daughter's actions, saying, this time, Cassina acted thoughtlessly, but it was because she was too upset. The Count redirected his anger towards his wife, it's also because you spoiled her too much that she turned out like this. Who would believe she left home just because of a silly birthday? He hoped Casina would mature and return before things were exposed, potentially tarnishing the family's reputation. Instead of worrying about what might harm his daughter externally, he was more concerned about his own authority. A father of the year indeed, he worried less about his daughter's physical well-being and more about his own power. Then he inquired about the well-being of his beloved little daughter, Abelia, the child he cherished the most. He worried that with Casina missing, Abelia would feel lonely here and there. The composed countess reassured, the little one is fine. Though a bit sad, she's all right. Then she thought of Casina, wishing the girl could be half as resilient as Abelia. She was somewhat perplexed. After all, Casina was calm and profound, but why was she acting so immature now? The Count added, perhaps we've given her too much. Just one birthday causing such a fuss. Let's see how long this drama lasts. Don't think earning money is easy. Both of them were still ignorant of what was happening to their daughter who was struggling with illness. They still thought she had everything, from pocket money to whatever she wanted to buy. But they forgot one thing, Casina wasn't a pet raised with money. While they casually criticized their own flesh and blood, Casina was battling illness. Initially, she had been alone in that house for year to year, with no one caring or knowing. Now, as she opened her eyes, she suddenly realized she wasn't alone anymore, but had two people in the room. Looking at the chair by the window in the room, Duke Mion was sitting there reading documents. His wrinkled face and red eyes were his unmistakable trademark. He was indeed the Duke, no mistake. Startled, Casina exclaimed, "It's really the Duke." She quickly pulled the blanket over her face, embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the Duke was still there, grumbling, "Quick, lie down, the fever hasn't gone yet." Confused and sweating profusely, Casina asked Mion, "Why are you here?" Mion grumbled dismissively, "Why do you think I'm sitting here?" He slowly approached, grumbling further, "You wouldn't let me call a doctor, and at this hour, who else could I summon to care for you? So I had to bring documents here." Casina couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the Duke. Is he really do that? Keeping his promise not to call a doctor and then coming here to take care of me? His face contorted with sarcasm, Mion asked Casina, "What do you think? Am I so free that I abandoned my duties just to count stars with you?" Casina peeked out from under the blanket, ashamed, and asked Mion, "Do you find me bothersome?" The Duke, a bit stiffly, responded, "Are you implying that caring for a patient is a bother?" Mion sternly explained, "You are the guest, and I am the host. Your promise has been fulfilled, which is not to call for a physician. Therefore, now you should behave as a guest." Casina laughed cheerfully and obediently listened. Even though her body felt as if it were burning and tearing apart, she truly felt incredibly happy. Mion awkwardly comforted Casina, "You are in my house, so taking care of you is only natural. Don't grumble and behave like a guest." His voice was somewhat gruff and rude, but ultimately, he was comforting her. Casina found Mion truly endearing for his hot and cold temperament. Mion, in turn, confessed to Casina, "I've never taken care of anyone before, so you'll have to bear with me. I only know to bring up a basin of water and bring down your fever for you, but it hasn't worked yet." Casina teased, "Is this your first time taking care of someone?" Mion snapped, asking the obvious. "I am a duke, after all. How could I possibly care for anyone?" She remained cheerful despite the Duke's annoyance, saying, "This is the first time someone has cared for me while I've been sick. Normally, I'm the one taking care of others." Mion grasped a crucial point. This was the first time she had been ill and someone had cared for her. The Duke's expression darkened as he pondered this. Casina had mentioned that there was a sickly adopted daughter in her household. In royal circles, if a family member fell ill but was still cherished, someone else would inevitably be sacrificed. Love within that household must have been imbalanced, and unwittingly, Casina was the one cast aside. Casina sincerely thanked him, someone who disliked her but cared for her genuinely from childhood to now. Mion urged Casina to rest further, saying, "You still have a fever, and I don't know what else to do." At this point, Casina remembered and told him she had brought medicine but forgot to take it. Mion brushed aside the scattered papers to tend to the sick, now amused that she had forgotten her medication. Casina laughed and handed him a vial of medicine from her pocket. "I've had it with me these past few days. There are 3 pills left, taking them should help." Upon hearing this, Mion swiftly turned to fetch the medicine. I can't have a sick guest in my house, was the Duke's only thought. Suddenly, Cassina grabbed his hand to stop him. Mion, don't go. The warmth from Cassina's touch was genuine, enough to make even the stern and chilly Mion blush. Indeed, for decades, she was the first girl to sincerely hold the Duke's hand. Mion collected himself and said, Cassina, don't be stubborn. You're still running a high fever, so I must get the medicine. Cassina shrugged, I don't like it. Even the strong-willed warrior like Mion had to concede defeat. He sat down with a grunt, muttering, your stubbornness is tougher than cow tendons. Seeing his annoyed expression made Cassina chuckle mischievously. Perhaps she found some amusement in being the first to say, I don't like it to someone. They had only met twice, yet now they were inexplicably concerned for each other. Mion ordered her, go to sleep. It's still early, and you're still ill. Stay up and you won't recover. Cassina, fearing Mion might leave while she slept, playfully resisted his advice. Helpless, the Duke didn't know how to persuade women and ended up acquiescing to her every wish. Gripping her small hand firmly with his rough ones, Mion sincerely promised, I won't go anywhere. Just rest. I'll stay until Butler Jean arrives. I assure you. Cassina smiled contentedly at him. Having someone stay by her side like this felt like an unexpected birthday gift. She obediently drifted off to sleep, her hand still firmly grasped by the man. Occasionally, he smiled at her dreamily. Mion sat there, holding her hand as promised, steadfast in his presence. Considering her feverish state and health, Mion contemplated sending a letter to the Countess to arrange Cassina's departure, but her condition seemed severe. With winter settling in, travel was difficult, and sending her back in such a state wouldn't be wise. For Cassina's sake, he decided to let her stay a few more months until she regained her health. The first night together had rooted something between Cassina and Mion, unnoticed by either. Time passed quickly, Cassina's fever and delirium persisted for over a week. The Duke visited her every day without fail. During this time, Cassina could only stand briefly, panting even with slow steps. Contrasting her worsening health from when she arrived, Mion became more caring than ever. Every day, he checked on her, his hand on her forehead to measure her temperature, almost like a habit. It made Cassina feel warm inside, despite her external discomfort. Mion was genuinely pleased when her fever finally broke. He laughed in excitement, proud of the progress after a week of diligent care. Yet, whenever Cassina looked at him, she seemed wary, like a rabbit afraid of being eaten. Mion chuckled softly, reassuring her, I'm not going to eat you. Shall we go have lunch now? Cassina nodded lightly in agreement. She glanced at the Duke, fearful of becoming a burden, so she tried not to ask for too much. But he proved more attentive than she initially imagined. Mion was still mindful that Cassina couldn't move quickly, so he told her he would wait outside while she changed slowly. After a while, the two got ready to eat. Mion reminded Cassina that he was the only one here and he often went to battle, so she should stay at the mansion without needing to go anywhere. Cassina wondered if she might just be a hindrance if she went with him to battle. Mion glanced sharply and asked, what would a girl like you achieve by going out and fighting? Cassina laughed, he was such a straightforward guy, showing everything openly, which suited her just fine. She assured him she had no intention of doing so he needn't worry. Mion also had a question for Cassina. He asked, do you like drawing? Because in the bag you brought here, there were only art supplies, so I thought you must really like drawing. Cassina was extremely surprised, not because Mion knew this about her, but because he noticed her love for drawing, unlike her family who never paid attention no matter how much she boasted or complained. Cassina gently admitted that she did enjoy drawing a little. Mion smiled and boasted to her about a wonderful place for drawing. If she liked, she could go up to the roof of the mansion, there was a beautiful spot there for drawing at sunset and sunrise. Cassina thanked him. Suddenly, Mion remembered something he wanted to tell Cassina, but before he could, they bumped into each other. Cassina's frail body made it easy for the Duke to catch her. He quickly let her go and apologized. Cassina rubbed her forehead where it had hit his solid chest, assuring him she was fine. She asked what he wanted to say earlier. It turned out Mion had instructed Ksina to bring a coat or shawl when going up there because mornings and evenings were cold with a north wind blowing. He also advised her to inform the butler an hour in advance. Moreover, when up there, she must not stay too long, returning within an hour. Hearing Mion's stern instructions, Ksina boldly guessed that the servants and soldiers probably disliked him for his irritable nature. Mion saw Ksina's puzzled expression and scolded her gently, "If there's anything, you should let me know, don't clam up like a dried squid." That was the nickname the Duke Mion had given Ksina since they met during the engagement ceremony. She had often wondered about that nickname and asked him about it. He explained that during the engagement ceremony, she had trailed after the servants so blatantly that it was obvious she had no genuine willingness, guessing correctly that she was coerced. "If you hate it, just say so, why make yourself miserable?" Ksina was surprised it was true. Her face became slightly somber as she explained to the Duke, "Actually, that day, I had a reason. The marriage was decided without ever asking for my opinion even once, my parents just decided. On the engagement day, my younger sister fell ill, so they couldn't come, and only the servants accompanied me." Ksina bowed in apology, "I'm sorry, Duke, if I made you uncomfortable that day." Mion shrugged, his voice softening, "That day, I wasn't upset, I just didn't want to see you forced into something. I'm partly to blame for blindly following ancestral teachings without considering your feelings. Anyway, I just want to say one thing, if there's anything you dislike, don't want, or even hate, tell me everything." For the first time in her life, Ksina had someone actively allowing her to speak out about things she didn't like, allowing her to express her true feelings. It turned out that sometimes the person who disliked her the most cared for her the most, while those she thought had a family heart were not as caring. But Ksina fell into contemplation. The first thing she wondered was whether speaking out about not liking the engagement would affect Abelia. Even though she knew it wouldn't, Ksina couldn't stop thinking about others, couldn't seek even once for herself. Mion gradually lost patience, so he didn't wait for Ksina anymore. He asked her if she had any food preferences or dislikes. Ksina was relieved that he didn't delve deeper into the previous issue. She replied that she only ate light dishes, not rich in fat. Mion teased, "It seems like you only eat light dishes just like your demeanor." As he spoke, he opened the dining room gate. Inside, the soft light of the setting sun made it look very warm. This was no ordinary dining room, it was a special room that the Duke had built. Ksina was completely captivated by the unique architecture here. It was a glass greenhouse with transparent mirrors that could see outside and seemed insulated. Proudly, Mion introduced, "This is the type of architecture studied by northern architects. Because winters here are very cold but beautiful with snow, this greenhouse allows you to admire the snow while keeping warm." Seeing Ksina's amazement and bright eyes, Mion felt a sense of youthful pride. "Come on, praise me," his expression seemed to say. After his show of boasting, Mion reminded her to start eating, "The food's getting cold." Ksina was about to ask when the snow would start falling. Mion, growing impatient, replied, "It starts around the beginning of next month." Ksina felt a tinge of jealousy, as it never got cold enough for snow in the south. Mion, now grumpy, grumbled, "Stop comparing the two places. Now eat, the food's getting cold," which made Ksina burst into laughter. Earlier, he had shown concern, and when the maid brought the food, Mion had thoughtfully instructed, "Switch all the greasy dishes with mine, and leave the light salads for her." Ksina felt a flutter of unexplainable warmth. Noticing Ksina still sitting idly, Mion glared and said, "Don't tell me you're so weak that you'll vomit blood while holding a bowl." Ksina immediately picked up a plate and started eating. The Duke could be quite scary, she thought. Ksina suddenly felt guilty for judging him without knowing anything about him. Moreover, her coming here had partly burdened him with unnecessary responsibility. If anything were to happen, the Duke would unjustly bear the blame. Ksina inadvertently blurted out, "Your Grace," catching Mion's attention. He put down his fork and asked, "Ksina, what's the matter?" In the greenhouse, the dining atmosphere was much more comfortable than at Ksina's childhood home. She hesitated, wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Mion, seeing her hesitation, asked, "You know, my patience is a bit short." For some reason, today the Duke looked unusually handsome, causing Cassina to stare blankly. She quickly shook her head, trying to gather her thoughts. Finally, after a long pause, Cassina apologized for coming here without asking for his permission. It's just that I was afraid you wouldn't agree if I asked beforehand. Mion, straightforward as ever, responded, Cassina, don't worry about the first time you came here. I didn't mean anything by it, but I was just too concerned for your safety, a young woman traveling alone to my territory. More than anything, I'm not afraid of responsibility or obstacles. And although it's a bit late, I also apologize for being too harsh with my words that day. The Duke's honesty made Cassina realize how kind he truly was. Despite the fact that she had put him in a difficult position, he didn't show any signs of displeasure. Even her own family hadn't shown her such care and consideration. Cassina had a bold thought. Should she tell him about her rare illness right now? She hesitated for a long time, wanting to say it, but overthinking led her to consider numerous issues. The primary concern was whether the Duke would accept a terminally ill person in his territory. The worst-case scenario was that he might even kick her out. If I can't even find a place to die in peace, then what else is there, she thought, forcing a smile to deflect the issue by telling the Duke that she would enjoy her meal. Mion didn't press further. He simply asked out of curiosity, without any major considerations. He urged Cassina, eat plenty, and next time, I'll prepare even more delicious food for you. If you keep talking instead of eating, the chef will be heartbroken because you're not enjoying the meal. After a sumptuous breakfast, she returned to her room to rest. Truth be told, moving around had become very difficult for her. Half of Cassina's body now functioned solely on willpower and the medicine she had brought with her, so she needed long-term rest. Patting her small, full belly, she felt nostalgic for the first time, having eaten so well. At home, she would always vomit because they never knew she couldn't eat oily food, nor did they bother to ask. Suddenly, something caught Cassina's eye. She glanced across the building to a place the Duke had once mentioned, the rooftop of the mansion, which had an incredibly beautiful view. He had suggested she go there if she enjoyed drawing. The very next day, the Duke's mansion was filled with the echo of Mion's infamous, cranky voice. His face was filled with anger as he prepared to scold, Cassina, do you even listen with your ears? How did you end up like this after going up there? Cassina, wrapped in a blanket and trembling, replied fearfully, Mion, I didn't mean to, heh. Mion, furious, barked, Cassina, why did you go up there and get sick? Don't you remember what I told you? You even made promises. Cassina responded innocently, what did you say again? Mion, exasperated, his face darkened with irritation. She laughed nervously, I remember now. First, you said if I went up there, I should tell the butler. Second, I should bring warm clothes. And third, I should only stay for an hour and then come back to warm up. Cassina had every intention of following Mion's 3 rules. However, when she peeked out, there was no one in sight, not even the butler. Not wanting to disturb anyone while they were sleeping, Cassina, in her overly gentle nature, decided to go barefoot, in her nightgown with just a thin scarf, carrying her sketch pad up to the rooftop. By the time she reached the attic stairs, she was already feeling tired and breathless. But she thought the beautiful scenery would be worth the effort. As she reached the rooftop, the sun was just beginning to rise. The view before Cassina was indescribably beautiful. For someone with a passion for art like her, or anyone else who witnessed such majestic scenery, it was breathtaking and worth capturing. For Cassina, she was simply addicted to drawing. She pulled out her sketch pad and began to outline the first strokes. Whenever she drew, she became so absorbed that she forgot everything else. The firm, swift pencil strokes took shape without any need for a guide. The magical essence of this intricate drawing began to drain her strength. Cassina felt breathless, dizzy, and unsteady on her feet. However, something drove her to push on, telling herself that she was almost done. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind Cassina. She looked up and saw the handsome face of the Duke, veins bulging in anger. Her artistic inspiration quickly faded away. Back in the present, Cassina was curled up in a blanket, shivering from the cold. She apologized, feeling wronged, Duke, I was afraid of bothering everyone too much. Mion, his eyes sharp and filled with anger, snapped, "If you want to die, let me fetch some rocks, put them in water, and drown you quickly." Cassina hurriedly explained, "I truly didn't realize how fast time was passing. I didn't do it on purpose." From the time Cassina went up before dawn to the time the Duke found her, it had been well over 2 hours. Cassina laughed weakly, "Ha, he really has a sharp tongue, but I was wrong this time, so I'll accept the scolding." Seeing her laugh made Mion's blood boil. He growled, "Are you laughing at me right now?" Cassina quickly covered her mouth, "Oh my, he's really scary when he's angry." Mion sighed, no longer yelling. He placed a hand on her head and lamented, "Why can't people warm each other up? It would be so much more efficient." What he meant was why he couldn't simply transfer his warmth to her without having to be so harsh, rather than implying physical contact, skin to skin. Cassina, surprised, asked, "Are you cold?" Mion growled, "You dare talk to me?" Cassina wisely stayed silent. His anger was truly terrifying, but since she had been wrapped in the blanket for quite a while, she bravely asked, "Duke, may I take this off now?" Mion responded to Cassina with curiosity about her painting. He asked gently, "Can I see your painting?" Cassina felt a bit shy but handed it over. Her painting was a direct sketch of the sunset view of the mansion from the rooftop. It was quite rough since it was unfinished. Cassina felt a bit insecure. Compared to her brother's swordsmanship skills and Abelia's artistic talent, she thought her painting was just a way to comfort herself. On the contrary, Mion asked, puzzled, "Do you have a habit of hiding your skills? Because this painting is impressive, and it's hard to believe you say you're not good at it." Cassina was full of question marks, not understanding what the Duke meant. "Is there something wrong with my painting?" Mion admitted, "Although I have no expertise in art, from an audience's perspective, I find this painting incredibly perfect, even beautiful." Hearing praise for the first time in her life, Cassina felt rejuvenated, almost instantly healthy. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "This is just my comfort. The Duke doesn't need to be so polite." Mion continued to praise her, making Cassina even more embarrassed. The Duke had never thought that the view from the mansion's rooftop could be so beautiful. "Miss, have confidence. This painting is very promising once completed." Cassina thanked him for the compliment, even though she believed it was just flattery. The time between the two extended until noon, as Mion was too worried about Cassina catching a cold and her insecurity. Mion grumbled, "This girl drives me mad every minute." Mion affirmed, "I only say what I mean. If the painting had no potential, it would be better to find another job." Cassina thought about it and realized, he's right. Her face blossomed when Mion handed the painting back to her and asked, "When this painting is finished, can you give it to me?" Surprised that someone wanted her painting, Cassina agreed. However, Mion explained that he was interested in it and needed the finished painting to send by telegram for assessment by an expert he knew. Cassina chuckled, saying, "You don't need to send it for assessment. I just draw for fun, no one looks at it." Cassina was flustered, her cheeks rosy. She was just trying to soothe her loneliness, but now her work was being noticed, how embarrassing to be praised. While the two were bickering and showing affection, outside, the physician arrived and greeted them. Before examining her, the physician gaped in surprise. Who would have thought they would see a lady wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon? The physician almost choked, questioning, "Sir, wrapping the lady like a cocoon, was that your idea?" Mion pouted, "Yes." The physician sighed, "All right, I'm too used to this." Mion briefly explained the situation. It seems her body weakened due to the long trip. Moreover, she sat on the cold, windy rooftop all day. So, examine her thoroughly. The physician nodded, understanding. He approached and gently greeted Cassina. But as soon as he reached out, she recoiled. Cassina looked down in the blanket, leaving the physician bewildered and unsure of what to do next. Feeling awkward, he looked back at the Duke for guidance. Mion was at a loss as well, so he asked, "What's the matter? Why don't you let the physician examine you?" Cassina grumbled from within the blanket, "I told you I don't like physicians." Mion snapped, "Do you think I wanted this? Who was the one who sat out in the cold, making me call the physician?" The little rabbit hiding in the blanket remained stubborn, unwilling to cooperate with the doctor. Mion, having run out of patience, burst out, "It's impossible to reason with you." The Duke immediately acted, picking Cassina up like an object and carrying her towards the bed for examination. The physician was startled. Heavens! Who carries a lady like a sack? The lady was still in shock, experiencing such treatment for the first time. Mion, unfazed, asked, "Is there something wrong with that?" She won't let the doctor examine her, and this is quite polite, actually. The physician lamented, "Someone save me. No one in the north is this rough. Moreover, the lady isn't a disobedient soldier." He reminded the Duke, "People from the south shouldn't be treated as harshly as us northerners." Mion looked like he understood. "Bear with me. No one taught me this. I spend more time on the battlefield than at home." Cassina's face turned as red as a tomato. The physician gently coaxed her, saying, "Please give me your hand so I can check your pulse." This time, she obediently complied. As soon as he touched her wrist, the physician sensed something was wrong. This was the first time he encountered such symptoms. Her pulse was very unusual. Cassina's eyes began to droop, and she felt sleepy, swaying unsteadily. The Duke was about to ask about her condition, but the physician signaled for him to remain silent. Like a caring mother, the physician said, "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll just cover you with a blanket, nothing more." Despite telling herself to stay awake, her body wouldn't allow it, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. The physician's expression clearly worsened, a look he only had when encountering a case so bizarre it was beyond his understanding. Seeing the physician's grave expression, Mion asked, "Is it serious? Why do you look like that?" After examining her condition and diagnosing her, the physician reported to the Duke, "It seems the young lady is not in good health. Specifically, her breathing is weak and rapid, her pulse is erratic, sometimes present and sometimes absent, and she is debilitated. Her body temperature is burning hot, her heart beats weakly and irregularly, and she has red rashes on her hands. This is indeed a strange illness." The entire room fell silent, only the sound of Cassina's erratic breathing could be heard. The physician reported to the Duke, "It's possible she has what we call the artist's disease." Mion was confused. "What kind of disease is that? I've never heard of it." The physician began to explain further. "While it's rare in the north, it's quite common in the south. You see, this empire has been blessed and protected by the gods since its founding. The gods have also bestowed certain blessings. In the north, there are many warriors because of the demonic creatures, but the south is entirely different. People there often possess remarkable artistic abilities. This leads to what we call the artist's disease." The physician continued to elaborate on the severity of the disease. Since these blessings enable humans to create astonishingly brilliant works, they are too overwhelming for a human body to contain, thus leading to side effects. At this moment, the Duke remembered his close friend Berto, who had a similar talent. Berto's songs, imbued with sincerity, had healing powers. The physician agreed with the example. Lord Berto is indeed a descendant of the artistic bloodline and is very famous in the empire. Mion sought further confirmation. "So this girl is an artist with the power to create miracles?" The physician confirmed, "The symptoms are consistent with the rashes under the skin and on her arms." Mion pondered, "No wonder when I saw the landscape Cassina painted, it was just a view I see every day, but through her sketch, it felt so vivid and magnificent that even a layman like me felt goosebumps." The Duke asked seriously, "So is this artist's disease dangerous? How severe can it be?" He was deeply worried, fearing for the girl's life. The physician shrugged. "That depends on what type of this disease she has." The Duke began to pray. "There are different types of this disease?" The truth was that depending on the level of miraculousness of the masterpiece, the recipient of the blessing would fall into a certain severity category. The first and mildest case might result in reduced physical strength but still allows for a normal life. The second, more severe case, could result in the loss of some body parts related to the miracle they create. And the worst case, though extremely rare, is the cost of one's life. "So you're saying that in the worst case, this girl could die, right?" Mion summarized the critical point. Regrettably, the physician had to admit, it's a very rare case, but it's not entirely impossible. If that's the case, it's more like a death sentence than a divine blessing, the Duke grumbled. But there's no helping it, I suppose, considering it's the power of the gods in a mere mortal. Cassina remained sound asleep, oblivious to everything. Feeling helpless, Mion propped his chin on his hand and asked the physician, "Isn't there a better way?" The room fell silent as the physician explained that Cassina had a terminal illness beyond his ability to cure. Mion's frustration grew. "So, even if she loses limbs or dies, all we can do is sit and watch, just providing care?" The physician replied, "If she wants to live, completing a work of art might slightly reduce the illness, but usually, once completed, her strength might drain even faster." Mion, irritated, suggested, "Then can't she just stop doing art altogether?" This was the quickest solution he could think of, valuing life over art. The physician sighed, "My lord, if I told you to put down your sword because you might lose a limb or die in battle, would you?" Mion sighed, "All right, I get it. That was short-sighted of me." The physician continued, "A severe case like the lady's only occurs when someone has an exceptionally high level of skill, bordering on that of a master. They become obsessed with art and have a profound appreciation for it. Essentially, she has dedicated the remainder of her life to art, which is why she is in this condition." Mion unconsciously glanced at Cassina. At their engagement, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. She had seemed healthy then, but now she lay there, suffering from cold deep within her heart and a burning fever on the outside. Cassina slept deeply, oblivious to everything. "So what can we do for her now?" Mion asked, feeling distressed. The physician reported, "For now, we can only provide fever reducers and manage her condition as best we can. It will take several days to see any improvement." Mion agreed, understanding that she was unwell and needed the care. He saw the physician out and thought about sending a telegram. After the physician left, the room became even more silent. Mion walked over to the sleeping girl, observing her peaceful face and the painting she had created. He remembered the physician's words. What kind of life has she led that made her immerse herself in art to this extent? How many secrets is she hiding from me? Mion wondered. The thought of things beyond his control frustrated him deeply. Mion stayed by Cassina's side from morning until late at night. The room was filled with a somber atmosphere. Cassina slept the entire day, and Mion tended to her constantly, changing warm water to reduce her fever and checking her condition. Mion stepped out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. As he lit it, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. What was he supposed to do about this girl? Looking back, he remembered seeing her cry once during their engagement. It was when she saw two people, one the heir of the Count's family and the other the youngest son, sitting and chatting on a designated chair. Her face was so sad that it seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Nevertheless, when someone came to greet her, she still smiled as if she was very familiar with them. This surprised Mion a bit. As he tucked the telegram into his pocket, he found it amusing. Cassina looked foolish like a squid, and he had expected her to get angry. Somehow, she seemed to find something amusing and just kept smiling naively. Afterward, Mion whistled to summon a carrier eagle. This eagle was trained by the Duke to deliver messages accurately and swiftly to the right place. Mion attached the telegram to the bird's leg with a faint hope that it would reach Berto in time. Watching the eagle fly away, Mion hoped that Berto would reply at least before March when the dreadful snow season arrives. The sun was just rising, meaning the Duke had stayed up all night to care for his fiancée. Elsewhere, at the doctor's house where Cassina had previously gone for diagnosis, the doctor was the mentor of Notcher, Abelia's private physician. Notcher worriedly asked his mentor, "Why do you suddenly want to go to the north? Is something wrong?" The mentor didn't explain much, only saying, "Take care of things here. I'll be back around next spring at the earliest." Notcher expressed concern, "It's very cold in the north, master." The mentor was unfazed, "Even if I leave now, I might feel a bit anxious and tense, but I should reach there before winter." Still worried, Notcher asked, "What if winter arrives while you're still on the way? Why must you go so urgently?" While packing his medical kit, the mentor explained, "About a month ago, a girl with an artistic ailment, who doesn't have long to live, came to see me. She invited me to the north. Regardless, I am concerned about my patient. Moreover, there are no hospitals or physicians specialized in this ailment in the north. Notcher reasoned, isn't an ailment with a short life expectancy one of the most challenging artistic diseases? Why even bother then? What he meant was that if the illness was that difficult to treat, why make the effort? The mentor sighed, putting on his hat, that's true. Usually, I find this disease too late to treat. She might even die. Notcher was perplexed, then why do you still want to go? The mentor further explained, this girl seems to have been born into a wealthy family, but she fell victim to this ailment. Perhaps her parents didn't take proper care of her. If they had been more attentive, this might not have happened. Saying that, he stepped into the carriage, ignoring his disciples' attempts to stop him. His luggage was already packed. Notcher, despondent, added, there have been many cases of parents abandoning their children, so it's no surprise that parents could be that cold-hearted. The master sighed, seriously reminding his young pupil, in any case, don't be too arrogant. Treat all patients fairly, understand? Little did he know that his disciple had already lost the concept of fairness towards patients. Notcher forced a smile, pretending to have taken his master's words to heart. The master warned him further, if I hear any unpleasant rumors about you from the hospital, I won't let it slide. Suddenly, Notcher asked, who is that patient, anyway? The doctor scratched his beard as he tried to recall, the name is somewhat hard to remember, something like Gina. It's been a while, so I'm not sure anymore. After the farewell, Notcher stood watching the carriage roll away, wishing his master a safe journey. On the other hand, he found the name Gina very familiar. Could it be someone from Abelia's family? But then he reassured himself, it's probably just a coincidence. In the south, at the Count's house, they were still searching for Cassina. The news they consistently received was that she had arrived in the capital and then vanished without a trace. The Count told his eldest son that all they knew was that she had mingled with the crowds in the capital, so they were still searching. Infix, Cassina's brother, a talented young man expected to succeed the family, worriedly asked his father, is this approach okay? Cassina has been gone for over a month now. I think we should increase the number of soldiers searching for her. The Count immediately stopped writing upon hearing the suggestion to increase the search party. He scolded, Infix, don't you have any sense? We can only search within our territory without drawing attention from the royal family. If we increase the number of soldiers now, the royal family will definitely take notice. Why are you so stubborn? Infix remained deeply concerned for his sister, but he lacked the power to oppose his father's decision. The Count remained adamant, keep the number of searchers the same, but increase the funds. Spend as much as needed. In a flash, he turned to look at the framed photos on his desk. There were many, including family pictures and individual portraits of the members. He picked up the photo of his youngest daughter, Abelia, and felt a bit dazed. Looking at all the other photos, he suddenly realized that there were almost no portraits of Cassina at all. Now, it dawned on him that even if they sent people to search for her, no one would recognize Cassina's face because there wasn't a single photo of her, not even for a wanted poster or search notice. He began wandering around the mansion as if searching for something long forgotten. Near the staircase, he recalled Cassina's words, I never expected you to remember my room, father. He vividly remembered her saying coldly, I thought you had forgotten my room already. Let's see, Abelia is the weakest, always ill, so she was given the room closest to the staircase for easy access to the doctor. Next is Infix, as he has to work every day and can't afford to be late. Then comes his younger brother, Bon, who stays in the room next to his. So, what about Cassina? At that moment, he glanced towards Cassina's room. It was a room at the end of the hallway, isolated, a room at the farthest end, also the scariest. He remembered how she had once said she was scared because the room was too far from the staircase, but he had simply scolded her to grow up and stop acting childish. Now, in retrospect, as a small child, her fear was justified. The Count had never noticed that this way of assigning rooms also invisibly drew boundaries between the children in the house. He knew well how terrifying it was to leave a girl under 10 years old at the end of the hallway, but he had still done it. As he trudged to Cassina's room, it was almost laughable that, despite living in the same house, he had to ask himself when the last time he had entered this desolate room was. aside from the time he scolded her for feeding Abelia improperly. And, in the mind of a man skilled in calculations, he already had the answer. Opening the door and stepping into the room, the smell of wood and ink hit him sharply, completely unlike a young lady's room. He touched the worn-out table, realizing now how cramped and stifling it was for someone like Cassina to live in. But he had only ever scolded Cassina for not speaking up about her needs, ignoring the fact that she had cried herself hoarse without him noticing. On the desk, there were no cosmetics, only pencils and paintbrushes. It was clear he chose to see only what he wanted. Opening a drawer, he found no hair clips or accessories, just sketch papers filled with Cassina's drawings. Picking up a simple, uncolored sketch, he was startled by the familiarity of the scene. The drawing depicted the exact view from Cassina's room, looking out at the nearby mountain. He suddenly remembered that this view was from a picnic several years ago, celebrating Abelia's slight recovery. He then horrifically realized that Cassina had not been at that picnic. The drawing depicted the family of 5, but Cassina was missing. At that moment, the Countess entered the room, asking why he was there. The Count vaguely responded that he had some matters to attend to and asked why she was there. She admitted feeling emptiness since Cassina left and, as a mother, regretted not having any memories of her. It was indeed laughable. The Count handed the Countess the drawing Cassina had made of the family picnic, without her in it. He asked if Cassina had always drawn such pictures. Judging by the paper's wear, she guessed Cassina had drawn it long ago. Guessing, because she really didn't know. Both parents, who always claimed that no one understood their children better than they did, now relied on guesses. The Countess suddenly recalled that Cassina used to show her drawings frequently, but she had stopped over time. She assumed Cassina had grown tired of drawing. Neither of them realized something was wrong with their parenting. She sincerely asked her husband if Cassina would be all right. The whole family was worried about her. Abelia was sad all day, missing her sister, and Bonra wanted to go find Cassina. The Count reassured his wife, saying Cassina was smart and would survive out there. He planned to send letters to trusted nobles to inquire about her. The Countess sighed, "We never once worried about her. Why is this happening now?" Seeing his wife's distressed face, the Count advised her not to worry too much, as she hadn't been sleeping well due to concerns about both Abelia and Cassina. To be safe, he would also send a letter to the Duke. The Countess, surprised, asked, could she have gone all the way to the far north? The Count's answer betrayed his complete lack of faith in Cassina. He believed she was too timid to travel far with the little money she had and thought she was likely hiding somewhere in the mansion. The Count remained stone-hearted, while the Countess was more sensitive. Looking at the simple yet eerie drawing, she felt a suffocating loneliness and a chilling fear, unconsciously gripping the paper tighter because it felt so cold. The couple, in complete harmony, ultimately choose to believe what they want to believe. On Abelia's side, she is deeply saddened by the absence of her older sister. Dr. Notcher noticed this and gently comforted her, reassuring her that everything would be okay and her sister would return soon. Speaking of Cassina, Notcher sees her as a quiet person who almost seems not to exist. Despite her dark brown hair tinged with the family's signature yellow hue, she possesses strikingly unique blue eyes, making her an oddly beautiful woman. Abelia often boasts to him about her older sister number 1. Previously, Cassina was always there for Abelia, even fabricating excuses to keep her from feeling lonely by preventing her from meeting friends and staying with her instead. When Abelia demanded bedtime fairy tales, her sister would read to her until she fell asleep. Abelia once stated that her sister wouldn't see any friends and would stay by her side all day long. But now, things are different. Notcher warmly praised Abelia, acknowledging that she indeed has a very good older sister. Yes, indeed, he praised Abelia for having such a sister. However, deep down, he secretly blamed Cassina for being insensitive. Furthermore, who knows, maybe that person doesn't dislike Abelia that much. He remembered a previous occasion on the staircase when Abelia said to trust Cassina, and her expression remained unchanged as she tersely replied, "Don't trust." Even though Abelia didn't hear, Notcher guessed that maybe Abelia trusted her sister too much to know anything. While giving Abelia medicine, he silently reproached Cassina, feeling that regardless of the circumstances, she should visit or send a letter to her younger sister. Such is the nature of people, often indifferent. Incidentally, while taking medicine, Abelia also showed him a talent of Cassina's that she had recently discovered. The girl searched for a landscape painting her sister had drawn for Notcher. Seeing her show off the landscape painting and praise her sister's beautiful artistry. Looking at the painting, Notcher was stunned that a person could create something like this. The painting was simple in subject but vivid in every detail, as if the viewer stood right there, experiencing the scene. Notcher was shocked and asked Abelia once again to confirm if these paintings were indeed made by Cassina. The girl pursed her lips and said, "It's from my sister, what's with that expression on your face?" "If my mom was here, I would have told her to praise her 10 times already," Abelia calmly said. "My older sister may be alone, but she excels at everything she does." At this moment, Notcher abruptly stood up, hastily excusing himself from Abelia as he had urgent matters to attend to. In reality, he had just discovered a truth that none of the household members were aware of, a certainty that seemed unimaginable. "Hopefully it's a case of mistaken identity, but when I checked the patient notes left behind," he muttered to himself, "it listed Cassina without a surname, diagnosed with a terminal illness, with about a year left to live. Could someone please erase this damn character for me?" Meanwhile, upon hearing her name mentioned, the protagonist opened her eyes. She had been unconscious for over a day and only awakened around midnight, scanning the room with bleary eyes to find it empty. It seemed she had slept for a long time. Sitting up on the bed and looking out at the balcony, the dawn was just breaking. Having lain in bed for so long, she felt a dryness in her throat. Cassina intended to get out of bed to find some water when she glanced at the bedside table. There, already prepared, was a full, warm glass of water. It seemed like the first time Cassina had been cared for this attentively. A gentle emotion passed through her. Duke Mion truly seems very kind. But thinking about it, she began to wrestle with her own thoughts, clutching the pillow tightly. "I shouldn't have come here in the first place," Cassina muttered, hoping that Duke Mion didn't know about her condition. Initially, upon receiving news of her illness and a prognosis of less than a year from the doctor, she had imagined how her family would react over time if she told them. At times, she even wondered if using her impending death as a bargaining chip for the care and attention she had always longed for from her family was too selfish. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. When she regained her composure, Cassina felt conflicted about trading her illness for affection. It momentarily made her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Moreover, happiness seemed as elusive as a grain of sand in the desert, always slipping through her fingers just when she thought she had grasped it. That was why Cassina had sought refuge in the north, where the Duke's family couldn't reach her. Here, there was someone who harbored bitter resentment toward her, Mion. She had assumed he would ignore her and let her self-destruct here. But reality turned out differently than what she had calculated. Cassina had initially planned to quietly fade away, enduring whatever disdain might come her way, just living out the remainder of her life. But Duke Mion had been unexpectedly gentle, despite outwardly referring to Cassina as a guest and himself as the host. Her wish had been granted, so she now saw herself as a guest entitled to the host's care and gentle concern, even forgiving her own mistakes and sickness. Cassina pondered deeply, why is he so kind and gentle? She had come here seeking a place of peace. But if he had feelings for her, her death would become a burden on his heart, adding to his troubles. Everyone had their own private struggles. Within her family, Cassina had thought things were fair. But since the age of 10, she had realized that fairness didn't exist. There was always a hierarchy among family members, and Cassina was always last. To Mion, she was merely a guest. Could he really worry about someone like her, who was nearing death, and care for her in every detail? Brushing away her tears, Cassina accepted her fate. She would die, and he would live on. Therefore, it was best to sever any emotional ties. Whether sympathy or not, it had to ensure he had no feelings at all, because if she died, Mion would blame himself. At this moment, she recalled a book she had read that contained a spell to erase memories. Cassina's skills and vivid imagination didn't just come from her hands. She could recreate anything she saw, felt, or understood. Even if she drew the heart of someone deceased sincerely and vividly, that person would momentarily come back to life. Of course, as time passed, this power would fade, unable to completely resurrect anyone, but it was truly an extraordinary ability. If she had been born into a family with a deep artistic tradition, Cassina would surely have been fully supported, rather than like this. She felt delusional. Now, blaming her family would serve no purpose. Looking outside, the dawn was breaking, and the slightly chilly morning had already filled the room with light. Cassina thought, should I leave this place and go to a monastery or something? Leaving here would mean no one would care for me, but it would be better than haunting his mind. But her medicine was running out, and her strength wouldn't hold out much longer. Or should she just make him hate her? Cassina sat on the bed, her mind racing. She exclaimed aloud in frustration, what should I do in the end? Mion's abrupt and brusque tones startled Cassina. He cut her off before she could speak, asking directly, what type are you? Cassina was taken aback for a moment by the question, then asked Mion, do you already know everything? The Duke pulled out a chair as if setting up a court, sitting directly across from her, pressing on with his inquiry, the physician told me you have an artistic disease, but there are many types. So, what type are you? Instead of a relevant answer, Mion responded with something completely unrelated. Cassina apologized to him for troubling him. Mion corrected her sternly, I don't need you to answer that. Answer my question. Cassina hesitated once again, making Mion feel completely helpless. He exclaimed in frustration, are you finding it difficult to answer? Cassina avoided his gaze, choosing to remain silent. The Duke grew increasingly agitated with her lack of cooperation, pressing, is it too difficult to answer? Cassina, clutching her dress and trembling, replied, I can stay here without bothering you. I promise not to trouble you. But if I cause you concern, I will leave immediately. Mion, feeling desperate, struggled to understand what this girl was thinking or wanting, but each word she spoke was resolute. The Duke asked seriously, if you leave here, can you survive? Silence fell terrifyingly upon the room once again. He decided to ask a simpler question, I'm asking, what type are you? Missing limbs, missing hands, or just outright dead? Truly a great general, straightforward and resolute with every word. Cassina remained silent, her expression admitting the worst possible outcome. Mion swallowed hard, realizing that she truly was that type. There was no medical facility in the north that could treat her, and she couldn't leave due to the flood of monsters. Cassina shook her head helplessly, whatever you do won't change anything. Mion suggested, you only need to rid yourself of that art. Cassina firmly replied without hesitation, no. If I do that, I have nothing left. It's been a lifelong companion. For Cassina, it was her very life. Removing it would be like draining blood from her heart, she'd rather die. Mion fell silent before her lifelong companion. Cassina had expected her to listen, but she was wrong. Drawing was her pleasure and solace. Mion, feeling powerless, changed the subject, so why did you come here like this? You probably need time to clear your mind, don't you? Seeing Cassina choose silence again, Mion teased, you're even silent about that? He had become quite engrossed in this prey. The Duke glared at Cassina, saying, I've endured enough of you. Cassina decided to compromise, but she judged Mion's expression and said, this is a little childish and very long, so it won't be very good. Finally, she decided to compromise, coaxing a difficult child indeed. Mion smiled gently, saying, it's okay, I have plenty of time. Take your time. Cassina felt extremely strange, pondering deeply. She had never confided in anyone before, so where should she start? 10 minutes passed, with Cassina remaining as silent as a mouse, not uttering a word. Just a moment ago, he had growled, but 10 minutes was enough time for him to return to his complacent expression. He gently reminded her, Cassina, should you start talking now? She opened up, speaking truthfully, I was diagnosed 2 months ago. At that time, I was just arranging my thoughts to come here to relax and adjust my thinking. I don't know if it's because of the illness or the aftermath of resentment from the illness, but I feel overwhelmed just because of trivial things. My birthday coincides with my elder brother's outing day, so I always have to cancel it and celebrate my birthday alone. The item I cherish the most must be handed over to my younger sister, whom I don't want to do anything, even though my younger sister is praised for doing little things, while I try so hard to get no attention at all. Kusina chuckled bitterly, acknowledging her somewhat selfish and childish tendencies. After finishing her story, she discreetly observed the Duke's expression. He remained very calm and asked again, "So, on your elder brother's outing day, did you cry and throw a tantrum to have your birthday celebrated? Did you hit your younger brother to snatch back that favorite item? Or were you jealous of your younger sister getting attention from the whole family?" Kusina was startled and had to clarify, "No, none of that. Absolutely not. What are you trying to say?" Mion made an accurate observation, "So then, what exactly makes all of that childish?" I ask sincerely. Being childish is like accidentally spilling water on your father's important documents and fearing his scolding, so you run away, leaving behind a note saying you're going on a trip. But what the young lady did, there's nothing childish about it at all. Kusina pushed back, "Isn't it natural to compromise for loved ones within a family? That's why I call myself childish for leaving because I thought I couldn't compromise anymore." Mion asked seriously, "Why do you believe that compromising within the family is natural?" "My elder brother is indeed a sharp person, always thinking logically and getting to the point quickly," Kusina was about to answer. However, she was stunned by her own thoughts, only now realizing the illumination she was experiencing. She wondered when she started believing that she had to sacrifice everything for her siblings, while in reality, it wasn't necessary. Mion sighed deeply. Ultimately, who taught this girl such twisted reasoning to live normally? He called Kusina with a serious expression. Kusina, still tangled in her confused thoughts, hurriedly replied, "Sir Mion." The Duke slowly approached Kusina, sitting down beside her, pulling her into an embrace with some difficulty, and gently said, "If you want to cry, just cry. It'll be easier this way." The young girl, perplexed, looked at the Duke, tears gently falling. In reality, her straightforward brother was finding this incredibly awkward, because the books he read said to comfort a girl like this, and he was putting it into practice. Kusina hesitated for a moment, then finally leaned into the Duke's embrace and cried, silently without uttering a word of complaint. Despite his rough and gruff demeanor, the Duke was now comforting her like a child in his arms. Mion sighed, sensing she was still holding back emotions that couldn't be put into words, making the situation even more heartbreaking. After about some minutes, the scene of consolation still hadn't ended. Kusina cried to release all the pent-up frustrations she had endured for so long. Previously, whenever she felt like crying, she would paint, and those activities would lift her spirits, but she had never truly cried since she was 10 years old. Kusina, now quiet, nodded slightly in response to Mion's question, indicating she was okay. In this moment, the young girl felt a bit ashamed, but Mion remained calm as usual, facing the emotional turmoil within him. Despite his composed exterior, inside, he struggled to control these unfamiliar emotions. Kusina suddenly noticed that her tears had made Mion's shirt damp and stained. She hurriedly apologized for dirtying his clothes. The Duke sighed, noting how she apologized for everything. He solemnly told Kusina, "The issue right now is that I'm here to help you, not the other way around. So there's no need to apologize, instead, say thank you." Kusina, still a bit bewildered, didn't fully grasp his meaning. Mion repeated, "Say thank you." She obediently responded with a quiet thank you. Indeed, it felt much lighter than apologizing. Kusina's realization hit her deeply. This man was teaching her life lessons her parents never did. Mion's advice about not overusing apologies resonated strongly with her. She understood now that constantly apologizing could diminish her own worth in others' eyes and make her shrink inwardly. Conversely, expressing gratitude was always more positive for both parties' emotions. Until now, Kusina had always defaulted to saying "I'm sorry, it's my fault" to smooth things over, or repeatedly assuring others with it's okay to ease their worries. It seemed that everyone had come to expect this from her, but Mion made her see the downside to this habit. Truly grateful, Kusina thanked Mion sincerely, "Thank you so much. From now on, please call me Kusina, Sir Mion." With this exchange, they opened up more to each other. Even the Duke, typically reserved and cool, found himself blushing, unable to conceal his emotions. Kusina felt a newfound confidence and clarity, grateful for Mion's guidance in navigating interpersonal relationships with more dignity and respect for herself. After everything was settled, the Duke advised her to rest more because she was still very weak. Then he went out, and the steward was waiting to announce that there was a reply letter from Mr. Berto. Mion noticed the steward's somewhat strange expression and asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" The steward sighed and confessed, "You look quite mysterious, Your Grace." Mion couldn't understand, "What's strange about me?" "Quickly, hand me the letter." The steward spoke frankly, "Why do you act like you dislike her when you actually care more about the young lady than anyone else?" Mion couldn't explain, just saying it was because he wanted to show care. Besides, he opened the letter, which was from that damned Berto. He wrote explicitly, "So you intend to invite me to use that artistic talent to save people? Then you should know how to ask someone properly, Your Grace, instead of being rude." Mion tore up the letter in frustration, wishing he could just grab Berto by the collar and shake some sense into him. But for now, he decided to give him time, not wanting to be disappointed. Meanwhile, Mion asked the steward, "Where do the young ladies usually like to go? The training grounds?" The steward, feeling helpless, replied to the Duke, "Fortunately, our family had foreseen this, so we promised the engagement from the very beginning. Otherwise, you might have ended up unmarried." The steward assured him, "Please allow me to investigate, Your Grace." Meanwhile, the doctor who had previously examined Cassina and was also Notcher's mentor, was on his way to the Duke's estate to re-examine the young lady. The horse-drawn carriage had passed the checkpoint on the northern side. The coachman sighed with relief and said to the doctor, "Thank goodness, it's early winter now, so the checkpoints are tightly guarded due to rampant mythical beasts. Luckily, we managed to pass through. If things continue like this, we should arrive at the Duke's estate in a few days." The doctor thanked the young coachman for taking him all the way to the Duke's estate. The coachman gave a humble smile and refused the thanks, reminding the doctor that he had once saved his entire family. However, the coachman was curious about why the doctor had embroidered a map onto a handkerchief. The doctor smiled gently and explained, "It's because I have something important to do." On the handkerchief was a detailed and lifelike embroidered map of the Genta territory, showcasing the doctor's meticulous handiwork. Cassina's mood had significantly improved compared to the gloomy demeanor she had while at the Count's estate. Now, she felt a sense of peace and tranquility in her life. Cassina had developed a new hobby, watching the Duke from her balcony as he trained. She would watch him and then sketch, and this had become a routine from early morning until late at night. Mion's vigorous sword training, combined with the ethereal view through the window, created an almost magical atmosphere. It brought a unique sense of positive energy to Cassina, one she couldn't resist. As a result, the Duke became the central subject of all of Cassina's artistic inspiration. Even when her creative spirit waned, simply watching him would rejuvenate her, allowing her to draw tirelessly. Of course, these were still just rough pencil sketches. As she was drawing, Cassina thought to herself, "Maybe I should write that down too, that list." Deciding to act on it, Cassina put her drawing aside and went to her desk to pick up a notebook. It was the notebook she used to jot down everything she wanted to do before she died. Recently, she hadn't written anything new in it. Despite her inspiration for drawing, she wasn't sure what to write. She felt completely puzzled, not knowing what more she should do. Life at the Duke's residence was peaceful and fulfilling, and she had already distanced herself from her family. She wondered if she should explore something interesting in the north. But Cassina wasn't sure what to do, and debated whether to ask the Duke. Lost in her thoughts, she muttered to herself. Just as she was thinking about him, he suddenly appeared. There was a knock on the door, and Mion's voice startled Cassina. He was leaning against the doorframe, saying, "There's nothing more interesting in the north than the magical beasts." Cassina grumbled, "Duke, you should knock before entering." Mion pouted, "You know, I knocked 5 times already. How many more times should I knock?" He walked into the room, moving to the spot where Cassina had been sitting earlier, and asked curiously, "What are you doing sitting here drawing from early morning until late at night? You didn't even hear me calling." Cassina was caught off guard by Mion's approach and hadn't had time to hide her drawing. He had already picked it up and saw everything, making her blush furiously. Mion looked at the sketch and exclaimed, "You're drawing me." Cassina hurriedly tried to snatch the drawing back but couldn't reach due to her height. Mion took advantage of this to tease her, "Why do you keep drawing this?" Ksenia quickly explained, "It's because I saw you under the night sky looking so cool, so I decided to draw. But I got so absorbed in drawing that I lost track of time and ended up staying up late." Hearing her cute explanation, Mion's face turned noticeably red, and he pretended to look around to control his excitement. He cleared his throat, softly thanked Ksenia, and then put her drawing down, deciding not to tease her further. The clock was nearing noon when Ksenia asked, "Why did you come in here, Duke? Knocking 5 times must mean something urgent." Mion replied, "I'm going out to inspect the area. I'm worried your health might not handle it, but if you're feeling well, you can come with me. Otherwise, you might get bored staying at home." Ksenia eagerly agreed with both hands and feet. Soon after, Mion had prepared a carriage for their departure. The Duke donned a black coat, showcasing his authority and handsomeness. He turned to look at Ksenia, a beautiful girl who, after getting dressed, didn't look sick at all. She was also shy and gentle, incredibly adorable. Mion's face flushed red, and with a husky voice, he managed to control himself from hugging her, saying, "I've arranged for a shock-absorbing carriage. You can join me on the inspection as long as you stay by my side." Ksenia, already thrilled earlier, felt even happier now. She decided to join the Duke in the carriage. Mion, being very considerate, helped Ksenia get in first. Holding his hand, she couldn't help but blush. She had rarely held hands with any man before. The carriage started, heading towards the urban area. Due to the unique terrain of the territory, the city lay deep within, surrounded by forests. Between the forest and the main residential area were fortifications to defend against magical beasts. The maids of the Duke's household were very orderly, standing at the gate to see off their master and his fiancée as they boarded the carriage. Now sitting inside the carriage, Mion had time to leisurely observe Ksenia. She looked every bit the part of a noble lady, a delicate flower, not like a Cinderella figure at all. Her delicate features, small face, and striking green eyes stood out against her mysterious brown hair. Truly, she was a little beauty. Mion boldly asked, "Did your parents teach you manners?" Ksenia, feeling a bit melancholic, gave a bitter smile and replied, "I didn't learn manners from my parents but from a viscountess." The Duke, puzzled, asked, "Why?" The reason wasn't particularly special. Ksenia's younger sister, Abelia, was always ill, so their parents were always caring for her and had no time to teach Ksenia manners. Mion, being considerate, decided not to press further as it might touch on her sadness, so he changed the subject. Noticing the notebook she was holding, he asked, "What is that?" Ksenia had been holding onto the notebook ever since she arrived, as it was her only belonging. She quickly explained to the Duke, "This is a notebook where I write down the things I want to do, but there are still many blank pages because I haven't decided what else to write yet," she said. Mion looked at the notebook, feeling a bit puzzled. Does it need to be so grand? Don't overthink and be too selective. Just write down simple things you can actually do, he advised. Ksenia, feeling a bit lost, realized he was right. I guess I've been overthinking. What he said is simple but very accurate, she thought. Mion decided to address the issue, even if it might seem a bit blunt. As you mentioned earlier, you received different education compared to your siblings. The fact that your parents didn't teach you because they were focused on another child is naturally saddening and understandable. Every word from the Duke resonated deeply with Ksenia. Rarely, or perhaps never, had anyone advised her so sincerely. Just then, the carriage stopped at their destination. Mion stepped out first and said something to Ksenia that he had wanted to say for a long time. He turned around, smiled brightly, took her hand, and whispered, "The world is vast. Don't make yourself small. As long as you hold my hand like this, I will show you all the beautiful things in life instead of those painful memories." At the Count's house, you can think of it as if they had grown a tree in a small flower pot. Now, that tree has grown too big, mature enough to break the pot and explore the world. You won't be bound by that small garden anymore, Mion said. All the simple and sincere emotions from Mion moved Ksenia deeply, and in her eyes, there was only him, gentle and considerate. Who would have thought that a duke, famous for his irritability, would have such a positive philosophy of life and would use that gentleness to warm her heart? Suddenly, she burst out laughing, which made Mion unexpectedly annoyed. Why are you laughing all of a sudden? He asked. Giggling, she replied, it's just that when you mentioned the tree, I suddenly thought about a tree running with legs, and it's kind of funny. Mion grumbled, seriously, I was being all serious for once, and you ruined the mood. It had been a long time since Cassina shared such joy with someone. In the refreshing northern breeze, she sincerely thanked Mion, but her voice was so soft that he couldn't hear her. What did you say? He asked. Of course, Cassina wouldn't admit it. But there was no denying that Mion could feel her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Mion led Cassina into the village, which was in the midst of the winter festival. She was visibly delighted by the lively scene, an old woman enthusiastically shouting, a man laughing heartily, people bustling about the streets, and couples where the men carried logs and the women led children. Cassina watched, her eyes wide with wonder, as if it was her first time witnessing such a scene. And it was true, Cassina had never been able to go out and enjoy herself like this before, always tied down by her younger siblings. Now, she and Mion stood before the bustling excitement of one of the streets adorned for the festival. Curious, Cassina asked Mion, is it always this lively during the winter festival? Mion explained, because we have a lot of meat to eat during winter, we can have such festivals. After saying this, the Duke slyly peeked at Cassina's expression. As expected, she couldn't hide her curiosity. Cassina asked, where does all this meat come from, and what kind of meat is it? Even in the south, where it's warm and wealthy, we rarely have such vibrant festivals. The Duke answered her question, the meat here is from magical beasts. There's plenty of it. Cassina thought she had misheard and asked again, what? Eating magical beasts? Is that even possible? Mion pointed behind her, look back there. That's a magical beast that intruded here and was caught by the soldiers to be butchered. In the north, winter almost completely isolates us in snow, and magical creatures invade daily. That's why we have so much meat. The villagers, being hungry, clean and eat it. Not just the meat, Mion added, besides the meat, the bones and fat of the creatures can be used to make household items like candles or knives. Their fur and other finer parts can be turned into jewelry. In short, every part of a magical beast in the north is utilized to the fullest. Cassina's eyes lit up as she gazed at the enormous magical beast, marveling at the sheer amount of meat. She was curious about its taste, and as Mion continued his explanation, her excitement grew. She reached out to touch the fur of the beast that the villagers had skinned and were drying nearby. It's incredible. These pelts are so lifelike, like the creature is still alive, she exclaimed. Mion, observing her childlike wonder, asked if she wanted to buy anything. As the wealthiest man in the region, he could afford to indulge her whims. While Cassina was engrossed in watching the villagers butcher a beast, a worker accidentally bumped into her. Cassina, already lacking strength, stumbled. Mion immediately reached out to catch her, wrapping her in his protective embrace. He didn't scold the worker, understanding that they were simply absorbed in their tasks. Cassina's heart began to race from the sudden contact and the shock. She felt Mion's breath as he held her, and her face flushed with warmth. She intended to call his name, but noticed his expression had turned deadly serious. His eyes flashed with a menacing look, and the surrounding area was filled with the ringing of alarm bells. Confused by the situation and unfamiliar with the warning signals, Cassina turned to Mion and asked, "What's happening, my lord?" He briefly explained the situation. Magical beasts have infiltrated nearby, and quickly headed towards the city walls to assess the situation. Upon reaching the guards, he demanded, "What's the status?" The guards reported, 2 magical beasts are concentrated outside the city. Casualties are unclear, but the soldiers are still holding their ground. The roaring cries of the monstrous creatures echoed everywhere. They were starving to the extreme, their ghastly appearance terrifying. But the soldiers Mion had trained were not skilled warriors, yet they struggled to buy time until the Duke arrived. All 3 beasts were ferocious, their eyes demonic, heads adorned with horns, and bodies muscular. Mion hurriedly removed his coat and told Cassina, "Stay here, I'll go out to assess the situation." Before the girl could react, the Duke kicked open the windowsill and leapt down. Cassina panicked, watching Mion jump from a height of at least 2 floors. Mion quickly ordered the guards to take care of the young lady standing above. Cassina herself was horrified, asking the guards if he was okay after jumping from such a height. They were used to such sights and reassured Cassina that the Lord was fine, but she remained deeply concerned, asking if the situation was under control. In reality, it wasn't quite under control as the monsters were among the most challenging. Watching Mion wield his sword, blood splattered everywhere, his blade stained with the creature's blood. Mion now completely shed his gentle demeanor when caring for Cassina, instead displaying seriousness in protecting his comrades and the local residents. These were Hades, the newest species with thick armor, buffalo-like horns, and extreme ferocity. Soloing one was nearly impossible, so the Duke could only fend them off. Every strike of Mion's sword could only scratch the tough hide of the monstrous creatures. Despite Mion's utmost efforts, Cassina gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless just standing there. She pondered if there was anything she could do to aid the Duke. One of the soldiers inadvertently mentioned that since this was a new species, its weaknesses were unknown, making it difficult to defeat and only possible to drive away. This sparked an idea in Cassina's mind. She quickly pulled out her sketchbook and tried to deduce if her knowledge could be of any help. If Mion knew the weakness of this creature, perhaps there would be a chance to win, minimizing the struggle and losses for Mion's side. The Haida seemed to be aware, locking eyes with Mion. Both monsters growled, exchanging strategies to claim this territory. Eventually, the Haida grunted and retreated, relieving everyone as the Duke's arrival forced the Haida pack to withdraw. Without him, this winter wouldn't have been peaceful. While Mion checked on everyone's well-being, Cassina saw that the battle had ended and rushed down. However, her body couldn't keep up, exhausted from running and feeling the chill creeping into her limbs. As she descended, she saw the Duke covered in blood, but he paid no mind to himself, immediately inquiring about the soldiers' injuries and delegating medical aid to those wounded. Mion scolded her, "Why didn't you wait for me up there? I would have come up after finishing the fight." But Cassina, stubborn as ever, hurried to where the Duke was, struggling to catch her breath. Despite her condition, she didn't care, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Mion's face. Her gentle and caring gesture stunned all the soldiers around. It was the first time a girl had come so close to the Duke. Mion grabbed her hand that was wiping his face and noticed how icy cold it was. He immediately complained, "Why are your hands so cold? Didn't anyone give you a blanket or something?" His remark made the nearby guards sweat nervously for not taking care of the girl as the Duke had instructed. Cassina tried to reassure the Duke that it wasn't necessary to be so concerned. He persisted, then suddenly pulled out a gift from his pocket, a necklace with a sparkling, peculiar yellow stone pendant. He placed it around Cassina's neck amidst her astonishment. Clearly, the Duke was a man of action rather than words. Cassina stared in awe at the necklace, sensing something special about it. The soldiers, utterly surprised, cheered loudly. Mion cleared his throat to quiet them down, threatening, "Anyone who doesn't quiet down will run 100 laps around the training grounds." However, even this punishment wasn't enough to deter the group, as they continued chatting and milling about, much to Mion's growing frustration. Cassina redirected the Duke's attention to something else, asking, "What kind of stone is this?" Mion explained, "This isn't just a stone, it's a kind of artifact obtained from defeating the monster." As he spoke, the stone began glowing in Cassina's hand. She felt it was warmer than a hearth, replenishing her current body warmth. But hearing that it's taken from a monster, isn't that a bit creepy? Cassina widened her eyes, looking to the Duke for further explanation. Mion, frustrated by the situation, retorted, "I'm just stating facts. In summary, these items are rarely obtained when killing a monster." Mion knew Cassina occasionally had low body temperature, which caused her to have fevers, so he found a gem for her. Moreover, there is a belief here that keeping the gem of the monster makes one healthier, he said. Mion put his hand on Cassina's head, gently comforting her, "I want you to get better, my lady." Brimming with gentleness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, she carefully tucked these moments into her memory, ensuring they would serve as cherished mementos to dispel any loneliness or sorrow. Mion suggested, "Let's head back now. We can come back here tomorrow for the festival." Cassina chuckled mischievously at him. "All right, let's go back with him then." As they were preparing to leave, a horse-drawn carriage stopped nearby. A long unseen familiar face appeared. Mion asked Cassina, "What's going on? Do you know that person?" It turned out to be the physician who had treated her in the south and was the only one familiar with Cassina's medical condition. He greeted Cassina warmly with a smile, which thrilled her immensely, not expecting the physician to be here. She eagerly asked why he was here. He chuckled and replied, "There are ways, if my patient wishes it, I can make it happen." Cassina introduced the physician briefly, "This is Viscount Mion," and also introduced Mion, "This is the physician who has been treating me." He swept his gaze from top to bottom. The Duke turned out to be quite familiar indeed. He was none other than the fiancé of the young lady. Thus, she was not just any Cassina but the daughter of the Count, Lady Cassina. Mion interrupted their joyful reunion. He suggested, "It's getting late. Why don't we head back to the estate and discuss further?" In the warm south, today the Duke's mansion has an esteemed guest. This individual was on par with Duke Mion and was the most esteemed person after the royal family. As soon as the carriage stopped, the servant was prepared to serve the unmanageable hand. That person was none other than Duke Berto, a friend of Duke Mion. The Duke was happy to meet Berto but didn't understand why he had come to this place. Berto chuckled in a playful manner, "The reason I came here is because one day, a few days ago, eating a good piece of tenderloin, suddenly, I don't know where, a cool breeze appeared, threw the brains out, and flew my flesh. Berto's hair was suddenly out of control, and the fearful ask was, there?" Berto quickly reassured, "Nothing, I know it, I'm used to it. It's a messenger bird. I can't stand the violent tendencies from their owners to their pets anymore." The steward took out a letter from the bird's leg and handed it to Duke Berto. The content of the letter was that Mion is currently keeping one of the Duke's children in the mansion. This person has an art disease, but they don't know what kind, so they asked Berto to come over and also informed the Duke's family. Berto muttered to himself, knowing full well about this disease, which he himself was currently suffering from. Most artists he knew also had it, but managed to control it completely. So how serious is it that your friend had to send an urgent message? Therefore, Berto is here now to assess the situation. He asked if the Duke had prepared everything he needed. In the guest reception room, the Duke had all of Cassina's paintings brought out. He had a perplexed look on his face, wondering why he suddenly came to the house and demanded to see these paintings. He looked at his daughter's artwork, then furrowed his brow and slammed it on the table, criticizing her painting as somewhat ugly. "Someone like you should just look at them for fun," he said. Berto sipped his tea, his face grimacing, thinking to himself how unpleasant it was for someone to criticize his daughter's work in front of others like this. Berto sarcastically remarked, "Perhaps the Duke here should refine his eye for art." Seeing the uncomfortable guest, Cassina's father asked, "What do you mean by that? Why come to my house and say such things all of a sudden?" Seeing the Duke angrily criticizing his daughter's painting, Berto felt a bit mocking and a lot colder inside. Who would be so rude about their daughter's cherished artwork? In reality, he sponsored many artists with artistic diseases, most of whom had some minor conflicts with their families, but they only hid someone in the house, not everyone. As for Cassina, this girl and her Duke family have such deep-seated conflicts that they have to run away like that? Berto coldly asked him, "Do you know if your daughter Cassina has an artistic disease?" His expression clearly showed mocking amusement. "An outsider knows, and you in this household don't? That's the joke of the year." His answer, of course, was a flat denial, "I don't know." He asserted about his daughter, saying, "She doesn't have that talent. How could she possibly have an artistic disease?" Berto scoffed, "You seem to look down on your daughter a bit there." The Duke, furious, gritted his teeth, "Unbelievable. If she were ill, she'd be at home, not running away." As time passed during this conversation, Berto perhaps began to understand why the lady sought refuge at Mion's place. Berto chuckled sarcastically, "The young lady running away? Duke, you're saying someone visiting their fiancé is running away? That's a new terminology." The Duke was shocked to the core. He never expected Cassina to actually be there. He exclaimed, "Why did she come there?" Berto immediately twisted his words, "So are you suggesting I lied, or is my friend Duke Mion Thodo liar?" The Duke stood up angrily and scolded Berto, "Stop that right now. What's with suddenly coming to see the paintings and then saying such things? You can leave now. Berto didn't bother to stay any longer. He stood up and brushed off his coat, casually taking Cassina's painting with him. Everything here is done now, no reason to linger. The Duke also understood the implications. Regardless, Duke Berto's status was higher than his, so he thanked him for the information about his daughter. I'll have the opportunity to come and fetch her later. He made Berto feel quite amused. Berto walked towards the door, but before leaving, he looked disdainfully at the Duke, provoking his anger. As he opened the door, Berto spoke. When I told you Cassina your daughter was ill, you didn't believe it, saying she couldn't be. But when I said she was in the north with her fiancé, you immediately believed it. Ber gave him a mocking look. Seems like Duke Berto only chooses to believe what he wants to, huh? And did you know? If Cassina were my daughter and I heard she was sick, I would probably ask if she was okay before asking where she was. Each word cut deep into the Duke's heart. Outsiders always seem more perceptive, and he felt he was losing to someone he had never met like Berto. Berto stepped out of the door. He truly felt sorry for Cassina's talent, born into a family like this. Looking back at the painting, everything Cassina depicted had vanished. If that was the case, it wasn't just an ordinary miracle anymore. In the end, Cassina became entangled in that deadly disease. Cassina's skill is akin to that of the creator, a power equivalent to that of a god. Cassina is like the life force of the world, capable of rooting deeply within to create everything, but requiring ample resources and sturdy support. Yet Cassina is just a human body, wielding a power comparable to creation. Berto pondered over those drawings for quite some time, seemingly unsure. Hopefully, I will arrive in time. The Duke returned to his office, sighing deeply and wearily organizing all the information. What he remembered was that Cassina's daughter had gone to the fiancé's house. Right then, there was a knock at the door. He quickly regained his composure and allowed the visitor in, his eldest son, Infix, accompanied by Abelia's personal physician from Abelia. Infix mentioned that the doctor had something to report, prompting them to enter immediately. The Duke, suddenly anxious, asked the physician about Abelia's condition. Without comparison, without pain. Notcher smiled and reported that the young lady's health had improved, stabilized, with no worrisome developments. Her body was capable enough to attend small tea parties. The Duke expressed his profound gratitude that Abelia was finally healthy. He hoped she would remain so. Indeed, this excessive discrimination chilled any heart. He inquired further about his wife's condition, observing that she didn't seem well. Notcher had also checked on the lady and reported that due to prolonged anxiety and insomnia, she hadn't been well, but now she was okay. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped Notcher could stay by Abelia's side so that she wouldn't feel lonely, while continuing to monitor and care for his wife. After completing his report, Notcher asked for permission to leave. As he walked away, a painful thought lingered in his mind. Should he inform the Duke about Cassina's condition and her terminal illness? However, Notcher's top priority remained Abelia, fearing that revealing Cassina's imminent death would shock her, despite knowing that she's close to her end. Ultimately, Notcher decided against telling and opted to wait until his mentor returned in the spring, knowing the outcome would be known by then. Just as Notcher left, Infix, the Duke's eldest son, arrived with Abelia's personal physician from Abelia's estate. Seeing his father's troubled expression, Infix asked what was wrong. The Duke inquired if Infix had noticed the grand carriage of Duke Berto leaving, assuming he had just returned and would have seen it. Infix confirmed seeing a luxurious carriage bearing the Duke's crest. Perplexed, the Duke explained that Duke Berto had come to announce that Cassina had been found and was currently at the Duke's northern estate. This shocking revelation left Infix stunned. Despite being the most concerned for Cassina in the household, he couldn't express it openly. Infix was shocked to hear this earth-shattering news. In fact, he might be the most concerned person in the household about Cassina, but he couldn't show it openly. His elder brother suggested immediately going to fetch her, but their father refused. He took a headache remedy, explaining that the northern routes were already closed, making travel impossible. Concerned, Infix asked his father what they should do now. After taking his medicine, his father's mind cleared, and he solemnly asked Infix a question that weighed heavily on his mind. How did Duke Mion appear during the engagement party when he wasn't at home? Infix, at least fair-minded, replied that Duke Mion seemed perfectly flawless. Throughout the party, Infix observed Mion's attentive and caring demeanor towards his sister, leading him to speculate that she might have feelings for him as well. Their father sighed heavily, shaking his head. Well, I never expected a daughter of mine to pursue her fiancé before their wedding. It's beyond comprehension. She's not even half the person Abelia is. And on top of that, she didn't bother to send a single letter home to ease her parents' worries like this. Infix defended his sister, saying, she's quiet, so maybe we just don't understand her well enough, father. But when she returns, what do you intend to say to her? His father sighed deeply and asserted firmly, I'll say what needs to be said, confront her about abandoning her parents like that. Yet, deep down, he still wrestled with one question, what did we do wrong for Cassina to feel she had to run away? When it came to discussing her escape, it revealed a father's profoundly negative view, driven to the extreme by his frustration with his own flesh and blood. His perspective contrasted sharply with that of the elderly physician and Mion, both deeply concerned about Cassina. Cassina was quite delighted to reunite with the physician in this icy land. She asked him, how did you manage to come all the way here? The physician replied, I found my way here through the power of miracles. Cassina found it hard to believe that even the physician had an artistic ailment. Did that mean he had artistic problems too? He displayed an intricately embroidered handkerchief, brightly colored, saying, my embroidery skills are quite good, after all. Both Cassina and Mion still didn't understand how that embroidered handkerchief could help the physician determine Cassina's location. The physician chuckled lightly and prepared for a demonstration. He began searching through his bag, took out a lighter, and slowly explained that it was a marvel he had created. When he wanted to know the location of anything, he simply had to burn the item he had embroidered on the handkerchief. When the embroidered object on the handkerchief burned completely, the magic would immediately reveal itself, and he would know exactly where the object was, no matter its conditions. Of course, he had to perform this feat with his embroidery skills. The physician proudly boasted that he had previously assisted royalty and detectives in solving crimes using this talent. Mion clapped and praised enthusiastically. I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. However, Mion paid closer attention and boldly asked, if that's the case, then your talent must also be considered a miracle, right? The physician glanced at Cassina, understanding the Duke's implication. It was clear he suffered from the same ailment. The physician admitted he could create miracles, but he no longer practiced because God had taken his eyesight as a price for his talent. His eyes showed a hint of melancholy. A gift exchanged for a price. Sometimes, it seemed as if God was a cruel being who enjoyed toying with humanity. His hands clenched unconsciously. Even though I've closed that door for over a decade, the pain still lingers whenever I recall it. Cassina worriedly asked, so you can't see now? He laughed heartily, saying he was fine and had only nearly lost his vision. I can still see to some extent, otherwise, how would I have found my way here? Mion was only concerned with the core issue. You can create miracles, so does that mean your artistic ailment has been cured? The physician gave a bitter smile and shook his head. It has never been cured. In fact, up to now, the artistic ailment is an incurable disease, like a terminal illness that can only be managed with pain relief. Then why are you sitting here so healthily? Both Cassina and Mion had the same question about his eyes. The physician chuckled and immediately explained, of course, it's because I gave up that talent of mine. There was a time when I was almost in despair because someone who can embroider but cannot see is virtually hopeless, so I chose to abandon it. Seeing him give up his passion and longing, Cassina felt an immense pity, as if he had lost a part of himself that couldn't be healed. The pain was unbearable. On the way back to the castle, the physician elaborated, not everyone is initially afflicted with the artistic ailment. Among the miracles, only about 1% actually develop into an ailment. To put it bluntly, it is extremely rare for it to affect the eyes or any other part of the body. But rare doesn't mean non-existent. There are even rarer cases where the price is the life of the talented person. Cassina slumped, her face turning deathly pale. The physician was touching on her deepest fear. Was she destined to be one of those whose talent would cost them their life? Was he implying that here? Did that mean the Duke would find out she was close to death? Mion, still processing everything, commented with curiosity, if it's that rare, then the number of deaths must be quite low, right? The physician returned to inquire about Cassina's condition and expressed a desire to discuss her current state in more detail. However, Cassina, with her head bowed, struggling to maintain composure, said in a slightly trembling voice, "Could we discuss my condition in the room?" With professional ethics, he completely agreed to that. Mion, puzzled, asked, "Why not talk here?" It seemed he had already considered Cassina under his guardianship. He glanced at Cassina, noticing her face was extremely pale, as if she was afraid of something. The carriage came to a stop just in time. At the residence, before Mion could ask further questions, Cassina said to the Duke, "Thank you for taking me out today. I really enjoyed it." Cassina stepped down from the carriage without needing Mion's help, knowing that if he saw her current expression, he would certainly worry. She adjusted her demeanor to appear as healthy as possible and forced a smile at Mion. "I hope you can invite me out again next time," she said. Mion, still somewhat dazed, sensed that they, or she, were hiding something, particularly about Cassina's current health condition. The physician, feeling helpless, followed Cassina into the castle, glancing back at the Duke with a hint of pity. Cassina led the physician to her room. The journey was silent, with an almost suffocating atmosphere. The doctor, curious, finally broke the silence. "You haven't told the Duke yet, have you?" Cassina stopped in her tracks, her face sorrowful. "I really want to tell him," she confessed, "but I'm afraid that if he knows he has to live with someone who is dying, he might end up despising me. No matter what, I just want to stay here." She reminded herself not to cry, to strive not to let anyone see how dire her condition truly was. Cassina clenched her arm tightly to stay alert. There were times she wanted to leave quietly, not wanting to hurt Mion. But this place had given her so many happy and joyful experiences she had never had before. So every step she took each day, she hoped it would be steadier, even if only a little, so she wouldn't collapse. Her wish was to keep walking through this house with Mion by his side. She turned to the doctor and asked, "Am I a selfish person?" The doctor sighed, "Not necessarily. Maybe we should discuss this inside." After pouring a cup of tea for the doctor, Cassina apologized for hiding her identity as the Count's daughter, explaining that she only wanted a medical consultation. The doctor smiled indulgently, "It's all right, as long as your health is taken care of. Your identity doesn't matter." He suddenly wondered, doesn't the Count's household have their own doctor? Cassina gave a bitter smile, "They do, but there are certain issues that make me not trust them for a consultation." Swirling the tea in her cup, the surface of the liquid reflected the turmoil of Cassina's life. The doctor inquired if the Count knew about her illness. Cassina shook her head, finding it difficult to respond. "They have no idea." Curious, the doctor asked why she had to flee to him instead of staying at home. Since treating a disease also involves understanding its root cause, he paid close attention to her emotional state. Cassina fidgeted with her fingers, struggling to gather the courage to explain. She revealed that she had always been a supporting character in her own home, where no one paid attention to her or acknowledged her. Throughout her childhood and into adulthood, she was the sister who had to support her brother as the heir to the castle and the older sister who had to give up everything in care for her younger twin siblings. "Sometimes, I was really tired, and they never believed or listened to me, not even once. My life was one where I had to give up everything and couldn't be selfish about anything. Once, I asked to sleep with my mother because I was sick, but my younger brother took my things, and my mother complained that she was too tired from comforting him and didn't have the energy for me. All I wanted was to sleep next to her, not asking for anything else. She scolded me for not giving my things to my brother, so he cried, and she had to work hard to comfort him. She said that if I had just given it to him, none of this would have happened. I begged her with my childish voice, hoping for her sympathy, but she kept telling me that as an older sister, I needed to understand and that she was very tired and I had to be considerate." Cassina's voice trembled as she recalled the painful memory. "At that moment, I felt so wronged, and as a child, I shouted that if having a brother like that meant suffering, I'd rather not have one. She slapped me hard on the cheek, scolding me that even though I was a child, as an older sister, I shouldn't think that way. She reminded me to be grateful for being born healthy and to treat my brother well. Even though my cheek hurt to the point of tears, she shut the door and continued yelling that because I was healthy, I should love my brother more. Sometimes I wished that if being born healthy was a crime, I would rather have been strangled in my mother's womb. Cassina glanced at the doctor with a bitter smile. You see, I've never been cared for by my family, not even once. They even said my illnesses were just a joke. Because I was healthier than most kids, if I complained, they threatened to send me to the slums. Hearing this, the doctor felt a surge of sorrow. However, he advised Cassina that sometimes running away isn't a bad idea. People often say that facing your wounds helps them heal faster, but staying away from the source of your pain is also beneficial. Living with those who have hurt you is truly difficult. He gently held Cassina's hand to comfort her. I'm very glad you left the Count's house. Escaping from such chains is a positive sign, allowing you to do whatever you desire. It's okay to be a bit greedy. Tears streamed down Cassina's face, releasing all the pent-up grievances. The doctor began to share his own experiences with the art disease as a way to empathize. When he was young, the doctor's parents also rejected his talents. They said no son of theirs should be involved in sewing and embroidery, claiming it made him look like a woman. They always hoped he would become a skilled knight. But he didn't listen to them and rebelled against his family, dedicating himself even more to embroidery. He continued to embroider piece after piece, and each time he did, he felt a sense of liberation. Cassina agreed that feeling truly is the key to freeing the soul. The doctor continued his story. Then one day, I couldn't find the materials I needed anywhere, so I decided to give up. From then on, at every funeral, I would embroider items for the deceased and burn them to send them off to the afterlife. Until one day, something miraculous happened. Burning an embroidered piece allowed me to find the object depicted in it. That's how I started to become a hero, not in the night squad, but as someone who could track down criminals. Even lost children and missing pets, families would come to me for help. At that time, I was truly satisfied with the miracles I created. The present-day doctor remembered those moments when his life, previously like a supporting character, suddenly became the protagonist. It was an indescribable feeling, and he lived with it for nearly 20 years. But then one day, the miracle turned into a nightmare. My eyesight began to fade, to the point where I could no longer embroider accurately. I was diagnosed with the art disease. If I continued to sew, I could go blind. I was desperate, thinking it was better to go blind and near death than to give up embroidery. My decision back then was much like yours now, Cassina. It was very similar. He then recounted the next phase of his life, when he sought a peaceful place for his final days. Fortunately, God opened a new path for him. At that moment, he saw a brighter future in his new passion, treating the sick. And that's why I'm still here today. The doctor advised Cassina that mental illness is very difficult to cure, but since she had distanced herself from its source, she needed to have the will to live for things to improve. Cassina wiped away her tears and sincerely thanked the doctor for his encouraging words. Now that you are free, try to build new relationships and create beautiful memories. Don't dwell on the past anymore, he said. The time spent talking to the doctor had been quite enlightening for Cassina. She realized that running away wasn't a cowardly act, but a way to heal her soul. Suddenly, the doctor remembered something and asked Cassina about the family doctor of the Count's household, the one she had mentioned with a wry smile. His name is Notcher. He came to my family's mansion when I was 17. One fine day, while walking through my favorite rose garden, I saw him. A young man with green hair and a bright smile like the sun, he approached me and smiled warmly. He was very friendly, and since I had no friends, I felt comfortable and close to him. That was the beginning of my first love in the rose garden. Meeting Notcher felt like the first spring arriving slowly. He was sweet-talking and a kind person who always smiled at everyone in the mansion. I often watched him from a distance, and sometimes he noticed my gaze and smiled warmly. For the first time in my life, I felt love, shyness, and the fluttering of my heart. Soon after, I realized I had feelings for him. Every day, I waited in the garden until one day I gathered the courage to talk to him. He was still warm, asking what I was doing there. Of course, I couldn't say that I wanted to get to know him, so I said I was just walking and saw him. He showed me a freshly picked rose and asked if it was beautiful. At that moment, I foolishly thought he was going to give it to me. I was so excited and wondered how to respond appropriately. But just as he smiled at me, he turned and smiled at Abelia, giving her the rose instead and asking if she thought it was beautiful. At that moment, I realized how delusional I had been. From then on, he would still visit and treat Abelia, often smiling at me too. Until one day, I was in the library with Abelia. Notcher didn't let Abelia go outside because her health wasn't good. I tried to persuade her to be patient since Notcher had told her to rest well. But Abelia kept whining and expressing her dislike for Notcher because she couldn't go out. Every time Notcher looked at Abelia, I felt choked with sadness. Instead of thinking about my sister chattering away, mentioning someone I couldn't reach, I kept worrying about my feelings for Notcher. At times, I felt guilty being with my sister just to get Notcher's attention. But I gave up, and Abelia stayed by my side, moving back and forth because she couldn't go out. When I wasn't paying attention, she took advantage of a gap where I had taken a book, squeezing her head through, teasing playfully, thinking it would be cute. But unexpectedly, she pushed the bookshelf, causing it to wobble. At that moment, I only had time to see the shelf collapse, unable to do anything. Notcher heard Abelia's scream and quickly ran over. At that moment, I was the one pinned under the bookshelf, while Abelia stood next to me, crying. He hurriedly asked, "Abelia, are you hurt?" The little girl kept crying, saying she didn't mean to. I tried to console her, saying it was all right. But then Notcher turned to me and asked, "Why did you do this?" I wanted to explain, but he didn't listen, scolding me more, saying that Abelia was so fragile, and I, being so strong, didn't protect her and even put her in danger. He accused me of wanting to kill her. He said that, you know? I still wanted to explain that the shelf had wobbled and fallen towards me, not her. Do you know what he said next? He said it was fortunate that it fell on me. If it had fallen on Abelia, she wouldn't have survived. His words felt like a death sentence, as if Abelia was human and I was not, as if she could feel pain and I was as tough as steel. He blamed me as if I were a murderer, even though I was the one injured with a sprained ankle. I slowly asked him if he liked Abelia. But Notcher didn't admit it. He just protected her as if she were a familiar shadow he didn't want to lose again. He insisted that if anything ever harmed Abelia, he would stop it at all costs. After that, Notcher carried Abelia out of the library. I still sat there because my leg hurt too much to move. My wrist hurt from the books hitting it, but I just sat there, waiting like a fool. In the end, he never came back to see if I was okay. Ksina's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her past sorrows. The doctor's face, usually so composed, showed a rare display of anger. That apprentice of mine, Notcher. I warned him to treat all his patients with fairness and not let his past traumas cloud his judgment, he muttered, his voice laced with disappointment. Ksina managed a bitter smile. I realized then that Notcher wasn't someone worth my concern. He prioritized Abelia in everything, just as my parents did. If he had known about my illness, he would have kept it hidden, protecting her from the truth. Outside the room, Mion's heart pounded as he processed what he had just overheard. The raw pain in Ksina's voice, the injustices she had faced, stirred a protective rage within him. He had stumbled upon this conversation unintentionally, but now, every detail he had heard intensified his determination to support her. As the sunlight filtered into the room, casting a warm glow over Ksina, she looked up, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sadness and newfound resolve. "Thank you, Doctor, for helping me see things clearly and giving me the strength to face my past." The doctor squeezed her hand gently. "You're free now, Ksina. Use this freedom to build new relationships and create beautiful memories. Leave the past where it belongs." Just outside, Mion clenched his fists. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a burning resolve. He would ensure that Ksina never felt alone or unsupported again. The injustices she had endured would be rectified, and he would fulfill every promise he made to her. With a determined smile, he whispered to himself, "If that house couldn't cherish you, I will. Every promise, every wish of yours, I'll make it happen." Late at night, Cassina sat in her room, reflecting on the creature from the morning. At that moment, she had the intention of doing something for Mion, perhaps creating an entity. Cassina began by putting down her pencil and setting up a rough sketch. Though the lines were crude, they fit perfectly, capturing every detail from the horns to each layer of claws with precision. Quickly, the pencil drawing of a Haida took shape, even though it was still colorless. The magic Cassina created would only manifest when the drawing was fully colored. Naturally, black was also considered a color. And if it wasn't completed, it could still evoke a sense of realism, even if it didn't transform into a tangible object. So, all that was left was to color the creature. As Cassina reached for her nearly exhausted set of paints, she paused, feeling a pang of regret as if she were exploiting the creation she had brought to life. Cassina sighed, but she knew she had to proceed because she wanted something that could help Mion and protect him. Since Mion was always worried about Cassina, she never wanted to see him get hurt. This morning, when she saw Mion's face covered in blood, she was so worried that she disregarded her own frail health and ran down to him. Looking at the drawing she had created, Cassina thought to herself, at worst, it's just adding another burden to my already fragile life. She walked over to a cabinet and opened a drawer containing a notebook and some paint supplies, though they were quite scarce. She used to stock up on paints, but since coming to the north, she hadn't had the time to buy more, and now they were almost gone. Cassina considered asking Mion to buy some for her, but immediately dismissed the idea, thinking, I can't keep bothering him for everything. I should go buy them myself, after all, I'm still the daughter of a wealthy count. Today, Cassina felt something different, her mood. Despite lacking a few things, she didn't feel the usual frustration. The light from the Hela stone that Mion had given her caught her attention. She picked it up, feeling the warmth radiate from it and recalling Mion's words, a wish for the recipient of the stone to be healthier than ever. Cassina smiled happily. No wonder she felt unusually at peace today, as if there was some kind of magic at work. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling she had never experienced before in her life. The next day, Cassina prepared to go buy art supplies according to the plan she had devised the previous night. However, there was a slight hiccup in this plan. The Duke insisted on accompanying her. He claimed that she hadn't been able to go out yesterday due to the lack of a permit, and today he also wanted to order some clothes for her. Cassina, embarrassed, firmly refused. But when it came to stubbornness, the Count's daughter was no match for the Duke. Mion suddenly asked Cassina why she hadn't been painting this morning as usual. Cassina, taken aback, asked him why he was inquiring about that. Well, Mion replied, this morning I didn't sense your presence from upstairs like I usually do, so I figured you hadn't gotten up yet. Blushing, Cassina stammered, you remember that so well. And your senses are sharp too. She cleared her throat and explained, I was just so engrossed in my painting that I slept in, but I made up for it with extra sleep. Mion chuckled and asked Cassina, are you missing any painting supplies? She hesitated and replied, I have my pencils, so I don't need anything else. Mion looked amused at her innocent evasion. Usually, skilled craftsmen never blame their tools. But your humility is admirable. Shortly after, their horse-drawn carriage passed through the forest and approached the town. Mion mentioned that it might be difficult to find Cassina's preferred art supplies in the north, but with a little searching, they could find some high-quality options. Cassina smiled cheerfully, that's all right, I won't mind. As long as I can buy what I need. Cassina laughed inwardly with excitement. She had never been indulged like this at home, never had the freedom to buy high-quality items on her own. Mion cautioned her, go ahead, but if you feel tired, tell me immediately. Encouraged by his openness, Cassina boldly asked, what if I told you I'm tired, what would happen then? Mion's temper flared. Of course, we'd head straight back, no more shopping. That's unnecessary. Cassina teared up silently. He was truly intimidating at times. Luckily, she had slept well the previous night, so there shouldn't be any issues. As they entered the city, they arrived at the renowned clothing store. It was known across the north for its diverse range of styles and up-to-date fashion trends. As Mion helped Cassina down from the horse, he announced, there's a doctor here, a close friend of mine, Duke Berto, who has a deep understanding of art-related illnesses. Cassina was slightly surprised. Your close friend? Mion briefly explained, he's a patron of artists and has extensive knowledge of art-related illnesses. Besides, I showed him your painting, and he was very interested. Kusina blushed furiously, startled that Mion had shown her painting to someone else without her consent. She scolded him, why did you let Duke Berto see it? I didn't intend to display it. Mion, feeling awkward, replied, it didn't seem like a big deal to me, especially since you agreed to let me show it. Kusina sighed in frustration. It's not the same at all. It's like letting someone read my diary without permission. Mion scratched his head apologetically. I'm really sorry, Kusina. I didn't think about it that way. Interrupting their conversation, Mion promptly asked the staff to prepare the latest winter outfits. Trying to soothe Kusina's annoyance, he said, all right, no more frustration. I'll make it up to you. Now, pick out a dress. The shop owner, being very tactful, greeted the Duke and the young lady first. It's always better to go first. Mion quickly introduced Kusina to the shop owner so they could get acquainted. Kusina smiled gently, greeted the shop owner, and quickly introduced herself, also allowing for a more casual address. The shop owner was extremely friendly and told Kusina, just call me normally since I'm a commoner. Mion, standing beside, grumbled, you complain to me, but look at how cheerful you are with others. Mion gave orders to the shopkeeper, I want to see all the winter outfits, a few casual ones and some comfortable work outfits. Kusina, feeling flustered, asked, why are you choosing so many? Mion, with a dismissive expression, explained, the clothes you put on are too cumbersome. You need comfortable outfits to work in. Watching their intimate exchange, the shopkeeper felt very satisfied. She asked, how would you like to choose? Of course, the most expensive ones. Show me everything. Especially the ones for painting, Mion said. Kusina quickly grabbed Mion's hand and said, I'm fine, really, so you don't need to buy so many. Her actions would excite the Duke, how adorable. It's the first time Kusina has taken the initiative to touch him, the Duke thought, and thus he excitedly decided, just choose whatever you want, be comfortable. Kusina was at a loss for words and had no choice but to comply. The shop had many outfits, and the shopkeeper promised to show designs, make alterations, and take proper measurements. Kusina wanted to refuse, but Mion was determined. The shopkeeper, catching on, take Kusina inside to start taking measurements. Kusina felt helpless and thought it was a shame to spend so much without knowing how long she would wear the clothes. But when she looked across, she saw Mion's passionate gaze sweeping over her. He was sitting there dignified, while his girl was shopping for clothes. Kusina quickly turned away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. They were now like a young couple in love. After a period of choosing, measuring, and adjusting, Kusina was exhausted and slumped onto a chair. Mion, worried, asked, are you very tired? Are you all right? But the shopkeeper wasn't done with her yet. She cheerfully called out Kusina's name. Honestly, every time she called her name, it felt like the Grim Reaper was coming. Oh dear, she pulled out a pile of clothes and asked Kusina to choose from them. Kusina was out of breath. Although it wasn't her first time in high-end fashion stores, this place was excessive. Kusina felt truly exhausted, which was different from being at the Count's house, where she never dared to buy anything expensive. If her father knew, she would be scolded. Seeing Kusina in a daze, Mion placed his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. His hand was slightly rough but very cool. Kusina enjoyed this refreshing sensation and, without realizing it, her eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively moved back. Mion was also a bit shocked because Kusina had been enjoying his touch, and the close contact made him feel a bit psychologically unsettled. Kusina immediately explained, it's just that your hand is so cool. Mion snapped back to his senses and asked with concern, do you have a fever? If so, we should go home immediately. Kusina quickly denied, no, it's just that having to choose so many things for the first time has made me a bit exhausted, but I'm fine. Mion teased, your face reveals emotions so easily. He playfully asked, which ones do you want to keep and which ones do you want to discard? Kusina, feeling frustrated, said, I chose too many earlier, and I like all of them, so I don't know how to choose. Seeing this, Mion said, if it's too hard to choose, then it's very simple. He immediately told the shopkeeper, wrap up everything and check out quickly. No more choosing. As a result, Cassina, sulking and upset, left the shop, leaving Mion trailing behind like a husband being scolded by his wife. The Duke, feeling wronged, said, I'm the one paying, and I'm buying it, so why are you angry? I haven't even missed anything. Cassina pouted, why did you buy so much? I can't carry all of this. And this I'll buy it all attitude is really something. It's the first time I've heard such a thing. Mion chuckled, if you feel pressured, consider this as my apology and a sincere gift for having shown your paintings to Duke Berto without permission. In fact, deep down, Cassina feared that she would die soon, leaving Mion with a lasting impression, so she didn't need to be treated so well. Looking at him, he even casually said it's fine if not everything is used right away. Cassina wondered why he was so warm and gentle with her. If it continued like this, she might not be able to let go of this world. Seeing Cassina in a daze, Mion playfully leaned close and asked, what are you thinking about so seriously? Cassina, startled, stepped back, her face as red as a tomato, and quickly said, nothing at all. All right, if there's nothing, let's go to the art supplies store, Mion said. I know a place. Once we're done there, we'll head back to the estate. Otherwise, you might get too tired again. Seeing Duke Mion's gentle demeanor as he consistently prioritized Cassina in every moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. His hands, which were so tender, reminded her of earlier when she had greedily wished for his rough hands that were skilled at killing monsters. They were truly cooling when she had a fever and warming when she needed it the most. Cassina nudged Mion's hand, struggling to hold it. Finally, she mustered the courage to act on her own desires. Mion was thrilled, feeling like a child who was finally given the chance to hold hands. Excited, he commanded them to move to the next location. In the street, Duke Mion was extremely pleased to receive a green light from Cassina. He didn't hold back and took her hand firmly throughout the rest of the journey. Upon arriving at the art supplies store, with its myriad of colors, paintings, brushes, and the strong smell of paint in the air, Cassina was mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled, and she hugged herself to prevent getting too excited. Mion's mood soured when he was abruptly separated from Cassina's hand by the sheer amount of paint supplies. The store owner, an old man, saw the noble young lady visiting his shop and gruffly asked, "What are you here for?" Cassina cheerfully replied, "Could I please see some painting tools?" The old man, disdainful, shooed them away, saying, "There's no place here for you and the young lady to look for luxury items, so just leave." Mion's temper flared. Not only was he unable to hold Cassina's hand, but now they were being turned away. He gritted his teeth and asked angrily, "So, you're not selling anything, huh?" Fortunately, Cassina intervened, or Duke Mion might have gone mad and destroyed the store. Cassina sincerely said, "We're here to buy art supplies, not luxury items. We just need some regular paint." Suddenly, the store owner's attention fell on Cassina's hands. He wanted to examine them. Mion vehemently protested, "Who dares to touch my lady's hands?" Cassina calmly advised Mion, "It's fine, just let him look." The store owner examined Cassina's fingerprints and the calluses from holding brushes and painting. He released her hands and remarked, "You truly have a talent for painting, young lady." The old man awkwardly apologized, "I'm sorry for my earlier behavior. I judged based on hands and could only sell to those who seemed capable of painting, not just to anyone for fun. Please, feel free to choose what you like." Cassina, overjoyed, eagerly began selecting supplies like a puppy let loose in a field of toys. Mion's face, however, remained sour. Noticing Mion's continued displeasure, the store owner said, "I apologize if I made your boyfriend uncomfortable. I can judge a person's painting talent by their hands and don't sell to just anyone." Mion gruffly clarified, "We're not the type of people you're thinking of." The store owner gave a knowing look, as if to say, "I understand, no need to deny it further. Just choose what you want." Mion then said, "Shopkeeper, I intend to build a painting room for her but am unsure of what to prepare. Please find the most essential items and make a list. I'll pay for everything, money is not an issue." The shopkeeper understood and went to prepare immediately. Suddenly, the tattered sleeve of the shopkeeper caught Mion's attention. The arm was completely severed and empty. Mion asked if the shopkeeper could determine someone's ability to paint from their hands, and if so, did he himself paint? The shopkeeper sighed, I did have a talent for painting before, but after contracting a disease, my hand was severed, so I stopped painting. Mion guessed, is it an artistic disease? The shopkeeper was surprised, as such diseases were rare in the north, and the young man knew about it. Meanwhile, Cassina continued happily choosing paint colors. The shopkeeper shared with Mion that he was once very good at painting, but after a while, his right hand began to become numb and eventually necrotic, necessitating amputation. Switching to painting with his left hand, it too gradually became numb, accompanied by fevers and pain. But since coming to this cold northern land, everything had become milder. Mion seized on this point, noting that the shopkeeper's artistic disease was similar to Cassina's, with symptoms of fever and pain. Just as Mion was about to ask more, Cassina interrupted, happily informing him that she was done choosing and ready to leave. Mion glanced at the colors Cassina was holding and confirmed, are we really done? Cassina, aware of his thoughts, knew she only had a limited amount of money left. Mion, contemplating, could see she wanted more but was holding back, so he restrained himself. Mion then turned to the shopkeeper, instructing him to charge for Cassina's items and everything he had requested earlier. He asked that the prepared items be delivered to the Duke's mansion. Cassina asked Mion what he was preparing. The Duke proudly replied, a painting room for you. You said you didn't have a place to paint in the mansion, so I'm building one. Cassina was horrified and wanted to refuse. But before she could utter a word, a sharp pain surged from her heart, tearing her body apart, indescribable agony. Cassina collapsed on the ground, her blood staining the floor. Mion, worried, rushed to help Cassina. At that moment, she was in excruciating pain, suffering from an artistic illness. The protagonist's illness was among the most severe, with talent matched only by divine creation. Cassina was delirious, struggling to breathe, and felt an overwhelming discomfort. Suddenly, a cool and soothing sensation touched her face. Cassina slowly opened her eyes, feeling much better, her heart hurt less, though she still found it hard to breathe. Mion, concerned, asked, are you okay? Are you better now? You fainted earlier. Cassina, as usual, said, it's nothing, I just had a bit of trouble breathing earlier. Her bit turned into lying in bed until late at night. Mion relayed the doctor's words that she had fainted due to exhaustion. Do you feel okay now? Cassina rolled her eyes and smiled awkwardly, trying to find an excuse. Maybe it's because I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I'll try to sleep early from now on. But the Duke didn't believe her. He asked, are you really like that? Mion's face was very serious. Cassina felt a bit guilty. The Duke immediately pointed out, he knows Cassina's habits. Whenever she lies, she rolls her eyes and smiles awkwardly. So, you're lying to me, aren't you? Cassina, embarrassed, covered her face so he couldn't see her current emotions and whispered, isn't it like you've never seen anything? Isn't it okay? Indeed, Cassina was torn between wanting Mion's concern and not wanting it. In this world, Mion was the only one who cared for her so thoroughly, staying up night after night and even neglecting his duties. It was just that the timing was wrong, she was dying and didn't want to leave Mion with a haunting memory of her death. Even if it meant staying up with Cassina past midnight, Mion still smiled and willingly stayed by her side. Because just missing him a bit made her faint. Cassina pleaded with the Duke in her mind, don't be so kind to me because the more you are, the more I'll regret my life. Then she said, we don't mean anything to each other, so please stay away from me and don't care for me so gently. However, the Duke was too familiar with Cassina's rejection and fear of getting close to others, so he wasn't too concerned. P4. A few days later, at the gate of the Genta territory, a special guest was arriving. The gate guards, yawning and gossiping about the Duke, were so bored that their yawns were nearly tearing their mouths apart. They were eager to go hunt beasts. Suddenly, the captain of the guard used a spyglass to look into the distance. In fact, he had already seen it, he just wanted to confirm with the spyglass. From afar, there was a carriage with the Duke Charlos's coat of arms, which was so distinctive that it was immediately recognizable. However, the new guard next to the captain didn't know who the carriage belonged to. The captain reminded him, "Quick, open the gate and let him in." The newbie, puzzled, asked, "Who is it?" "Who else could it be?" "It's Duke Berto." At this, the new guard finally understood. Berto was so famous that everyone in the city knew him. He was the head of a family with a peculiar personality, and it was interesting that their Duke, Mion, could be close to such a person. On Cassina's side, she was finally able to get out of bed, as if liberated, enjoying the sunset and fresh air. Although she had breathed before, Mion's strict supervision had kept her in bed, worried that even a slight movement might tire her out. After taking in the scenery, she went to the painting of a Haida that Cassina had sketched and started adding color. It was almost complete. Cassina felt conflicted as she was very grateful for Mion's constant care and wanted to do something to repay him. Feeling a bit of roughness only through the drawing, Cassina felt sentimental about the imminent completion of her work. However, she was still unsure whether to add more weight to her condition. But thinking about Mion enduring injuries and having brought her warmth countless times, Cassina smiled softly. Indeed, she really wanted to help Mion in any way she could. After making her decision, she took a brush and applied the base color, built up the shape, highlighted it, and added detailed touches. After a long while, the painting was completed. Cassina felt satisfied with her work, a truly vibrant Haida. At that moment, her eye color began to change, shifting gradually from blue to a brilliant golden hue. Cassina fell backwards. The miracle had happened, but with this enormous size, it was a bit terrifying. Could she handle it? From the painting, a gigantic leg with claws as large as Cassina's body emerged. The gray-black fur with a hint of gold was his leg. Its appearance shook the mansion, causing violent tremors. The servants panicked, but they were accustomed to natural disasters, so there wasn't a major change in their reactions. The butler France and Cassina's doctor were also shaken so hard that they seemed to lose their minds. The new arrival Berto was greeted with the enthusiastic, rough hospitality of the Duke Mion's household. The Duke himself rushed to kick open the door, urgently informing Cassina that the mansion was shaking a bit. Before he could finish speaking, the whole big bull's face of Haida struck Mion's eyes. Cassina, sweaty and startled by the Duke's sudden appearance, tried to get him to put away his sword. Without saying a word, the Duke drew his very sharp sword from his side. Mion's face was grim, and he warned Cassina to quickly get out of the way, as he had fought countless monsters before and intended to fight this one to the end, with a fight to the death approaching. Cassina dashed to Mion's side, holding the Duke tightly and urgently asking him not to strike or draw his sword, as the child was not harmful. To her surprise, the Duke had thought her embrace was meant to protect him, but it was actually to protect her child. However, something seemed off. Mion was captivated by Cassina's brilliant golden eyes, gazing at them in a daze, forgetting about the he. He was astonished and say your eyes. Cassina immediately covered her eyes and stepped back, fearing that the Duke would dislike them. Cassina, used to self-doubt and feeling that anything unusual about herself was bad, thought her strange features were undesirable. Mion, seizing the chance to comfort her, unconsciously praised them as very beautiful, genuinely touching. Cassina was dazed by the compliment, but before she could fully react, Mion furrowed his brow and growled, "Hey, did you just use that power?" Caught, Cassina felt a pang of fear. Just a moment of romance, and she was already in tears. The Duke began to get increasingly angry, cursing. It seems the doctor was wrong, saying that the more you use your powers, the worse your illness gets. Or am I deaf and misheard? Cassina anxiously apologized repeatedly, insisting that she hadn't meant to cause trouble and only wanted to help Mion. Cassina felt wronged. Turning back to the main issue, the Duke decided to sheath his sword and asked Cassina if it was really safe. She assured him that it was harmless and even very well behaved. The Duke sighed, "All right, let's get this kid out of here first, it's too troublesome to keep it in." Cassina agreed, approaching Haida and gently telling him, "Now, let's go outside." The child nodded agreeably, truly well behaved. So well behaved that the Duke's mansion floor ended up with a big hole. It seemed the child hadn't done anything dangerous, just walking around. Cassina, laughing nervously, promised the Duke she would make amends, so he need not worry. Mion, however, was more concerned about Cassina, asking if she was okay and not injured or tired. Cassina felt warm inside. Indeed, Mion was still a priority for her. Mion then invited little Haida to the yard. The child was so well behaved, understanding immediately. However, the child's size was somewhat too large and uncontrollable, leading to another door being knocked down and a few more holes in the floor. Both Mion and Cassina were speechless, watching as the child caused house damage effortlessly. Cassina, covered in sweat and pale, sincerely apologized to Mion. "I will make amends, I promise." The Duke, still as composed as ever, responded, "It's all right." Outside, the weather was gradually getting colder, old leaves were withering, and new buds were beginning to sprout. Some birds found the scene interesting and were fluttering around. Little Haida also knew how to appreciate the scenery. He growled at the birds to make them fly away. Mion had taken Haida and Cassina outside to practice in the courtyard, as it was the only place suitable for the size of Cassina's little one. It looked as though he was touring a mansion, and Mion was a bit shocked. He seemed completely unafraid, as if he was the Emmy Umberto of the family. Cassina called Haida, and he immediately turned around, smiling at her with a gentle expression like his revered mother. Cassina advised him, "Be good, don't be naughty." He was very obedient, bowing his head so Cassina could pat him. Mion observed the entire scene and found that words couldn't quite capture the situation. He asked Cassina, "Aren't you afraid of him at all?" Cassina reassured the Duke that the boy was very well behaved at home and it was all right. Mion looked at Cassina intently and waved at the group of soldiers nearby. They were well trained but still terrified, whereas she seemed completely at ease. Cassina wasn't sure how to explain, only able to say that this child understood her heart better than anyone else in the world. Cassina rubbed her head against the little one as if genuinely happy, like a family. Eventually, they led Haida to a safe spot in the practice yard, where there were fewer people. Mion wondered if there was a connection between the mind and life that Cassina had drawn in the summoning. Suddenly, he sighed and asked her a serious question: why summon a magical beast, and why specifically Haida? Cassina was surprised and a bit flustered. She didn't expect him to ask this. How should she explain it correctly? She awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear and confessed sweetly, "It's because I want to help you find its weaknesses." She regained her composure, excitedly affirming that it would be easier if the monster didn't run away, which would allow you to conquer lands faster. Cassina confidently expressed her support to the Duke. Mion was taken aback, acknowledging that it was an obvious truth. He was pleased but also somewhat annoyed that she had exhausted her energy just for this. "I didn't ask you to help me with this from the beginning," Cassina smiled brightly. "I know that, but it's because I wanted to." Cassina explained, "You wish to conquer the north and the magical beasts, so if I can help in any way, I will, and more importantly, you won't get hurt." Mion retorted, "I never asked you for this, and what if it makes your condition worse? I don't want you to use your strength to help others." Cassina interrupted, "The Duke is not just anyone. I'm helping you because I want to, not because of anyone else, but because you are the one I want to protect." Cassina gripped the hem of her dress tightly as she expressed her long-held feelings. The changing season seemed romantic enough to reveal her emotions. Mion was shocked. It sounded like she was confessing her feelings. At that moment, Cassina asked the Duke for a favor: "If you find this too much, then after the conquest ends, when we part ways, could you give me a really tight hug?" Indeed, a hug is usually a fleeting moment in life, something you can experience many times. From the moment you were swaddled as a baby, you received hugs, but Cassina had not. A hug was a luxury for this girl since she was 10, or even just a glance. Thinking about receiving a warm embrace from him before leaving this world was considered a fulfillment for her. Though she knew it was a selfish wish, Cassina desired it as both her first and last wish before she rested in eternal peace. Mion didn't respond. His expression was difficult to describe. Cassina felt anxious, laughing awkwardly to ease the mood, and adjusted her words to make him feel less burdened. "Anyway, it would be nice to have a hug when I leave the mansion." Despite her reasons or justifications, a straightforward person like Mion would understand the implication. Did she want him to hug her before she died? His mood was unsettled. Mion gravely said to Cassina, "I don't need your help. I never asked for it, so don't do such things." As for the farewell hug, of course I will do it. His seriousness made Cassina fearful and anxious. But mostly, her heart ached. It seemed she was doing something redundant, her thoughts were overwhelmingly negative. She stepped back, trying to force a painful smile. I won't do things I don't like. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, Mion wanted to explain, he didn't mean it that way. But just then, the butler appeared and interrupted. He announced, Lord Berto has arrived and is waiting in the guest room, sir. Cassina was surprised by Duke Berto, whom Duke Mion had mentioned before as an excellent art appraiser and a person who trained artists. He had also seen her paintings. The two people decided to head to the office, where the esteemed guest was waiting. Berto, sipping on a cup of black tea, gave off an oddly calming feeling. In just a moment, that tranquility was shattered. Berto turned around, laughing and teasing, I was planning to take my time coming here, and now I see you finally showing your face. Indeed, tranquility was when one didn't have a friend whose face always looked like a debt collector's. Seeing Cassina and Mion, Berto proactively greeted and introduced himself. A tall young man with an impressive aura and ivory-colored hair, quite distinctive. Cassina's face turned bright red, presumably, she had never seen anyone so handsome before, extraordinarily and marvelously beautiful. As Cassina was about to extend her hand to greet Ber, a cleaver suddenly slashed through, actually the rough, large hand of the Duke, who was replacing Cassina in greeting Berto. He was furious, ready to prepare for a combat-like confrontation with his old friend. Ber, not to be outdone, remarked, the Duke's precious, rough hand being in mine with such immense strength is a great honor. Mion shot back, oh really? Then why don't you shake my hand? I've been madly waiting for you, and now you remember me, so why not hurry up and come here instead of making me wait so long? Mion glanced sideways and didn't bother to respond, just a little matter. Now, sit down gently, and drink tea instead of throwing punches. Cassina, on the side, was terrified, it seemed these two had their own private channel, and she didn't understand anything at all. Berto didn't mind, fighting with that monkey-like guy was exhausting. Fortunately, the young lady was here, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Returning to the main topic, with tea and pudding served, the conversation began between the newly arrived guest, Cassina, and the Duke. Berto started by asking Cassina, is the monster outside something you created? But why does it have to be a magical beast? She excitedly admitted, because I wanted to learn more about magical beasts, their weaknesses, as this would help in the campaign. Berto sipped his tea and thought to himself, so it's because of Mion, my unlucky friend. Berto asked further, has the magical beast disappeared? Cassina replied, not at all, it's still enjoying the clear sky and the soldiers out in the yard. Berto began to speak calmly, before personally encountering the monster, I wasn't sure about anything, but it turns out you are a miracle of creation. The tea in the cup shimmered like his mood. While the people in the room were talking about Cassina's condition, Mion, not understanding, asked for a definition of it. Berto explained that this was a type of rare and powerful magic, essentially the miracle of creation, which involves creating living beings with souls through one's skill. It requires understanding and sensing to create something similar or even greater. Essentially, it's like asexual reproduction, but for Cassina, it's enough just to touch. Everything created is connected to the creator, essentially the progenitor. They can feel just like a real being and are not merely artificial. And another special point, the miracle of creation can actually produce flesh and blood, even humans, if the artist understands the person they create. Of course, some of this is just rumors. Berto's keen eyes assessed Cassina. Anxiety was clearly visible, the situation was genuinely difficult. Cassina seemed very happy as she told the Duke everything she knew about the art of disease. Only Berto knew that when he came here and met this girl, all his previous worries and calculations were wrong. This small girl was dying day by day at a rapid pace. Interrupting Mion's curiosity, Berto smiled and said, by the way, I also want something for the young lady. Cassina, still in high spirits, asked Berto, what is it? I'm eagerly looking forward to it. And the truth that Berto brought was no different from a nightmare. It was a letter sent by her father, the Count, from the south. Just hearing that name made Cassina's heart sink into a deep abyss, and the nightmare began to flood back. Who says home is everything? For Cassina, home was nothing but a realm of extreme torment and haunting. Berto offered a brief explanation. Since I stopped by the Count's place on the way to inquire about his artistic illness and learned that you were here, he took the opportunity to send me this letter. The mention of her father stirred up all the humiliation, anger, and fear within Cassina. She had buried those feelings deep, but now, with just a letter, they were all brought to the surface. She recalled all the scolding and contempt that labeled her as a wayward sister who ran off to another's house, a sister who failed to care for her sibling, truly a useless person. The evasion and the way it was conveyed felt like the Count's countless curses echoing in her ears. It left Cassina breathless and her heart ached more than the disease ever could. Her mind was so unsettled that Mion had to call out several times before she responded. He had to place his hand on her forehead to help her calm down. Thankfully, he was there. Cassina always felt that way. Mion quickly reassured her, if you don't want to read it, I can burn the letter or even throw out the person who brought it. Berto, caught in the crossfire, choked on his words, oh, I'm just the messenger and I'm getting blasted too? He said to Cassina with a wry smile, sorry, miss, it seems I've brought something here that shouldn't have been. Mion, with a steely gaze, added, whatever should or shouldn't be brought, just bring the Count's letter. Cassina gave Berto a reluctant smile and told him, it's all right, whatever needs to happen will happen. She took the Count's letter, sealed with the family crest. It had been a long time since Cassina had seen it. Inside was a lengthy letter, perhaps there was a hint of her father's concern? Cassina still held on to a sliver of hope, though she had probably overestimated it. Each line of the letter was filled with resentment. It was as if he hated not being able to slap her while writing it. He berated her for being a wayward child and questioned why she ran off to her fiancé's house instead of addressing issues directly. What would happen to the family's reputation if anyone knew? If he were here, Cassina would confront her father. She had nothing left to lose or fear. Indeed, her father had always prioritized the family's honor. Had he ever taken a moment to listen to his daughter? He even mentioned Abelia, saying the girl had been distressed over Cassina's situation, had difficulty eating and sleeping, and her condition had worsened, so she should hurry back and check on her. At this moment, Cassina could not even shed a tear. If my sister was ill, was she to be considered as close to death as me, Cassina? If I returned out of concern for her, who would care for me? Was she to suffer daily, waiting for death? At the end of the letter, the Count warned Cassina to return home and not let this affect the family's reputation. If she did, he would be merciful, otherwise, he would expel her, banish her from there. Cassina laughed bitterly, mocking her wretched fate. What was there to fear about expulsion when she was on the brink of leaving this world? What she needed now was just a coffin, which she had already prepared. Mion, concerned, asked, are you all right? Cassina didn't respond. She stood up and sighed, it's just that my father remains the same as ever. She walked with the letter to the fireplace. If she had once dared not to resist and could only endure, now she could stand on her own feet. She was ending the unjust relationship with her father, who had lost much of his respect. Cassina grimly said, if the Count still considers these things important, does he think I need the family? In the end, he still refuses to believe anything. Cassina threw the letter into the fireplace. The fire was beautifully bright, burning away everything that had confined her for over 10 years, everything she had to endure, remain silent, and suffer. Since love was not given, there was nothing more to lose. Cassina's gaze became sharp again, to be the sister who stood behind her brother, the obedient older sister who gave way to her mischievous younger brother, and the confidant to her sickly sibling. Apologies, but none of that mattered now. She did not hate the people there, but given how they treated her, a person deemed healthier than those at home, she had no need to be conciliatory. Cassina grumbled, if you believe that I am sick, you must think of me as a nuisance, right, Count? She did not address him as her father, but only used his title. Mion and Berto were stunned by this scene. The cold, frightening aura Cassina emanated was intense. The Duke struggled to speak and asked, are you all right? It was as if Cassina had become a different person. Reining in her emotions, she turned back and smiled brightly at the Duke, it's fine. I already know the content, so it's not important anymore. I'm sorry, but may I burn it here? Mion was still shocked, but managed to squeeze out a few words, "Feel free to burn it, it's all right." She sincerely thanked the Duke, who always spoiled her like this. At that moment, Cassina suddenly felt a heavy weight in her mind, her breathing became difficult, and she collapsed weakly. It was Haida. The boy was not well. Cassina sensed it, and Mion quickly rushed over to support Cassina. Berto stopped drinking tea and, with difficulty, told the Duke that the boy was in trouble. Ber, standing beside them, boldly guessed, it might be due to her connection with her creation. "We need to get outside quickly to see what's wrong with the creature." Immediately, all three of them hurried to where Haida, the creature Cassina had created, was. Outside, the guards were in an uproar. They were organizing defenses because Haida was going berserk, roaring everywhere, no longer the docile creature from before. Seeing her creation being stabbed by many swords and spears painfully, Cassina wanted to intervene, but Mion was quicker. He tightly held Cassina's waist, pulling her back while drawing his sword. "Stay back, it's very dangerous." No matter what she said, this big guy was now completely out of control. Cassina persisted in trying to convince the Duke, "Don't do that, don't hurt it. I understand it, so please let me handle it." Mion, irritated, turned to scold the subordinates, asking grimly, "What happened?" One of them hesitantly reported, "Just now, when a winter sun mellowed a bit, 2 soldiers found Haida very interesting and wanted to test it. Since the Duke had given permission, they thought it would be safe." At that time, Haida appeared extremely docile, almost like a stuffed toy rather than a monster. The boy was just gazing at the sky and clouds, not paying attention to his surroundings. When it was too peaceful, he didn't like it and sought out danger. A soldier drew his sword and boldly suggested finding its weakness. They stared at Haida and eventually took action. The creature, which was previously calm, went berserk, and Mion was enraged. "You too, I told you to leave it alone." Suddenly, Mion embraced Cassina and sincerely apologized. "It's because of their carelessness that this happened." Cassina smiled warmly, reassuring Mion, "It's all right, let me try again." Mion was adamant about not wanting her to be hurt or exhausted. The two argued fiercely because Mion feared for Cassina's safety, while the monster continued to be uncontrollable. Seeing the young couple argue intensely, Berto suddenly appeared with an expression of dissatisfaction and said, "Hey, don't forget I'm still here. Instead of arguing, just listen to me." Both of them turned their attention to Berto, who seriously said, "Here, I understand artistic maladies better than anyone, so listen to me. The boy is created by Cassina, so she can control it. No one here can do it better than Cassina, so it might be possible to tame it without shedding blood." Mion remained unconvinced and refused to allow it, but Berto, being the expert, said, "Just trust me." Eventually, the Duke was persuaded to order everyone to stay away from Haida. He also had something to instruct Cassina. The Duke approached the young woman, placed a hand on her shoulder, and leaned in to speak quietly enough for Cassina to hear. Whatever the Duke said, it made our heroine blush deeply. Afterwards, Mion went back to manage the chaotic soldiers, instructing them to stand by for orders. Berto approached Cassina to ask a few important questions to better understand the control duration of her creation. "How long does it last?" Cassina honestly replied, "At best, a few hours, at worst, a day." Berto nodded approvingly. "If that's the case, it's no problem. You truly have an extraordinary power." Berto reassured, "Don't worry, just go ahead, Mississippi." Cassina nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to her creation. It was growling and screaming. Cassina clearly felt that it was frightened because these people were provoking it, and it was only reacting defensively and losing control a bit. Looking at the boy, Cassina felt it was as wronged as she was in the past. Trying to explain in every way but facing a language barrier became a terrible thing. She gently smiled and whispered to the boy, "It's all right. You don't need to be afraid anymore, Haida. Do whatever you want. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Haida became gentler, sensing the soft warmth from Cassina. It used its consciousness to call her name because it knew this person understood it and could eliminate its fear. Haida's soul was finally soothed. Cassina was very good at comforting others but often forgot about herself. The emotional vessel of anyone was always open to her, yet her own vessel had long been tightly shut. After the chaos caused by the boy Haida, Mion began directing everyone to repair the area he had destroyed. The training floor had been ruined, and the servants had to start rebuilding to make it usable again as soon as possible. Mion was kept busy with this task, but he still couldn't forget to worry about Cassina, casting glances towards her room. There was no one there. It seemed that Cassina was busy in her room since she hadn't gone out today. He wondered if she was all right after the Haida incident. Half of the Duke's heart was invested in Cassina. Inside the room, Cassina had drawn the curtains to focus on some important tasks. At this moment, she was wearing a luxurious black dress. People often say that dressing formally for significant matters can be more inspiring, and Cassina was no exception. Today, she was not painting but had decided to write a letter. Eventually, this day had come. There was no escaping it or pretending that nothing had happened. The moment the pen was set down, Cassina felt she was no longer the same as before. Although this feeling was still in its infancy, it was enough. Having met kind people who acknowledged her, she knew that even if she wasn't exceptionally talented, she didn't need to compare herself to her younger sister and feel saddened. She had talent, someone had praised her painting as the best. There was no need to hide any illnesses anymore. If she had any, she should express them. She had someone taking care of her, and there was no one telling her to endure this or that anymore. Mion and the doctor always told her to smile more and seek new, beautiful relationships. Cassina was no longer confined by dusty walls. She could laugh, play, and paint freely like a blooming and loved flower. Having finished the letter, Cassina felt a long day had passed. Finally, she had poured out her heart. Suddenly, Mion appeared, asking her what she was doing, as he had called her 5 times without getting a response. Cassina apologized for being too focused. Mion was no longer concerned about her apology. I told you not to say that anymore. Looking at the letter on her desk, Mion curiously asked, "Is this your decision?" Cassina smiled with satisfaction, "Yes. This is my decision. After all, it needs to be said, it's better to settle it now. Breaking up sooner will lessen the suffering." Inside, she felt a bit distressed, unsure if this was the right thing to do. But clearly, her parents had rejected her. The Duke fully supported Cassina's decision. He took her frail, illness-weakened hands and said firmly, "No matter what you do, I support you with both hands and feet. Don't be sad. After all, as children, we don't get to choose where we are born. Parents giving us life is merely their own desire. Even if they provide food, shelter, and material wealth, that's not true nurturing. They must bear their responsibilities correctly." Cassina was astonished by Mion's words. They were concise, impactful, and truly a soothing balm. He smiled warmly and told Cassina, "So, do what you want. If the Earl's family or the Earl doesn't respect you, you have the right to counter them when they insult you. I will take responsibility for everything you do, so feel free." A truly happy smile finally graced Cassina's face. It had been a long time since she had smiled like this. Actually, being next to Mion always made her happy. Cassina sincerely thanked the Duke for being so kind to her. The gratitude made the Duke blush and he awkwardly said, "If you feel grateful, could you spare me a moment?" After Cassina agreed, the Duke led her to a room filled with vibrant, colorful light and luxury. Cassina never imagined she would set foot in such a room. Seeing her face light up with joy made the Duke's heart bloom with happiness. Mion struggled to introduce, "This is a room I've prepared just for you. Although it's not as good as in the south, I think it has everything you need to comfortably paint. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can let me know." Cassina remained rooted to the spot. Everything here was very different and wonderful. At the Count's house, she had never had a proper place to paint. Her room at the end of the corridor was damp and barely saw sunlight. Whether day or night, it was a gloomy room, completely unsuitable for an artist. But the art room Mion prepared was everything Cassina had always dreamed of. With a space full of light, she could paint anytime, anywhere. She walked slowly towards the bookshelf, feeling overjoyed but also a bit pained. This gift was more valuable than anything she had received before, yet why did her chest ache so? She murmured, "You really didn't have to be so kind to me." Mion couldn't see Cassina's expression clearly. He smiled awkwardly and tried to explain, "You don't have to feel pressured, just consider it a gift from me." Kusina felt aggrieved, "But I haven't done anything for you, Mion, so receiving this is really too much." The small girl's grievance was unbearable for Mion. He came up with a reason, "Well, you see, your Haida has been very helpful. Thanks to it, I could defeat monsters more easily." Kusina pouted, "But it also destroyed the entire training ground. Moreover, I'll have to give you the money it damaged by the end of the year." "And what about the scratches it made in the mansion that injured the guards?" Mion was at a loss for words, pushed into a difficult position by Kusina, and uttered a few words, "Don't worry about it." It was also embarrassing, seeing the Duke's expression. Kusina chuckled. He was still so endearing. Kusina turned to admire the art room and expressed her gratitude to the Duke. "Thank you for not making me responsible for those damages. This is truly the art room I like the most. I've always wished for it, and now I can paint more comfortably. The lighting here is great, I can stay here all the time." She then expressed heartfelt regret, slowly saying, "It's just that now I only have half a year left here. It's such a pity." These words made the Duke uneasy. Mion quickly wanted to keep Kusina here and said, "You can stay longer if you want." He was sincere and serious. "Even if you return to the Count's house, you can come back here to paint occasionally, I completely allow it. You're welcome here any time." Kusina smiled sadly and declined, "I only promised to stay for that long." She clasped her hands together tightly to prevent herself from getting emotional. While she sincerely thanked Mion, she mentioned a practical issue, "You also have to welcome a new one, so how can I shamelessly stay here?" Mion wanted to explain that there were no new people here, but Kusina didn't give him the chance. She changed the subject, thanked him, and promised to use the art room well. Mion helplessly sighed, "If anything comes up, just let me know. Tomorrow, the shopkeeper will bring some more items, so make yourself comfortable." With that settled, Mion went outside, and their conversation ended abruptly. Standing in the hallway, Mion was extremely restless. Kusina's words kept echoing in his mind. She wanted to help him, wanted to be with him, but the time was only 1 year. Mion clicked his tongue and cursed the damn time limit. Half a year had already passed. He wandered along the path from Kusina's room, wondering if there was a way for her to stay longer, despite having originally decided to stay for a year by canceling the engagement. From her perspective, it was a natural thing. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like he was being forced. Mion sighed. Honestly, this wasn't the time to be swayed by the words of that small girl. But he didn't know how her illness was and he genuinely wanted to help. Just the art room alone made her so satisfied. However, he suddenly realized a serious fact, something was wrong with his heart, and his brain wasn't functioning correctly. Mion scratched his head and his cheeks began to flush. He wondered why he had been thinking only about Kusina, with no other focus at all. Just as he was in this confused state, Berto appeared from nowhere. With his usual nonchalant attitude, he approached Mion. Still dressed in white, he smiled and asked, "Duke Mion, is there something wrong with my old friend standing here holding his head? Is this some kind of comedy?" Mion, irritated, asked, "What are you doing here?" Berto was very pleased and laughed heartily. "I was invited here by the young lady herself, unlike some others." Mion asked, "Is it really because of Kusina? Is it about the artistic disease?" Seeing his friend serious, Berto confessed, "I came to see the condition because I heard some things from her doctor. Now, I want to check the situation myself and see the young lady's paintings, if that's all right?" Mion didn't think much of it. He placed his hand on Br's shoulder, trusting him completely. "Here, you are the most knowledgeable about artistic diseases, so I hope you can find a cure for Kusina." Berto smiled faintly, "Of course I will do so. I didn't come here to play or sightsee." Afterward, Mion patted Berto on the shoulder and said goodbye, as he had official duties to attend to. Berto was confused. "Why are you lingering here if you're busy?" His eyes began to scrutinize. Could it be that old friend of mine is having trouble with his heart? The source of the Duke's current distress was inside, also engrossed in her easel. Kusina wondered why she had spoken such things to him. The Duke was genuinely kind, and she wanted his help, but now she had to refuse it and even say she would leave. Cassina rubbed her head in frustration. It was like a scene copied from Mion. The two were indeed spiritually connected. As she was introspecting, there was a knock on the door, and Br's voice asked for permission to enter. Cassina quickly tidied everything up, collected her composure, and invited Berto inside. He was still as cheerful as when they first met and asked Cassina, "How do you feel now?" Cassina said she was fine and thanked him for the commotion caused by Haida. Berto smiled slightly. "It's nothing, just a bit of talking." Berto got straight to the point. "Actually, I'd like to see some of your paintings, if you don't mind. And I also want to discuss your illness. The doctor has already told me everything." Cassina was shocked to hear that the doctor had revealed everything. "I said not to tell anyone." Her pupils widened in fear. Berto remained calm. "I want to talk more with you about this." Cassina's expression was now extremely awkward. Her hands unconsciously clenched, and she struggled to tell Berto, "If you wanna, sit down and talk, please." As the evening approached, the sun was a bit gentler. In winter, the days are short and the nights long, and it was already dusk in the north. Cassina sat facing Br, feeling very anxious. She wondered if the doctor had disclosed everything and to what extent. She pressed her hands tightly to keep herself from trembling. Seeing Cassina's fear, Berto spoke first. "Actually, I've heard from more than one person, so the doctor revealed it under my pressure. Also, I already knew the severity of the young lady's condition beforehand." Cassina's mood improved somewhat, and she asked Berto why he knew. "It's because the Berto family has a long tradition of supporting artists. People with your disease are also afflicted with a creative miracle, a type of artistic disease. It's quite rare." Cassina was unsettled to learn that Berto knew due to his family's legacy. Her mood flickered like a candle flame. She forced a smile. "So it's true. I only learned about it 6 months ago." Berto reassured her. "It's nothing. It's just that your type of disease is extremely rare. Moreover, your power truly resembles divine power." Cassina was surprised because she had always been labeled as useless. How could she have divine power? Br, sensing that Cassina didn't fully understand, explained further. "Creating a work of art and maintaining it for an hour is already very difficult, but young Lady Cassina can create a living creature and maintain it for a day, even easily controlling it. There are no records of a creative miracle creating such a large beast." Cassina finally understood. "So that's how it is. This disease is rare, and it's even rarer for someone to trade their entire life to paint as I do." She asked Berto somewhat dazedly, "Do all people accept the price to paint like I do?" Berto agreed. "Few can give up what defines them. After all, it's passion and talent, so most people with artistic diseases don't live beyond 30. Most are more attached to painting than to life, sinking deeper into their art. Eventually, it becomes a mania, using their flesh and blood to create works of beauty they pride themselves on." Cassina didn't expect it to be so severe, but she understood that feeling. Creating a masterpiece with her own hands was something she could relate to. Cassina clenched her hands, accepting that life was the price she was willing to pay to maintain her paintings. She fully agreed with this. Berto said seriously, "I want to help you, so please don't hide anything from me, even if it's something minor." Berto would now discuss the symptoms, and she should just let him know if she had any. He began describing the symptoms of the creative miracle. Those afflicted usually create very vivid and skilled works of art. Typically, the more they paint, the more they feel like they're being hypnotized, needing to finish their work before they can stop. Gradually, they become more sensitive to their surroundings, always feeling gloomy and finding it hard to be in a pleasant mood. Finally, their emotions toward their work develop a strong connection, to the point where no one around them understands the work, but they understand it completely, even believing they own what was created. Every symptom matched closely. Cassina had also experienced a dark period, feeling that nothing was enjoyable besides painting, almost like being hypnotized. She struggled to speak, admitting to Berto that all the symptoms he described were present, not missing a single one. Berto was extremely surprised, not expecting all the symptoms to be present in this young woman. Cassina admitted that she always felt captivated by her paintings, never stopping until she was satisfied. She even wanted those around her to understand her work, but no one could. Yet she understood it thoroughly, just like with Haida. Berto didn't expect this young woman had to endure everything and turned to painting only to relieve her loneliness. Berto sighed, I don't mean to scold you, so calm down. If you keep running away like this, it will ultimately be you who faces difficulties. If you let your emotions control you, painting out of anger, sadness, and loneliness, you will regret it later. Cassina understood every word Berto said. This was the second time someone advised her to live a happier life. Perhaps that would improve the situation? She wasn't sure, nor was she clear. At that moment, Berto asked, Cassina, is it the final stage? She no longer avoided the question and directly admitted it. Berto suggested, would it be all right if you could set aside the painting from your mind, even just for a moment? Cassina firmly denied, it's completely impossible. If I set it aside, I would have nothing left. Seeing Cassina's mood begin to decline, Berto decided to stop and comfort her. Actually, I used to be like you, someone with artistic talent. I couldn't remove it from myself either. Cassina, astonished, asked, even Duke Berto experienced that? Ber's family was a long-established lineage in the arts, known for nurturing and supporting artists. From a young age, Berto had a keen interest in music, specifically the flute. He played it constantly, to the point where his family had to assign someone to supervise him. Laughing heartily to lighten the mood, he confessed to Cassina, back then, I even hid from my family just to play the flute at all costs. Eventually, Cassina's mood improved. Berto moved to the next step and boldly asked Cassina, could you show me your painting skills? Cassina thought for a moment. She needed to go to the Count's house to deliver a letter through a painted portal anyway, so she could show him then. This was a prerequisite for merely viewing her painting. Therefore, if she showed him, he could see and evaluate her ability most accurately. Cassina understood Ber's intention. We can start right away. After a brief moment, Cassina changed her clothes and prepared to paint. Berto wondered, don't you need to sketch it out first, or can you paint directly? Cassina assured, it's perfectly fine. I can paint faster now. She began to lay down strokes of color. Each brushstroke was precise and unwavering. It was the first time Berto had witnessed such a miraculous sight. It was beyond his imagination. Cassina completely shone while painting. Even her incomplete strokes were so vivid that they drew one's consciousness into them. It was more powerful than any ability he had ever seen. It was truly a refined talent. Berto felt as though he was standing still in a charming river setting. Under Cassina's hands, the gentle enjoyment felt as light as a butterfly. Cassina's talent was truly beautiful and astonishing. Berto couldn't figure out how to express this endless feeling to her. On Cassina's side, as painting a space-warping portal was somewhat beyond her strength, she started to feel short of breath. Nevertheless, she had to push through to finish. Just when she seemed unable to hold on any longer, a soft flute melody began to play. Looking over at Ber, she realized he was playing the flute. The melody was soothing and pleasant, making Cassina feel that her breathing was easier, light, and relaxed. The pain tearing through her inner heart completely vanished. Cassina continued to paint. Thus, the space with one person painting and another playing music felt like a fairyland. Naturally, when Berto created the miracle, his eyes shone just as brightly as Cassina's. After some time, the final work was completed. Putting down the paintbrush, a large portal with intricate patterns emerged. The portal glowed realistically, and it seemed that touching it would make the material palpable. Once Cassina finished the portal, Berto also completed his piece of music. Cassina was surprised by his talent, being able to compose music on the spot. Suddenly, he blushed and confessed to Cassina that he had fallen in love with her. In any case, Berto's face would be red from being teased for his strange behavior. Now that they were friends, Berto, excited and embarrassed, asked, "How was my music?" He hoped for praise from Cassina. She thought it was wonderful and was truly grateful to Duke Berto for helping her feel more comfortable while painting. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a spontaneous composition. Seeing you paint so inspiringly, I decided to try composing a piece. I didn't expect it to fit so well." Cassina was astonished, not expecting Berto to be so talented as to compose a song on the spot. He admitted that the melody automatically appeared in his mind the moment he saw Cassina's painting. the portal began to shine even more brightly than before. Returning to the main topic, Berto asked Cassina if the portal would actually lead to the Count's house. How long would it take for her magic to work? Cassina replied that usually, as long as she thought about it, it would materialize immediately. Berto was still very skeptical and somewhat incredulous about the portal this girl had created to reach a dimension she desired. This ability could be said to defy the heavens. Fortunately, she was a kind-hearted girl. They opened the portal to the other side. Berto thought that if they indeed reached the Count's house, it would surely be the power of a deity. Indeed, upon passing through, they entered a rough, old room. It was somewhat small and dusty, like a storage room. Berto remarked, "It seems this is the Count's abandoned room." Cassina looked around and said, "Nothing has changed at all, from the door hinges to the papers on the desk, it's just as it was." She told Br, "This is my room." He was somewhat surprised and apologized for his thoughtless comment. However, no matter how it was looked at, this place didn't seem like a room fit for a young lady. Cassina overlooked it, as Br's misunderstanding wasn't too unreasonable, and in fact, as Berto said, it was old and dilapidated. It was even rougher compared to the more splendid room of an average young lady. Cassina sighed, "What can I do? My sister Abelia's room has pink ironwork, stuffed bears, and toys. I don't know what the other young lady's room looks like because I can't go outside. I have to take care of my sister all day long. That's why I want to make some friends." Her fingers lightly skimmed over the paintbrushes that had long since frayed, which she hadn't touched for half a year. "It's just as lonely here as it is for you." Seeing her sadness, Berto said, "It's all right, miss, now that I'm here to keep you company." He started chattering away as if he hadn't spoken in 1,000 years, saying that being friends with him would be very beneficial. They had introduced themselves and even gone out together. The corners of Br's eyes were filled with amusement as he began to flirt with Cassina. He extended his hand towards her, agreed, "If we've gotten to know each other this well, then we should be friends. Let's make the most of it." Berto continued, "I have a lot of experience with this art of illness, and I can even use my flute to heal you." Hearing him talk so much, Cassina thought she understood the common frequency between Mion and Berto. They both talked a lot. The protagonist was perplexed by the invitation, "I'm not sure what we would do together." So Berto didn't mind, and he chuckled, "Of course I don't mind. Anything you don't know, you can learn gradually." Cassina smiled happily, "If that's the case, let's be friends. Having a friend like this isn't bad." The two shook hands, determined to be friends from now on. "Please help me, Duke," Cassina smiled. This was her second friend after Mion. Unexpectedly, all her friends were male. After establishing this brotherly bond, Cassina asked Berto a serious question, "Since we're friends now, I dare to ask, how did you know what the young lady's room looks like?" Berto froze, "Damn it, I've been caught. How do I deny this now?" Berto struggled to find a solution while Cassina added fuel to the fire. "Usually only a fiancé would be allowed into a young lady's room, and I already have a fiancé. Could you be?" Berto laughed awkwardly, "Please spare me, I don't have one." Cassina thought further, "Then could it be that you?" Berto cut her off, not allowing her to go any further. He explained vaguely that he had been invited for tea before, so that's how he had been in the room, not as she might think. Having an opportunity to tease Duke Ber, Cassina laughed happily. Returning to the main topic, Berto reminded her, "Where and when will you send the letter?" Looking around at the scattered paperwork, Cassina thought, maybe leaving it here would make it hard to notice among the trash. "I should probably put it in the Count's room. But there's one concern, I don't want anyone to know I'm here." Berto asked curiously, "You don't want others to know, so does that mean it's a letter of farewell to your family?" Cassina smiled wryly, "It seems I have to use the term farewell to my family. I wish I could just disappear without anyone knowing. I don't want to run into anyone. What good would meeting them do?" Berto offered a good suggestion, saying if she didn't want anyone to know, she shouldn't let them see it. He acted mysteriously, telling Cassina to quickly draw the curtains and also cover her ears. Outside the Count's estate, the servants were gossiping while cleaning up, discussing the situation at the estate. The atmosphere had been extremely gloomy recently. At family meals, they hadn't exchanged a single word, and even Lord Infix hadn't returned. The whole estate felt as if it were in mourning. Abelia was so upset she had lost her appetite, and her health had deteriorated significantly. Young Master Borden always looked sullen, no longer cheerful or playful. The servants began to gossip about the eldest daughter, with even the household staff blaming Cassina for not returning yet. She should be considerate and return soon, not caring about anyone in the house. Just then, the melodious sound of a flute muffled their voices. It came from the young lady's room, which had been deserted for half a year. As Cassina wondered what was happening, the servants yawned loudly and then collapsed unconscious on the floor. Observing the scene, everyone was asleep, and Cassina couldn't help but admire Br's talent for lulling people to sleep. He chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "These small tricks are nothing compared to the young lady's talents." Cassina looked around. She's surely no one would have a good memory of her. Cassina wandered down the hallway to the Count's study. She had walked this path hundreds of times, but little did she know this would be her last. Berto suddenly asked Cassina if the letter she wanted to leave behind was a farewell letter. Cassina smiled, emotionless. "That's exactly it. It's a letter telling them not to worry about me anymore." Berto asked Cassina if it was too harsh to leave without saying goodbye, considering that, after all, parents are the ones who suffer the most. Cassina gave a bitter smile. "Indeed, I had tried to tell my parents, but did you know that no matter what I said, my father never believed me? He only believed what he could see. Perhaps it was only when he saw my body in the coffin that he would realize I was telling the truth. I wonder if he regretted it at that moment? Unfortunately, I was no longer around to know. If my coffin were sealed forever, perhaps then the family would realize that I was sick." Cassina's desolation was evident, even Berto could feel it. Why had this house turned out this way? Cassina herself admitted that if you want something, you have to speak up. She had tried, but they didn't even care when she wanted to die. At this moment, a familiar figure caught Cassina's eye. It was her little sister Abelia, lying asleep on the floor after hearing Br's flute. She quickly ran over to check on her sister. Berto assured her it was nothing, just a brief nap, about 3 hours, and she would wake up. Cassina's eyes briefly clouded with sadness. Even at this moment, her body still instinctively followed the habit of protecting her little sister. She asked Berto to help carry her to bed. Berto was more than willing to do so. She guided the Duke to place the child on the largest bed, one without comparison or sorrow. Abelia's room was filled with glittering toys, a variety of colorful bookshelves, and stuffed animals of all shapes. Putting the two sisters' rooms on the scale, it was truly like comparing heaven and hell. Looking at the pictures that Abelia had collected of her sister, Berto felt something strange. It seemed he had missed something. Although surprised, Berto wanted to ask Cassina, but she interrupted him. Cassina whispered something into her sleeping sister's ear, her eyes full of affection and boundless love. They genuinely loved and cared for each other. It was just unfortunate that they were born at the wrong time and into the wrong family. After whispering and comforting Abelia, Cassina stood up and signaled that it was time to leave. It was time to do what needed to be done. As Berto followed Cassina, he found himself puzzled. Why was she so attentive to that little girl despite having conflicts with everyone else in the house? Cassina turned her back, leaving an explanatory remark, "Our relationship isn't as you think. It's not about hatred or resentment, just difficult to face. This family is very happy, everyone can clearly see that, and it's the truth. Only the happiness of the five must be maintained by the sacrifice of one remaining person. That is the rule in this house. And Cassina, you are just the second daughter who received no attention, even being invisible. Abelia is ill, Infix always brings good news, Borden is a troublemaker. And me, if I lived here, I couldn't even think of myself for a moment." Cassina's loneliness was as stark as the long corridor she had walked down hundreds of times over the past decade. No matter how hard she tried to walk softly or politely, she was never noticed. So from now on, Cassina was no longer bound. She looked towards the hopeful horizon, having severed her ties with the family. She wanted to live the rest of her life for herself, to do what she wanted, right, Br? She asked him for confirmation to gain more motivation. Berto understood and fully supported her. She would be known not by the title of the successor's sister, not as Abelia's elder sister or the Count's daughter, but as the talented artist Cassina. Her works would be preserved in the world through praises. Berto could see the deep desires reflected in her eyes, immense and grand. Perhaps he could help in some way, at least to achieve what she wanted before leaving. Of course, to do that, forgetting everything about this place was the top priority. That's why the letter had to reach the Count today. After Cassina returned, the Count had just arrived at the mansion as well. He took off his hot, cumbersome coat after working outside all day and asked the butler if anything was going on in the mansion. As the master of the house, the Count immediately felt that something was off from the moment he stepped inside. The butler promptly reported, a strange thing happened earlier. It's unclear why, but everyone in the mansion fell into a deep sleep after hearing a certain melody. Even he himself was put to sleep, and it's been about 3 hours since then. The butler provided a detailed account of the situation. The Count, with a stern face, asked if anyone was injured or if anything was missing. The butler replied that there was nothing. Suddenly, the Count noticed a letter on his desk. He asked the butler, "Is there a letter for the mansion today?" Both were surprised by the presence of the letter, as the mailbox was empty today. Holding the letter, the Count found it strange. If the butler hadn't seen the letter in the mail, how did it end up here? Moreover, the letter had no sender's name, so who could it be from? He opened the letter and saw a familiar seal but couldn't recognize which family it belonged to. It probably wasn't anything special, so he decided to read it. The Count began to read each word of the letter. The opening line was, "Dear Count," with a concise, coherent, and formal style that puzzled the Count. The writer's handwriting seemed very familiar, making it hard for him to skim through as he had initially planned. Immediately, the next line read, "Surely by now, you are wondering who wrote this letter." The Count involuntarily clenched his fist, as the letter's author seemed to understand him extremely well. The following content was, "If I had the chance, I would have many things to say, but now they all seem meaningless. Therefore, from now on, there will be no chance of my returning to this house." At this moment, the Count realized that the letter was from Cassina. The first letter that his daughter had sent to the family after long time away was extremely brief, succinct, and entirely cold. Cassina said to consider this as her final farewell letter, marking the end of everything, including her father's anger and her own resentment. "I will become a famous painter known as Cassina. My paintings will be well received and praised by the public. They will be admired and passed around. My fame will spread throughout the north and even here. Each painting will be desired by many, unlike the ones you disdainfully threw into disarray." The Count was shocked by what the letter conveyed. He looked very carefully and saw that there were no signs that the girl had been coerced. Could Cassina really be this cold? "You often told me not to tarnish the family's reputation. Perhaps I listened and understood, and now I have always adhered to that. This time, I will say something similar to you. Please do not tarnish the name of the future famous painter, someone whom this family will never be able to reach." The Count did not know that writing these words, Cassina had dredged up all the pain she had tried to bury for a decade. Cassina's long wait had ended. She no longer needed to wait for her mother to visit her brother or care for her sister before comforting her. She no longer needed to wait for her father's family gatherings celebrating her brother's success or her sister's recovery to celebrate her own birthday. Cassina revealed a secret to the Count. She had now found a new world, where someone made her look forward and that person always watched over her, never leaving her side. In this world, Cassina was the main character, not Abelia Infix or Borden. It wasn't about being the sister or the younger sibling, nor was there the experience of being slapped in the face until bruised or being thrown out of the room, or being scolded when her sister's play caused a bookshelf to collapse. There was no daily confrontation with someone's anger, even if it was just for giving her sister what she wanted. Because there, Cassina was loved, cared for, and attended to with gentle attention. The little girl would no longer have to cry into her hands at night or suffer the loss of her first birthday present in frustration. Because of love, there were no unwarranted scoldings. Because of love, the broken pieces would be mended. Because of love, there was someone who would pat her head and ask if she was okay, and take her temperature whenever she was ill. Upon reading this, the Count, enraged, slammed his hand on the table. The butler, who had just brought in medicine, was startled. At that moment, the Count was still berating Cassina for being ungrateful for the care she had received. Suddenly, the Count noticed the next line in the letter, which responded to his current anger. The letter was short but succinct. Cassina asked the Count one simple question: did I truly say nothing? 10 long years is a decade, and only a mute child would be unable to speak. Father, you knew from when I was young that I was a well-behaved child who never cried, didn't you? Oh, and I wonder if you even noticed. The Count was taken aback. He began to review everything. When did every fragment in his mind become an image of Cassina smiling? She smiled when studying, she smiled when her little sister whined to keep her from playing with friends. Even when he scolded her, she smiled. When did his child become one who never cried? There was no memory of her crying at all. This could only mean one thing: the child had long since lost her emotions. Cassina revealed, it's not that I didn't speak, but in the presence of everyone gathered, Abelia, Infant, Borden, did anyone ever hear me? Each time I was neglected by my parents, my feelings shattered into pieces. 10 years is long enough for a sturdy mirror to shatter, Father. What could I do but endure that pain and give up speaking? You know, wounds from the outside can heal with medicine, but the cracks in the heart will only widen. A once pristine piece of paper will no longer be the same after being trampled on. Father, if you want to see me, come to the north directly. I will not go anywhere, and when the time comes, bury me however you wish. Enraged, the Count crumpled the letter and threw it on the ground. He ordered to contact Duke Mion and demand that Cassina be brought back immediately. The butler, hesitating, said that the north had already begun winter, and the city gates and checkpoints were all closed. The Count slammed the table, insisting on bringing her back by any means, even if she was ill, and spoke of burying me however you wish. Was this how Cassina spoke to her parents after all these years of upbringing? She was not someone to say such strange things. It seemed the Count was truly someone who chose to believe what he wanted. He forgot that everyone in this house, including himself and the Countess, contributed to the birth and upbringing but failed in the education. In other words, they just threw money at her to fend for herself. How could there be a child who never cried for 10 years? It was just that they hadn't noticed. The butler placed the Count's medicine box down and tried to reveal a truth that had long been ignored. Actually, I think Miss Cassina is really ill. The Count froze in place upon hearing this, becoming even more enraged, and scolded the butler. Are you trying to make me more furious? What nonsense are you talking? The butler honestly reported that months ago, Miss Cassina's room had been reported with strange sounds, vomiting, and frequent fevers. The Count was stunned. If that was the case, he should have been informed. The truth is, whenever I intended to speak, you were always busy, Count. You always said to leave those small matters for later, and gradually I could no longer report anything about what was happening in Miss Cassina's room. It also became a matter taken for granted among the servants. The Count was completely stunned, moving from one surprise to another. The butler added, you yourself told me to report later, and since Miss Cassina is grown up, she also chose to handle things herself. The Count was now truly shaken, though only partially. He ordered the butler, in any case, write a letter to the Duke. Just talk properly with her first, and then we'll deal with it. He believed it would work out. Outside, coincidentally, Abelia had overheard the entire truth. The little girl covered her mouth to stifle her cries, her face pale, her small body trembling with illness, murmuring, so it wasn't a dream after all. She staggered step by step back to her room, the hallway already soaked with her tears. She truly felt sorry for her sister, but sadly, she was the main factor in the disintegration of this family's unity. A child like her could only receive and not share. After all, the fault lay not just with the children of the family. Abelia stumbled into her room, her face in darkness, murmuring, the response that father calls acceptable, it is not acceptable at all. She really has gone forever. In that delirium, the little girl heard her older sister's gentle voice, as always, whispering in her ear, you must always stay healthy. I hope you sleep well. It was just like usual, but who would have thought it would be the last time? Abelia buried her face in the pillow and cried silently. The sister she loved the most, the one who wished her good night every evening and protected her, was no longer there. That night, the separation was never one-sided, it was far from easy for Cassina. She had thought for a long time before coming to this decision. She fiddled with the gift her mother had given her on her birthday, the only gift, which had been taken by Bon. Now, everything had come to this point. She had wanted to forget, but now she was behaving like a fool. Thinking about Abelia made Cassina feel heartbroken. They had once shared beautiful days together. She didn't hate the little girl, on the contrary, she was the one Cassina loved most. They had lived together for a long time, sharing the same blood, but all of Cassina's losses came from that little girl. Cassina bore no resentment, it was just time to put an end to her suffering. The girl would probably remain blissfully unaware of the pain she had caused. On the table was a drawing of a bird, which she had originally intended to send to Abelia, afraid that the girl might miss her. But now, it was no longer necessary. She made the final stroke to complete the bird's shape, she had to do what needed to be done. The only thing Cassina wanted now was to cut off this cruel fate. Her bird spread its wings, obeying its owner's whispered words. Cassina attached the small bag, which she considered her life, to the bird's leg and whispered a few words in its ear. The bird flew far away, carrying Cassina's wish. It wasn't about sending love or anything like that. Cassina entrusted it with the task of flying through the night, finding a place where no one, even herself, could reach. If such a place existed, it should drop the bag there. Let the happy and sad memories vanish into the void. After all, she was about to leave, so she had to let go. Then she would create a new fate. The bag sank into the water, and everything truly ended. Family bonds, sibling love, sisterly affection, father-child relationships, or even more sacred maternal love, all were severed. Now, she was happily living with Mion and Duke, Berto in a glass house reputed to be a masterpiece of the north, where she could enjoy the snow in winter without affecting her health. In reality, only Cassina was happy. Mion was extremely uncomfortable with Duke Berto's presence. He grumbled and growled, asking, "Why are you here?" Berto, with a provocative smile, replied, "Well, Cassina invited me here, you know. I didn't just come to mooch." "Right, Cassina?" Mentioned by name and pointed out, the dazed girl was startled. It seemed she needed to explain a bit. Cassina turned to Mion with a bunny-like look. "I'm sorry for inviting Mr. Berto here without asking. I just thought it would be fun to celebrate the anniversary of our friendship with him." Mion's expression remained stern, making Cassina quite nervous. She dared not explain further and said if Mion didn't like it, he should forgive her. How could the Duke tolerate this? He dismissed the matter and replied casually, "It's fine, just an extra mouth here to complain." Cassina peeked at Mion's expression, somewhat puzzled if she had done something wrong to make him look so unhappy. The cakes and honey tea were all prepared. Cassina's favorite time was a peaceful tea party. Mion asked, "What's the schedule for today?" He was asking Cassina, but someone uninvited interjected. Berto, delighted, answered, "Today I'll be studying with Cassina." "Is that cool?" Mion snapped, "Who asked you about your schedule?" "I'm asking Cassina." Berto retorted, "Well, you didn't specify. Seeing you ask casually, I just answered. Are you bullying me?" Mion, irritated, responded, "I was asking Cassina, not some guy like you." Berto lamented, pretending to be heartbroken. "Hearing my friend say that makes me feel quite hurt." Cassina found the back and forth between the two very amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Both Berto and Mion immediately stopped, turning to Cassina, not understanding why she was laughing so hard. Cassina replied, "It's just that you two seem like such close friends from many lifetimes." Berto was completely captivated, his face slightly reddening. Cassina smiled brightly with happiness, laughing because the two were so close, and they gave her a sense of familiarity. Mion and Berto were not exactly friendly, they were fated adversaries, bickering like crazy. Cassina found life to be much more peaceful now, being able to laugh and talk freely, and converse with others with ease. Mion was still trying to explain, both he and Berto were entangled in a fateful grudge, with the Duke's stubbornness being hard to articulate. Seeing her smile, he scratched his head and asked, "Really, Ksenia, do we look funny to you?" Ksenia gently expressed, "It's just that you like it this way," enjoying the honest back and forth without reservation. Ksenia's heart had opened up more, she no longer tightly bound her soul with as many chains as before. And this change was largely due to Mion, a man who, though rough and coarse, always showed gentle concern for others and prioritized Ksenia above all else. There might not be another person like Mion in the world. A world with Mion can only be here. Ksenia was sure she had recognized the change within her heart, she liked Mion very much. The Duke was unaware and, seeing Ksenia's constant smiling, he became embarrassed, scratching his head and telling her not to laugh anymore, and if your health isn't well, just ignore him and go back to your room. Ksenia laughed, "See, he cares for me so much, he's even worried that I might be too happy and tire myself out." To Ksenia, the warmest man in the world was like this. Later, Ksenia asked about Mion's schedule. He announced that he would soon have to go out, into the Beast Forest, to search for evidence regarding Hades' information. Everything was ready, they just needed to wait for him to start. Hearing this, Ksenia felt a surge of emotions. Recently, she had been a bit selfish, so what she wanted to say was to ask him not to go, but she still managed to control her feelings. She smiled gently and told Mion to be careful and promised to behave at home. Mion's emotions were a mess, his face turned red, and he muttered. This was the first time someone was waiting for the Duke to return home. Usually, he would be gone until the next New Year, just enjoying himself with a few men. However, he knew that Ksenia felt lonely and must be longing for someone to be with her. Mion patted Ksenia's head affectionately to reassure her restless feelings, gently saying he would return as quickly as possible, so she should wait for him. Ksenia was surprised by the Duke's sweet promise, he seemed to have read her inner thoughts and offered a comforting promise. She nodded contentedly, agreeing to wait for him no matter what. Mion, feeling guilty and awkward, promised to bring back a better magic stone Hazel than before, just as he had promised, with it, she would feel better. It turned out that his purpose for this trip was also for Ksenia. She felt warm inside, though she still hoped her Mion would return safely. Ksenia joked that perhaps the Duke had prayed for her, which made the Hazel truly effective. Mion agreed. Berto watched the entire scene, feeling like a mere spectator. Yet, he had the opportunity to see this interesting moment. Clearly, the emotional bond between the two was showing. Although it leaned slightly to one side, there was something on the other side as well. Seeing his friend, who was usually so rough and brutish, able to make Lady Ksenia smile so comfortably, it seemed that Berto's friend was indeed charming. However, Berto was troubled by one thing. Wasn't it that they were preparing to cancel the engagement? Ksenia sipped her tea, glancing subtly at the Duke. Berto knew she probably didn't want to make her feelings for the Duke too obvious. The atmosphere was cheerful and lively until Ksenia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, starting to feel nauseous. However, she couldn't ruin the mood for everyone. She controlled her nausea so much that her hand holding the teacup was shaking uncontrollably. At this rate, she might end up collapsing, so Ksenia stood up, calmly and gently saying she was feeling a bit tired and asked to leave early. The Duke immediately inquired about her well-being and offered to help her back, but she refused. If Mion took her back, he would see everything. Ksenia smiled, appearing fine, and said she could go back on her own, asking him to stay and continue talking with Duke Berto. After all, there was still time left in the tea party. Mion was annoyed but decided to ignore Berto. He didn't care to continue the conversation. Berto, sitting aside, was also in an awkward position. So, Ksenia slipped away to her room before the tea party was over, leaving just the two of them in a tense silence, extremely uncomfortable. Berto began to poke fun, clicking his tongue. Well, look who it is, what's this about Hazen stones? Mion responded irritably, when? Are you going to leave? It was clear that when Ksenia was present, he was accommodating, but without her, he was straightforwardly dismissive. Berto sighed, I must have done something good to be friends with you. Berto awkwardly changed the subject, don't you think it's excessive, with a friend who traveled all this way just because you asked? Mion saw through it, there's nothing to You wouldn't come just because of a request, but probably out of curiosity about the owner of the painting, right? The letter Mion sent previously had included a painting of Kusina, mainly to pique Berto's curiosity. That's why he came here. Berto sighed. So you knew, leaving an unfinished painting in there, Mion retorted. Well, I wanted that painting to be completed, so if it's you, you'd probably return it anyway. Mion then seriously addressed the main topic, asking if he and Kusina had any classes, and how serious Kusina's condition was. Berto evasively replied, I don't know, Berto. Mion snapped, this is not the time for jokes. Actually, Kusina had previously asked Berto to keep a secret from the Duke after reflecting on the miraculous power she possessed. She requested that Berto keep this matter from the Duke, hoping that he wouldn't know about the remaining time she had. She wanted both of them to be happy until then and part ways peacefully. Simply because Kusina didn't want the kind-hearted man to be haunted by her death to the point of pain. She alone would endure the suffering of death, which is why Berto currently kept the secret from Mion and said it was Kusina's request, so there was nothing else to do. Mion was taken aback. Berto smiled and stood up, so I can't tell you anything. Berto also ended the conversation with her, keeping secrets and never revealing them even once. Berto changed the topic to make his friend's mood more relaxed. So, what's this Hazen stone Kusina mentioned that makes her feel better? Berto asked. Mion explained, it's the type of stone that helps Kusina improve. It's obtained when hunting magical beasts, though it's very rare. Berto pointed out, rare, yet you didn't tell the lady, and also promised to return early. I heard that according to the belief, just giving a Hazen stone to a sick person can make them improve day by day, right Mion? Berto teased, since when did Duke Mion become so superstitious? The Duke, caught in his own words, was irritated. He pointedly warned Berto, I've heard of such beliefs, if someone points a finger at someone else, that finger will break. Let me demonstrate. Berto wisely fled, knowing he would end up roasted if he stayed. Mion called out, still fuming, hey, what's this class you mentioned? Stop being secretive, I'm getting irritated. But anyone close to Mion probably wasn't afraid of death. Berto poked his head out, laughing, well, it's a secret. Returning to Kusina's room. After parting ways with Mion and Berto at the tea party, she was trying to compose herself in her room. Just then, a maid passing by heard strange noises coming from the room and came in to check. Seeing Kusina shivering while clutching her stomach, the maid asked, Miss, are you all right? Kusina was startled. She absolutely couldn't let anyone else know. If they knew, Mion would also find out. She didn't want anyone to see her in this pitiable state. She composed her expression, tried to adjust her face, and managed to force a weak smile at the maid. I'm fine, I just slipped and am a bit tired. The maid immediately became concerned, quickly helping the young lady up and then saying she would go fetch a physician. Kusina struggled to stop her, there's no need to make a fuss, it's just a minor fatigue. She clutched her hands tightly, trying to keep herself upright and reassured herself that everything was completely fine, just uncomfortable. The maid was adamant, the physician must be called as ordered by the master. Even if it's just a minor issue, the physician must be summoned. Hearing Mion's order warmed Kusina's heart a bit. He always cared about her down to the smallest detail. It might even be more comforting than some bitter medicine. Kusina wearily told the maid, please invite the physician to my room. In her heart, Kusina tried to reassure herself that nothing serious had happened yet. She was still managing, and it was far from over. She hoped time would slow down a bit. She hadn't cared before, but now she wanted everything to slow down. Please. Afterward, Kusina went to her room and lay down on the bed to rest. The physician who examined her was the same one who had treated her in the south before. Only this person was willing to tell her the whole truth about her condition and was fair with all patients. He even left his work at the clinic to come here for someone like Kusina who was on the brink of death. The physician reported Kusina's condition after examining her. Health has deteriorated a little, but not much. However, even a small deterioration is significant, indicating that Kusina's condition is progressing slowly. However, each outbreak increases the suffering. Kusina thanked the physician for coming so promptly every time she had an attack like this. He asked her about her symptoms, and she recounted the recent symptoms she had experienced. The prescription had already been changed to a new one, so it was necessary to review the symptoms to determine if the medicine was suitable. First, Cassina mentioned her vomiting condition and asked the physician, "Lately, whenever I eat something, I end up vomiting everything. Is it possible to avoid eating? I don't want Mion to see me in such a terrible state." He advised Cassina, even with frequent vomiting, it is necessary to eat to sustain the body. Cassina's condition is like a sandcastle, the waves keep hitting it and it might collapse at any moment. Therefore, it needs to be reinforced, even if eating causes painful vomiting, it is still necessary to maintain. Cassina smiled wryly and asked, "Is it just a matter of paying attention to eating?" He mentioned many things. The physician looked at Cassina, a young girl being gradually drained of vitality. He gave her this piece of advice, among those in similar situations, "If you want to live, I can help you, even if it's just for one more day. However, the prerequisite is that you must have the will to live." Speaking of the will to live, Cassina felt she had found it now. She was no longer living in the past with the Count's family or anything, but she had found a new world for herself. There, Mion and friends cared for her when she was ill. Now, she suddenly felt a bit of greed that she would be happy beside that man. Her work would become famous and well received. Cassina would be renowned as a genius painter, with her paintings. At that time, she would have happy memories with Mion and part ways neatly. She told the doctor, "Don't worry too much. I don't want to make Mion feel unnecessary guilt." The doctor asked Cassina another question, "Do you feel any particular pain?" Cassina thought for a moment. She knew what he was referring to, which was the issue with her heart. It throbbed and ached to the point where she felt like it might burst, as if someone were squeezing it tightly. At times, Cassina wished it would just burst to stop the pain. Of course, her mood was just like that. The physician nodded in sympathy. He had once experienced temporary blindness due to an artistic illness and shared the same feeling. The eyes seemed to be about to burst when one could do nothing, which was how symptoms of artistic illness manifested. The physician sighed, if only every person with artistic illness had common symptoms, then there would be hope in finding a cure. Cassina comforted the doctor, "It's all right, it's fortunate to have you here helping." Indeed, he was also a source of motivation for Cassina to change herself. Originally, she wouldn't have known Berto and him, but now both were involved in bearing the burden of her life. The doctor immediately corrected himself, saying, "Don't say that. My job is to save lives." If a doctor were to have patients hide their illnesses, they would no longer be a doctor. That statement made Cassina pause, as if he were referring to her own condition. In the past, she had to hide her illness from her family too. Cassina gave a wry smile to the physician, self-deprecatingly, finding it ironic that now, at the very end of her life, she was still clinging greedily to life, a realization that came too late. The doctor kindly said, "It's nothing. You're a patient, so you don't need to apologize, and you have the right to pursue whatever you want, whether it's health or illness, at any time." Just then, Berto knocked and entered the room. He still had his usual relaxed demeanor and gave a mild smile to the doctor. "I just wanted to talk to Cassina, so I came in here. I didn't mean to interrupt." He was still the calm and polite young man. The doctor waved his hand, "It's fine. You can come in now, I've finished my examination." He bade farewell to Cassina and Berto, reminding her to take her medication regularly and to contact him if there were any issues. "By the way, before I leave, I have one more thing to say. Don't give up on life. What I said earlier was true. If you want, I can help you live a little longer, even if just a bit." Cassina added another bit of motivation to her hopelessness. Everyone hoped Cassina could live to make up for the life she had lived before. Cassina's mood improved, she smiled brightly at the doctor, "Thank you. I don't think I want to die early, so don't worry too much." Her eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy, and she gently expressed to the doctor and Berto, "I feel a bit regretful now. If I had realized this world a bit earlier, I wouldn't have locked myself away, painting all day. Instead, I would have opened the door that kept me confined and stepped out into the world to enjoy everything I could. I think now I have enough courage to step out, even though time is running out." The doctor felt somewhat reassured. He couldn't treat patients who had no will to live. But if a patient wanted to live, he would do his best. After finishing, he left, leaving Cassina and Berto alone in the room. With the doctor gone, the room was now just Cassina and Berto. However, the Duke remained silent, which made Cassina a bit worried. She asked, "Did you come here for something? You mentioned needing to say something earlier, and now the atmosphere feels a bit serious." Berto smiled soothingly, "It's nothing, just relax. I came here because of something related to witnessing your miraculous art creation." In fact, after passing through the portal Cassina created to enter the space on the other side as if through a gateway of the divine, Berto had spent hours pondering. It was very strange and he couldn't make sense of it, so he came directly to ask Cassina. What troubled him was the unusually rapid progression of Cassina's art-related illness. Berto's expression became serious. "It's truly a problem." Cassina was also stunned, as she didn't have much knowledge about the illness and thought it was normal. Berto struggled to explain, "In the world, there are many people with art-related illnesses like yours. Although miraculous creations are rare, it is still just an art-related illness. The common factor in this illness is that people do not live long, specifically, 30 years is already quite long. However, even though these people continuously create miracles every day, they are fortunate to live up to 30 years or slightly beyond." Thus, Berto found Cassina's condition progressed unusually fast. It was nearing death at not even 20 years old. Berto looked at Cassina seriously and asked her a question, requesting her to answer truthfully and without concealment if he were to help her. Cassina was somewhat tense due to the gravity of Berto's words. He asked if she knew about the taboos in art creation, things that should absolutely not be done. Berto asked Cassina, "Do you know about the existence of these taboos?" In reality, Cassina had no idea. She was like an amateur painter, progressing and creating art with innate talent. This made Berto feel a bit regretful. As someone who sponsors artists, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, subconsciously clenching his hands. It was indeed a pity. She wasn't born in the right environment. Normally, talented artists like Cassina, if raised under the care of their family, would have had a proper art teacher and wouldn't be in this situation. It was truly regrettable for a wasted talent. Seeing Yar's lack of reaction, Cassina spoke up to help him focus better. Duke Berto smiled slightly, "I apologize. Now I'll explain. Before discussing the taboos, we need to understand the theory of art-related illnesses more deeply. Generally, people think that having the talent to create miracles means one has an art-related illness, but more accurately, an artist must pay a price for the miracles they create. Because even with talent, miracles have limits. For example, Berto, while his flute can heal, it cannot cure those who are severely ill and near death or those who have lost hope or are suicidal. That is his limit. However, some people may break this limit by paying a price, which is called an art-related illness. And of course, it is a taboo." Cassina clenched her hands, resolved to calmly ask Berto, "What are those taboos?" There are 3 taboos in creating miracles to avoid paying too high a price. First, do not go against the laws of nature. Simply put, do not resurrect the dead, as it violates the principles. Second, do not reverse time, as it will disrupt the functioning of the world. The second rule is not to create humans. Painting a human will cause disorder in all systems. If an artist replaces the creator and makes humans, it will shatter the laws of nature. Upon hearing the word human, Cassina's heart skipped a beat. She felt a shiver and unease. Berto continued, "Creating living beings such as animals and plants is not a problem, but creating a human is absolutely forbidden. It is the divine power closest to that of God, and humans cannot replace God. Therefore, using such a miraculous power is a violation of divine principles and is strictly prohibited, becoming a very significant taboo. After all, who does not have the desire to create a human according to their own will? The power of God indeed has a great temptation. And finally, the unchangeable rule is not to use miracles to kill people. If Cassina can draw a living heart, she can also draw that person in a state of death. Just like divine judgment, it is taboo. To sum up the principles for Cassina to understand easily, do not use miracles for actions close to that of a deity. Because the deity is omnipotent, and humans cannot replace him. Cassina nervously asked Berto, "What will happen if I try to use miracles and break all 3 taboos?" "The only answer is to pay with your life or lose a part of your body." Cassina was slightly anxious. "If I die, it's not a problem, but losing a part of my body, compared to someone who paints, is no different from being dead." Berto agreed with that. However, he seriously asked Cassina if she had ever created a human. "You need to tell the truth," he emphasized. Cassina thought for a long time. Asking whether I have or have not while being so lonely is not unreasonable. But once there is a sprout, it will gradually grow and become a large, dense tree. On that tree, there will be leaves that want to hide because they are shy of the sunlight outside. Cassina is no exception. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at Berto, and she answered verbally that she had never done so. In reality, if Mion were here, he would know that Cassina was lying from her behavioral expressions. Berto, however, did not know anything about Cassina. Now he only felt confused because Cassina's illness was very peculiar. If she had never broken any taboos, there would be no reason for the illness to reach stage 3 at such a young age. He told Cassina that there were many people in the world who created miracles and were more frequent than Cassina, yet they still lived to be 30 or older. So, this was indeed a conundrum. Cassina asked Berto a troubling question: "Do I have a chance to survive? In the past, I never had the will to live, so I just waited for death. But now, I do have the will, and a lot more, so I want to try being greedy for once." Hearing Cassina's question, Berto felt a bit helpless. It was like a doctor who cared deeply for their patient but couldn't cure them. The more frustrating part was having a desire to live but being unable to do anything. Seeing Berto in distress, Cassina also realized that everything seemed impossible. She gave a slight self-deprecating smile. "Before, I wanted to die, but now I'm asking such a silly question." Berto comforted her. "Nothing is impossible. Isn't it true that artistic illness is meant to be unsolvable? I will do my best to help you. Moreover, although it might be somewhat convenient, I have thought of a method to reduce your condition to a lower level." Cassina was a bit confused. What kind of treatment requires Berto to use the term somewhat convenient to describe it? It's to intentionally create an unfinished masterpiece. In other words, when Cassina is almost done painting, you should stop at the final brushstroke. Berto explained further, "A painting missing the final stroke is not considered complete, and no miracle will occur. It's different from my musical miracles, where the whole piece must be played. It's hard to stop once you're immersed in music. So, for the painting miracle, just try to control yourself to stop at the final stroke." Cassina was skeptical. "Indeed, if I stop at the final stroke, it will be an incomplete painting, but is that okay?" Berto assured her, "Cassina, you are a talented artist. Even if a painting is missing a stroke in your eyes, for the audience out there, it is already a masterpiece." He extended his hand to save Cassina's fate. "I believe that if it's you, you will surely make it. If Cassina gives me a painting missing a stroke, I will make sure it becomes famous as expected." Looking at that strong hand, could she believe it? Or rather, did she feel insecure about herself and did not dare to take the bet? But it seemed that there was nothing left to lose. Cassina placed her slender hand into Bjar's large hands. It was not as rough as Mion's from wielding a sword, but it had a sense of serenity. "Although there is not much time left, I still hope you can help," Cassina said. She smiled sincerely, making Duke's heart race, his face flush red, and his heart beat fast. Seeing Berto in a daze, Cassina called out to him to bring him back to his senses. He composed himself and reassured Cassina, "Even if you have an artistic illness, there is no law that forbids us from treating it." Didn't Cassina already try to break down the walls that confined her? The light you see every day is a result of your own efforts. So, why not look further, care about what you want, and strive to complete it? We will go together. I will be with you to the end and happily walk alongside you as friends. Of course, I don't intend to protect you excessively, but to some extent, just let us know what you want, where you want to go, and how you want to do it, and we will help you as friends." Berto spoke with all his sincerity from the bottom of his heart, leaving Cassina a bit embarrassed. Outwardly, she laughed it off as overly grand, but in reality, she was already deeply touched. She had someone she loved and a friend like Berto who was always by her side. After the conversation with Berto, Cassina felt much calmer. She often sat on the balcony to relax her mind after a long, stressful day of work. Moved by the scene, gazing at the moon, she thought about Duke Mion and wondered how he was now. Had he set off yet? Perhaps he was in too much of a hurry and couldn't bid her farewell. Not wanting to dwell on him too much, and with limited time left, Cassina decided she needed to write down the additional things she wanted to do. For Cassina, everything now is precious. She has a friend like Berto, someone who cares and loves her, and a space to paint freely. Next, she thought of giving a gift to her beloved. The image of Duke Mion immediately appeared in her mind. She planned to cook him some delicious dishes, pack them in pretty boxes, and give them to him while he was on his campaign. Then came the thought of Duke Mion's hugs. Oh, how smitten she felt! Cassina quickly erased the 18+ images from her mind. She realized she was getting carried away and needed to slow down. Since Cassina was sitting on the balcony, she wasn't aware of what was happening inside the room. Mion had been watching her for a while. Earlier, after knocking on the door several times without a response, he had rushed in, thinking something might have happened. To his surprise, he found Cassina diligently writing something, looking serious, then pulling at her hair and hitting herself in a way that was both pitiful and incredibly endearing. Mion felt a sense of satisfaction seeing this. She was undeniably adorable. But then Mion was startled by his own thoughts. He couldn't believe he was thinking such beastly things. Seeing Cassina lost in thought, Duke Mion walked in and asked, "I knocked on the door several times, yet you didn't respond." "Cassina, what's going on?" Cassina quickly stood up to apologize, saying, "I was just lost in thought." She then asked Mion, "Have you returned or are you about to leave?" Mion was there to inform Cassina that he needed to scout deeper into the forest before the official campaign began. The Duke added, "Since I'll be away for a while, I wanted to see you before I left. I noticed you didn't look well earlier, so I was a bit worried." Cassina smiled faintly to reassure him, "I'm a bit tired, but I'm feeling better after resting. The doctor has checked me too." Mion was relieved to hear she was okay and wanted to ask more about her condition but suddenly remembered Berto had mentioned that Cassina didn't want to reveal too much. Was there something she was hiding? Mion found it difficult but tried to control his feelings. He clenched his teeth to maintain his composure and awkwardly adjusted his words, telling Cassina to rest well and not overexert herself. "If you need anything, let me know." Cassina smiled brightly and obediently listened, also reminding Mion to stay safe and come back. They parted like a couple saying goodbye, with the man heading to the battlefield and the woman reluctantly watching him go. The night sky was beautiful and bright but felt lonely. Cassina felt a tinge of sadness as he left, knowing her time was limited. Cassina asked Mion, "When will you return?" Her small, elegant voice carried a hint of regret. Mion hesitated, intending to say he'd be back the day after tomorrow but quickly changed his answer when he saw Cassina's hopeful eyes, like a small, expectant stray cat. It made Mion struggle to control his emotions, so he said he would return by noon the day after tomorrow. As soon as he said this, he mentally chastised himself, wondering if he would even make it by then. He realized he had spoken impulsively. Unexpectedly, the Duke's rash promise actually made Cassina very happy. She could look forward to seeing Mion again soon. The fairy smiled softly like the bright moon, gently promising, "I will wait for you." Mion was haunted by the thought of the little girl. The next day, his subordinates had a terrifying experience due to their master. In the northern forest, surrounded by snow, there was no trace of green or life, only a blanket of white. The northern forest was notorious for its monsters during winter, and traveling through it was difficult. Mion led his cavalry through at a gallop. Though they were on a scouting mission, not a race, he was pushing hard because of his promise. An aide reminded him, "Duke, you're moving a bit too fast. We still have plenty of time, so we don't need to rush." Mion replied sternly, "I have to be back by noon tomorrow, so we must hurry." The aide, hearing this, was incredulous, as normally they would travel until nightfall and still might not make it. The aide quickly shifted sympathy to the exhausted soldiers, who were so worn out they moved like zombies on their horses. But Mion didn't care, recommend. You follow my orders, I'm the commander, and I lead. You need to keep up, Mion said. Unbeknownst to Cassina, her presence had caused the soldiers to complete the scouting trip in a fraction of the usual time. As they reached deeper into the forest, where the snow was falling thicker and the environment darker and more eerie, Mion stopped his horse. Fortunately, Mion still had some compassion and allowed his subordinates to rest. He instructed them to quickly eat some simple food and then regroup to continue. He himself looked toward the darkened area of the forest, where monsters roamed, starved and driven mad by the winter, ready to attack at any moment. Mion's ancestors, heroes who had protected the north and fought monsters like gods, had passed down the tradition and spirit to the current and future generations. Mion was no exception. For him, this was a duty, a mission, and a responsibility to protect the people of the north. Now, it had an added weight. He had the little girl to think about. Thus, Duke Mion's thoughts were on returning to embrace Cassina tightly after the campaign, just as she had asked, but in good health. He was determined to bring back plenty of Hazan. Meanwhile, the little girl in Duke Mion's heart was standing in front of the mansion, waiting for her husband. Her gaze was fixed on the gate of the mansion. Although she knew Mion would return the next day, waiting for the one she loved was a form of happiness. Cassina wrapped herself in the velvet scarf Mion had bought for her. As she was waiting, she heard a voice behind her. It was the doctor who had examined Cassina in the south and had come to stay with her through the winter to monitor her health. He teased, "Cassina, why are you standing here? The Duke won't be back until tomorrow." Cassina smiled awkwardly and pretended to say, "Actually, I'm just taking a walk." To be honest, even though he's not coming back until tomorrow, Cassina couldn't help but wait for the image of that man to appear before her. However, no matter how Cassina explained it, the doctor and the servants understood completely. It's human love, after all. The doctor observed for a while and remarked, "Cassina, you've changed so much from when you were in the south." She herself felt the same way. She cheerfully told the doctor, "I feel more positive now than before. I've done new things that I've never done before." The doctor, curious, asked, "What are those things?" Cassina began to list them as they stood in the courtyard. Summarizing a few things, the snow had fallen, covering the entire garden and the seating areas. The north was very different from the south, everything was covered in a blanket of white. Cassina's first change was making this trip, and then writing letters. You know, letters informing the Count's family not to worry about me anymore. Although I know it's painful, I actually feel happier now that I've severed ties with them. Cassina then asked the doctor, should I return all the money to them? What Cassina referred to was the cost of their upbringing throughout her life. How many people record the amount their parents spent on raising them from childhood? They say that the debt of raising a child can't be measured, but for Cassina, it could be, even if it was just a chest of gold. Cassina awkwardly clasped her hands, seeking the doctor's opinion. My parents cannot keep drawing up my life according to their wishes, right? Even though I had previously accepted the long pain. The doctor, pitying a girl with a gentle nature, said, Parents are guardians of their children, not owners of their lives. From birth to adulthood, parents will care for, nurture, and watch over their children. Then, when the children grow up, they will look back at their parents, take their hands, and show their gratitude. He took Cassina's hand and comforted her. For Cassina, the lack of care or attention from her parents was a reason for her illness. And of course, Cassina had nothing to blame them for. If she had more time or health, perhaps the sacrifice would be voluntary, but now, enduring the physical and emotional pain caused by them was already a sufficient sacrifice. Cassina was very grateful that the doctor understood her. Her unwillingness to look back at the Count's family was also proof of leaving the past behind. She didn't need an apology. Cassina had her new world, why should she continue to live in that pain and die day by day? Before her was a new door leading to a brighter future, a future where Cassina was loved, where she could be told she was ill, could cry, be cared for, and even just share. So she decided to walk through that door. Although there was a bit of regret about dying now, she would live according to the glory. She would return to the Count's house with the money she earned from painting, so they would know that what they discarded as trash had become renowned worldwide. For Cassina, spring had truly come, even in the middle of the snowy season. Meanwhile, back in the distant northern mountains, Mion was commanding the troops for reconnaissance. At the same time, today's second objective was to destroy the Haida deep inside and, of course, to search for Hazal for Cassina. The group began to gather and listen to Mion's orders. The commander's orders are, first, go as deep as possible, mark the territory, dangerous areas, and possible resting spots for future expeditions. Second, destroy as many Haida as possible. Maintain formation to launch the attack, Mion reminded. Target the Haida's Achilles tendon and unprotected abdominal area. Only aim at those two spots, and don't hit other areas. However, as the Duke and a commander, I emphasize that if you encounter danger, immediately protect yourself. Everyone here has families at home. Additionally, they were to both destroy Haida and collect Hazal to hand over to him. The group immediately became agitated because they needed Hazal too. It was a very rare gem that dropped from monster kills. It could be sold as jewelry or even given to someone sick to make them healthier. Mion abused his authority. You all must follow my orders without question. One of them, daring to voice an opinion, had his ear pulled by Mion as a lesson. The surrounding troops laughed, and the young man was corrected by Mion. Who dares to argue with the Duke? At that moment, Mion detected a killing intent. His hand was ready on the sword, prepared to fight at any time. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and the devil appears. A Haida with a tough shell and horns appeared before them. It was large, sturdy, and terrifying. Mion coldly said, "What a coincidence, it's right here." The Duke began to command everyone to spread out and surround it, not to concentrate in one place. The soldiers who had just been laughing now obeyed the Lord's orders like chess pieces. The armor-clad fighters followed, and he smiled with bloodthirsty intent. "Just right, neither too many nor too few," he said, with spirit and determination, ready to fight for the homeland. However, just as he was about to withdraw his sword, an unexpected variable arose. Who would have thought that the Duke's premature crowing would happen? As soon as the Haida appeared, it let out a roar. Mion's assistant was slightly surprised by this action and didn't react in time. It seemed as if it was calling for something. As soon as it was mentioned, an earthquake began, with severe aftershocks that seemed like they might collapse the area. Mion remained steadfast in front of the Haida. A soldier was on high alert, surveying the surrounding situation due to the strange and violent tremors. His sharp gaze swept across the legion. They were now like prey being hunted in the middle of a snowy forest, plump and fragrant. The sword began to tremble as too many Haida appeared at once, like an army. They were pleading for their captain to come to their rescue. They had families at home, and with so many enemies, they couldn't fight them all. The captain, in their view, was currently fighting fervently. After finishing off a Haida, Mion grinned excitedly like a demon immersed in blood. As long as there were magical beasts here, he was ready to take them all on. The legion was in panic as they were surrounded by many fierce Haida. Mion was also surprised. Although they seemed mindless, they could call for their pack, block attack routes, and push everyone into the center like eggs in a basket to gradually eliminate them. But the more, the better. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement. Any Haida that came near Mion fell, lying in pools of blood, their bodies hardly recognizable. Mion shouted, rallying the troops to maintain a combat distance, stay focused, and not turn their backs on the enemies. It's not as hard as the first time we fought. Thanks to Cassina pointing out and finding the weak points, he said. Everyone, immediately target the weak points as mentioned earlier. Don't panic or slash aimlessly, and everything will be fine. At this moment, a soldier shouted a reminder, Captain Mion, be careful. A Haida has circled around to the rear. Mion prepared for the ambush, hoping he would return safely this time. Meanwhile, Cassina was currently at the first-line fortress. It had been the second day since Mion went out on a reconnaissance mission before the expedition. Although she knew he would return to the manor to see her, the feeling of waiting made it better to come here. The steward was instructed by the Duke to take care of the young lady. As he helped her down from the carriage, he kindly reminded her that she could go inside to rest. If she felt tired or unwell, she should inform him immediately. Cassina smiled ruefully, genuinely feeling embarrassed for bothering the steward. She wasn't of much help here but couldn't wait any longer. Just as they mentioned the Duke, the disaster that the Duke was pursuing appeared. The alarm bells rang loudly throughout the walls. Observing soldiers reported that a large group of Haida was gathering here and attacking straight to the walls. The steward urgently asked the young lady to go inside and wait, doing nothing, while he went to assess the situation. Ksenia didn't stop him and agreed. The situation was very urgent. The soldiers were sweating profusely. The reconnaissance team sent to the front lines were the best, including the Duke himself. They were just the small soldiers defending the fortress and could not hold off the Haida until the Duke returned. Ksenia was also caught up in the battle situation. The pain of the contraction came at this moment. She tried to reassure herself that everything would be fine and focused on the immediate situation. She was certain that if nothing was done, Mion might not return in time. Ksenia clenched her fists. What if Mion didn't return in time? She had to help him. If only there was more time now. Surely he would make it in time, right? At this moment, an urge directed Ksenia toward the drawing box. Although she hadn't thought of it initially, something seemed to be calling her like a trance. Staring at the drawing box, her heart raced. In her mind, one thought dominated: if it's a drawing, it might be possible. Her eyes were hypnotized. She thought among the drawings she had recently made, there seemed to be a Haida even though it wasn't finished. Struggling to get her bag out, the chaos outside only heightened Ksenia's agitation. She dumped out the paint and sifted through the drawings. The item she was searching for finally emerged. The Haida she had sketched before still had one version and was incomplete. If she painted the eyes now, would it come to life and be controllable? However, Ksenia still had some rationality left. She considered her health and feared that summoning again might worsen her condition. Would she be able to wait for Mion to return? Ksenia's mind was spinning, resembling the symptoms Berto had warned about. The one who creates miracles would become increasingly deranged, as if hypnotized and out of control. Just adding one more line to the eyes would complete it, but Ksenia still felt something was missing. It lacked something to make the drawing perfect. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind: use her own blood and flesh as the painting medium to make the masterpiece. Ksenia bit her lip. She didn't seek perfection, but it was enough to create a strong Haida to help Mion. The entire city was in full defense mode. The cannons were loaded, and the archers and gate defenders were ready. However, the strength of the Haida was overwhelming. With a dozen of them, it was essentially impossible to hold them back. The steward ran up to the top of the wall, anxiously asking, "What's the situation? Have the carrier pigeons been sent?" The situation was dire. A group of soldiers couldn't hold their ground and were just trying to keep the gate as long as possible until the Duke returned. The pigeons had been sent, but due to the urgency, there was no response. They feared it might be too late. The steward sighed deeply, lamenting how they faced an unexpected disaster just as the Duke was away on a mission to deal with such beasts. The situation was too dangerous. The young lady had to be taken back to the manor. At this moment, no one knew, but among them, someone shouted, "Haida have appeared inside the city, preparing for a breach." The steward was drenched in sweat. Was this a joke? A section of the wall where the steward was standing collapsed, and he hurriedly moved back. The soldiers were determined to protect the steward, but a terrifying Haida appeared like a demon. With nothing left to lose, the soldiers planned to make a last stand, charging in to kill the Haida. But unexpectedly, the monster spoke in Ksenia's voice, "Don't attack, this child is mine." But where was she? Just as she was mentioned, Ksenia popped her head out, waving a friendly hand despite the not-so-friendly face of this child. The steward lost his ability to speak and stared at the Haida. Ksenia understood everything, and although it was hard to explain, she stabilized the situation. She turned to the child gently and said, "Can you hold off these Haida until Mion returns?" The child nodded obediently. Was this Doraemon and not a Haida? Really? Following their master's orders, the Haida went out to fight fiercely. The strength of the Haida was immense. Their massive bodies smashed through the walls as they went outside. Each heavy step caused the ground to shake violently. It roared, showing its sharp fangs and killing intent. Animals always communicate in their own way, and Haida were no exception. They felt alarmed when faced with a stronger opponent and halted their steps. The steward's mind hadn't processed the information yet. It was somewhat hard to believe, and he suddenly noticed a long scratch on the young lady's hand, bleeding. He worriedly asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Cassina tried to hide it, pretending it was just a light scratch. She excused it by saying she had only tripped a little. The loud noises around them were pounding in their ears, so they decided to discuss the battle later. Cassina turned to observe the child she had created fighting the Haida monster. Currently, it was fighting its own kind, extremely vigorous. It bit, roared in waves, as if it was the only one on this mountain. The others had disappeared. Suddenly, a deep, mysterious voice echoed in Cassina's head. "Impressive, isn't it?" It asked her. Cassina turned to the butler and asked, "Did you say something?" The butler, not understanding her, shook his head. The voice in Cassina's head continued, searching for something. It couldn't find it and frantically searched. Cassina panicked. Could it be Hades? It growled that if it didn't find it, it would die and had to keep looking. "This isn't right, I need to eat something else." It continuously devoured one corpse after another, constantly asking, "Where is it?" Cassina had to cover her ears because it was too loud. Her mind was now surrounded by that mysterious voice. It was desperate to find something among the Hades, endlessly searching, devouring one after another, feeling its craving and desire clearly. Finally, it found it, a bright golden hazel stone. It dug it out with its sharp teeth and swallowed it whole. Cassina heard it. It still wasn't enough, it wanted more, but it couldn't. The master didn't allow it. In such a state, the voice began to panic, almost losing its sanity. A guard was surprised to see the monster eating its own kind. The white snowfield was stained red with Hades blood, looking extremely disgusting and slightly nauseating. The butler was completely shocked by the situation, turning to ask the lady, "What just happened and where did you go?" Today, the lady seemed unusually swift. At this moment, Cassina was rushing down because her Haida was struggling with something. It said that unlike the others, it couldn't run away, it had its own master. Fortunately, Cassina arrived just in time, calling the little Haida back. It was now clear-headed, its blood-stained mouth looking at its master with kitten-like eyes, completely conflicting with each other. The voice was no longer noisy and mysterious as before. Now, there was only Hades' voice calling for its master. The remaining Hades, not understanding, just swayed. Cassina also heard them say, "Just running away is fine." This situation was too strange for the heroine. Cassina hurriedly reassured the boy, "It's okay, Haida, you don't need to do anything anymore, nor do you need to run away. Just stay by the master's side." Cassina probed further, "Haida, were you saying something earlier? And eating something?" The boy, confused, didn't understand what Cassina was talking about. Just then, Cassina heard another sound besides the Hades howls and the falling rocks from the battle. It was the sound of horse hooves. Before she could react, Mion galloped out of the forest. Seeing the Haida near Cassina, he immediately switched to combat mode, grabbing her and pointing his sword at it, ready to save her from the monster. Cassina didn't have time to ask affectionately as she had always imagined, and quickly stopped Mion's sword. Before he could order his troops to kill the Haida, she urgently said, "It's not a Haida, it's the child I created, please, Duke, stop." The boy beside her sniffed and asked, "What, Mion? Let go of my master." Mion was extremely surprised. He incredulously asked Cassina, "What's going on? Is it really your creation?" But Mion was extremely surprised because Cassina's eyes did not change color. That's why when he ran over, he misunderstood that a Haida was about to attack Cassina. The master was equally shocked, unable to believe it. How could that be? To know more, they had to return to the Duke's mansion. Here, it was just dawn. A certain lady, waiting for her lover, couldn't resist and had gone out of the city early, leaving Duke Berto who had just woken up here. The servants quickly reported that Duke Mion had returned and summoned everyone due to an urgent matter. Berto, just waking up, grumbled, "Didn't he say he'd be back by noon? Last night, I worked all night researching Cassina's condition. There was some progress and new discoveries, so I rested a bit." Mion had arranged to meet Berto in the training yard. Berto thought, Why at this hour? How strange. While yawning, Berto greeted Mion. Why are you back so early? You said you'd be back by noon. I was still sleeping, even crying from yawning. But this scene really is grand to greet the new day. The little Haida was showing its shiny teeth. Mion's face was angry like a dog. Cassina's face was like she had been caught doing something wrong. Berto felt this moment was really chaotic. Heavens above, I want to go home. This morning's scene was a bombshell. Duke Br's current situation desperately needed someone to save him. So anyone watching, please help Berto stuck between Mion's wrath and Cassina's guilty eyes. They didn't speak to anyone, as if in a cold war. Berto smiled to mediate. All right, you two, let me help. I'm ready to summarize some main points so you can understand each other better. First, one of you needs to explain what happened. Cassina spoke up first. Actually, I didn't mean to break the promise to stop summoning Haida. It was just that the situation was too urgent at that time. The soldiers couldn't hold on, so I summoned Haida to buy time until Mion returned. She sneaked a glance at Mion to see if he was still angry. Cassina also decided to hide the fact that she used blood to draw Haida, thinking it wasn't important. Mion was initially angry, but shortly after, he sighed and admitted that this time it wasn't Cassina's fault but his own. Because he returned too late, she had to use her powers. Mion promised that he would be more careful in the future and not let this happen again. The butler said you were injured. Are you all right? Mion asked. Cassina avoided his gaze and answered to reassure him, I'm not seriously hurt, sir. Her face had turned slightly red with embarrassment. The two of them were apologizing back and forth to protect each other. Berto, caught in the middle, felt like he was getting a full dose of their affection. He gave them a profound look and commented, they're really good people, very good. No one is at fault, the only one is me sitting here as the third wheel. Getting serious, Mion brought up the main issue. This time during the summoning, Cassina's eyes didn't change color at all. Something seems very strange. Berto asked Cassina, did you feel anything unusual? And can you make Haida disappear like during the first summoning? Cassina smiled bitterly and shook her head. I can't call a boy back anymore. I've tried 4 or 5 times. At that moment, Mion was also very upset, fearing it could be dangerous, but Cassina firmly assured that the boy was still under her control. Moreover, he could even speak at that time. Berto had never encountered a situation like this before. Perhaps he needed to think it over since the first time had gone out of control. He asked, Cassina, how do you feel about Haida during this summoning? Cassina mumbled, thinking about it. Haida seemed strange, like it was looking for something to eat. Before she could finish her sentence, everything went dark in front of her. She had coughed up blood, her face covered in it, looking terrifying. Cassina didn't feel any pain when she coughed up blood. Her hearing seemed to weaken, so she couldn't hear what anyone was saying. She could vaguely hear Mion's voice, sounding very worried about her. Her vision also dimmed, and Mion shouted loudly, anyone, call a physician immediately. The servants ran around in panic. He turned to hold Cassina tightly, his face full of fear. He was afraid she couldn't hear him and would drift away. Cassina now felt pain, breathing hard and speaking intermittently, holding her chest in pain without making a sound. Mion was extremely distressed, holding Cassina tightly, begging her, if it hurts, say something, say anything, scream if you need to. Silence leaves me helpless. I want to get medicine, but Cassina kept holding on to me. Mion sincerely pleaded with her, please, say something. Cassina felt like a hand was gripping her throat. She couldn't breathe, her face turned red, tears streaming down her face from the pain, her heart feeling like it was being torn in two. At this moment, she just wanted to rip it out to stop the pain. She knew Mion was worried, but she couldn't do anything. When he begged her to speak, cry if she needed to, or scream, Cassina looked at Mion with pleading eyes, her lips moving, it hurts so much, really hurts. I don't want to die like this. Mion's heart felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 arrows, it was excruciating. He held Cassina tightly, giving her everything he could, if it hurts, cry, scream, don't hold it in anymore. You won't die, I won't let that happen. Cassina listened, her eyes filled with tears, soaking Mion's shoulder. She cried and screamed that it hurt too much, unbearable, it hurts so much, Mion. Everyone there witnessed her pain exceeding her limits, but they couldn't do anything. Mion whispered in her ear, "The doctor is coming soon. Just hold on until then, and the pain will stop. Just a little longer, and the pain will be gone." The room was filled with Cassina's screams and Mion's gentle reassurances. It was a scene of helplessness and heartbreak. Because of the intense pain, Cassina fainted, her body completely exhausted. It was a sign of escape, as no one wants to endure such excruciating pain. Mion, seeing Cassina motionless, panicked and called her name continuously. Now, she was barely breathing, her life hanging by a thread. At that moment, Berto rushed in with the doctor. Earlier, when Cassina coughed up blood, Berto had quickly run to get the doctor and the item he had been researching for days. He immediately told Mion to give Cassina the Hazel Stone. "Hurry up." Mion hesitated, and Berto shouted, "Just give it to her, she's in critical condition." Mion gritted his teeth and took the stone from Berto. The Duke squeezed it tightly to let its warmth spread quickly. Miraculously, as Cassina absorbed the stone, her breathing and complexion improved somewhat, no longer as frightening as before. Mion asked the doctor, "It seems she's stabilizing, right?" The doctor suggested everyone leave the room so he could examine her thoroughly. Mion agreed, and Berto called Mion outside to talk privately about Cassina. Outside, Mion asked Berto, could Cassina's convulsions be related to Haida? Berto nodded, exactly. As you know, miracles come with a heavy price, and summoning Haida is the same. Mion guessed that Haida's vitality is very high, so Cassina had to pay an equivalent price. Mion was furious, "Then we just need to kill it." Berto stopped him, "Calm down. After all, the miracle has already happened, and they are life forms created by Cassina. She has control over it." Mion gritted his teeth in anger. Cassina was in so much pain, and all I could do was watch. The helplessness is unbearable. Berto, excited, said, "It's not certain you can't help. Maybe there's a way." Mion didn't understand Berto's ambiguous statement, and Berto explained, "Look at what happened earlier. When we gave Cassina the Hazel Stone, her condition improved. Maybe the Hazel Stone can cure the art disease." In recent days, while Mion was scouting, Berto had buried himself in researching the Hazel Stone, noticing that Cassina's condition improved slightly when she held it, and positive changes began to appear. The power of the Hazel Stone was extraordinary, and it even resonated with the art Berto created. It complemented the lost magic. Upon hearing that Cassina had summoned Haida again and it was still alive, Berto thought it was related. He also heard from soldiers that during the battle, Haida had eaten its comrades. Mion interrupted, "The corpses it ate weren't ordinary, they had Hazel Stones in them, right?" If that's true, the power connecting Haida and Cassina had already been severed, replaced by the power of the Hazel Stone. Mion realized the problem, so, as long as we have the Hazel Stone, the price Cassina paid for creating the miracle can be compensated, reducing the art disease. A glimmer of hope appeared at the end of the tunnel. Cassina might have a bit of hope. Berto wasn't sure but offered some comfort to his friend. He said, "If we get more Hazel Stones, we might be able to research it." Hearing this, Mion felt hopeful. "All we need is the Hazel Stone? Don't worry, it's early winter, the beasts will become frenzied and come out of their dens, some of them very large, including Haida. Judging by its size, one Haida might be enough, or I'll hunt more." Mion grinned wickedly, "Even if I have to sweep the entire north clean of beasts, I'll bring back the Hazel Stone for Cassina. All for her." After that, it had been more than a week since Cassina had coughed up blood and fainted. The Haida she had created remained unchanged, not disappearing at all. Cassina felt better than ever. For the past week, she had been kept in the highest state of security. That man had been by her side 24/7, not leaving her for a moment. She had been spending her time wandering around the room, walking, and painting. Of course, these activities still made Cassina feel good, especially since Mion had given her the Hazel Stone, making her sleep less painful. It seemed that all her comfort now was thanks to Mion, wasn't it? He truly was a gift from God to her. Because she was lost in thought, Cassina accidentally completed the last brush stroke, finishing the painting. She felt very guilty because she had promised Berto that she would not finish any painting to prevent her condition from worsening. The painting she had made was of a starry night sky and butterflies, just like the view from her room every night. A blue butterfly was dancing under the moon, very beautiful and enchanting. Cassina sighed and smiled wryly. It's already done, nothing can be done. She put down the brush. Today, she decided to go out for a walk. She slowly made her way to the windowsill, where the warmest light was. Cassina opened the window to let the butterflies fly out of the room. They freely poured out. She wished she had butterfly wings so she could be as carefree, enjoying everything and disappearing after a few hours. The air today was fresh, the sky clear, and combined with the butterflies, it was very beautiful, perfect for a walk. She wondered how long these butterflies would last once they left here. While admiring the butterflies, a sharp gaze swept over, giving Cassina goosebumps. It was Mion standing there looking at her, very annoyed. She had to emphasize it 3 times. Cassina immediately retracted, closed the window, locked it, drew the curtains, and sat back down on the chair. Her chest pounded. Oh no, he saw it. His face earlier clearly showed anger. She didn't mean it. The footsteps were already coming down the hall, he was coming to scold her. Cassina covered her face, trying to calm herself. It's okay, he won't do anything. Outside, Mion was grumbling, sharpening his words as he walked to Cassina's room, ready to unleash a torrent. Although he had been around for a long time, Cassina was still as scared of Mion as a small rabbit is of a tiger, even swallowing was difficult. He knocked on the door, but she didn't answer, so he raised his voice. I know you're in there, open the door. But the Duke's gruffness and scary face made Cassina not dare to open it. Mion didn't wait, he kicked the door open. Cassina, terrified, immediately pleaded, I didn't mean to, I was just lost in thought and accidentally finished the brush stroke. I'm sorry, don't be angry. Mion sighed, his anger dissipating. How could he stay mad at this little bunny? He said, it's okay, it's nothing, I was just worried about your condition. Cassina knew this very well. Who in this world cared for her like the Duke did? Mion walked over seriously and said, if I told you to put down the brush for a day, it would be too desperate, so I can't do that. Just, Cassina, please moderate yourself a bit. I hope that period comes slower, so don't overdo it. I want to see you here for a long time, understand? The image of the grumpy Duke completely shattered, Cassina was no longer afraid. This man was always gentle with her, so much that her heart seemed to be completely conquered. Cassina wondered why this person always shone so brightly like the sun. Since Cassina's outburst, everyone had been working hard to research. Berto and Mion were as tense as a taut string. On the surface, they appeared fine, but before the expedition, they were very solemn. In Yar's office, as usual, he asked Berto about the objectivity of treating the art sickness. Berto explained, this disease is like the delusions of a creator of miracles. They will feel pain and suffering, and the truth is, no matter how much medicine is used, it won't help. It's all the price to pay for the passion for art. Hearing this made Mion's heart ache, so no matter how much medicine is used, she still has to endure pain, even unable to sleep. Mion gritted his teeth, angry with himself, feeling utterly useless. Even this friend here was just to say that? Mion angrily glared at Berto. He quickly explained, actually, I told you that too. Although there aren't many artists in the north as there are in the south, who knows if the solution lies here? Life is unpredictable, maybe Hazel only appears in the north and is the answer to all problems. We have to try. You saw the lady's reaction. Mion nodded in agreement, I will try to bring back as much Hazel as possible. So, for now, we will cooperate, please take care of each other. Berto teased, so there's a day when you sincerely ask me for help? The room fell silent. Mion had nothing to say. Suddenly, Berto asked Mion, why do you care about the lady so much? Mion stared back, of course, I have to care. Berto exposed, I heard that the two of you didn't get along at the engagement party. You even hated her so much you wanted to cancel the engagement. Mion felt a pang, at first, it was like that. He gritted his teeth, not facing Berto, pridefully saying, I just don't want to see anyone die in front of me. After Berto left, Mion was honest with himself. He looked out of the office window. where he could see the whole scene below, including the Haida that Cassina had created to guard it if there was an issue. Every day she would visit Haida as if taking care of a child. It had returned here. Strange things kept happening. First, Cassina summoned Haida, initially with yellow eyes, and he had determined that when a miracle occurred, the eyes would be like that. But the latest time, her eyes didn't change color, and even the monster didn't disappear. However, she still controlled it, and it even communicated with Cassina. Everything was so strange it was uncomfortable. However, Mion had a bold thought. Was it lucky that she controlled the monster and made it obey? His gaze followed Cassina playing with Haida below, gradually becoming indulgent. Mion started feeling something strange in his heart. He didn't understand why, but every time he looked at her, something stirred within him, urging him to hold Cassina in his arms. Recently, she seemed happier, especially when she heard she might attend a party. Initially, when she came to him, he thought she would be a great burden and even suggested canceling the engagement. When did Mion start paying attention to Cassina, not letting her out of his sight for even a moment? More than that, if he didn't see her, he'd worry, afraid she might fall ill somewhere. When she slept, he feared she was in pain, so he stayed outside. And those lips, once he held her, he wanted to touch them, greedily taking it all. Thinking of this, Mion blushed. The famously cold Duke had succumbed to the demon of love. Immediately, Mion slapped himself to snap out of it. She's sick, and here you are having such beastly thoughts. Get a grip. But in truth, Berto had reminded him of something. Their first meeting had indeed been unpleasant. If they had spoken nicely, would things have been better? Cassina's current condition seemed similar to how things were between Mion and Cassina during the engagement party, difficult to describe and feeling forced. The only difference was that Mion now wanted to take care of Cassina more, wanting to see her healthy and even willing to endure her pain. Noticing Cassina's improved health, Mion suggested a walk outside to enjoy the northern landscape. Cassina was genuinely excited about this outing, like a child on her first trip. Their destination was a large lake deep within the northern mountains, a place Mion often passed during reconnaissance. It was safe and beautifully serene. Cassina was utterly amazed by the huge, crystal-clear lake, sparkling in the sunlight, something she had never seen before. Mion smiled indulgently. Of course it's a real lake, silly. Did you think it was fake? Cassina marveled. I can't believe the water in this lake doesn't freeze even in sub-zero temperatures. Mion took the chance to boast. This is a special lake in the north. No matter how cold it gets, it doesn't freeze. Cassina instinctively wanted to dip her hand in the water. Like a child at heart, dipping her hand in would be a lot of fun. However, just as her hand was about to touch the water, the parent beside her stopped her. Mion took Cassina's hand, comforting her. Even though the lake doesn't freeze, it doesn't mean the water isn't cold. You need to take care of your health. The Duke enveloped Cassina's delicate hands in his, warming them to ensure she didn't get cold and have a seizure. Cassina stared blankly at the Duke's gentle actions, realizing he had completely changed. Such behavior made her heart flutter. They continued their walk, with Cassina too embarrassed and confused to start a conversation while walking alone with Mion, unsure whether to hold his hand. Her heart was restless and indescribable. Seeing this, the Duke spoke first. Mion said seriously, if you feel tired, I'll take you back to your room to paint. I've also bought some more supplies. Cassina pouted and refused, determined to continue the walk with Mion. Today, for the first time, Cassina prioritized Mion over painting. He teased, so, I finally ranked above your paintings, huh? I'm so envious. Cassina blushed with embarrassment. Look at the Duke, he could be quite childish sometimes. Cassina smiled beautifully like a spring flower and asked the Duke, so, do you like being prioritized like that? Cassina's expression stunned the Duke, his cheeks flushed, and his heart pounded, but he restrained himself. He cleared his throat and said, well, it depends. Truly addicted but shy. He then changed the subject. Mion asked her, I guess you're not familiar with the Northern legends, are you? Cassina hesitated. That's right, because when I first came here, I was too tired and bored to learn anything about the North. Mion told Cassina a story, or more accurately, a famous Northern legend. Everyone knew it well, it was about the end of winter and the tale behind the massive mountain range. At that time, if you cross the wide frozen river full of dangers beneath its icy surface, you'll reach the giant mountains. The air there is different from outside, no one knows how treacherous and difficult it is, but it's certainly dangerous. The place beyond the mountains can instill lifelong fear in people. However, if you manage to cross it, you'll set foot in an unnamed land. No one has discovered it yet, some say it's a paradise with lush forests and open spaces, and they call it heaven. But others believe it's a hell teeming with countless monsters. Maybe it's the paradise of the monsters, who knows? Anyway, no one has ever returned from there. Mion also mentioned some rumors. Some said there were dragons living there, the kind with 2 wings that could breathe fire at any time. However, evidence of dragons was scarce, so it might be just some creatures of the same kind or people making things up for fun. Cassina found it very interesting. If it truly existed, then heaven might be real and very beautiful. Mion advised Cassina not to believe it too much, it was all just legends. Cassina mused, anyway, the so-called end of winter is really fascinating. Many things happen after that, but most of them are magical to Cassina. She asked Mion enthusiastically, does the end of winter mean spring is coming? Leaves will begin to sprout, and the water will warm up. Wouldn't that be heaven? So, for Cassina, the end of winter is a sign of happiness. Winter ends, and spring returns. Mion was momentarily stunned by her perspective and worldview. Cassina's view of the north was truly different. When mentioning the end of winter, it symbolized eternal death, as if everything would return to a blissful realm in the ice and snow. After all, when winter passed, nothing could survive, everything would be wiped clean. But Cassina's concept of the end of winter as the beginning of spring was unique, and Mion found it wonderful to see it that way. He sincerely told Cassina that he truly wanted to see the world through her eyes. She was a bit surprised. Why would Mion want to see the world through her eyes? What was so special about them? To Mion, he was just a rough man who killed and fought, seeing everything in a stark reality. But Cassina saw everything poetically, beautifully, and vividly. His words made Cassina's heart race. This was the first time someone had stood in her shoes to understand, not for anyone else. She placed her hand over her heart, starting to understand a little. Something had changed here, something that was once faint had now grown stronger. Mion kept gazing at Cassina with deep affection, as if it was the first time the Duke had felt such a strange sensation towards someone. It was the desire to pamper her, to give her the whole world. As they were walking, Cassina suddenly stopped. She had a small gift for Mion as a token of gratitude. The weather here was breezy, truly perfect for a confession. Cassina rummaged through her pocket and handed Mion a piece of paper. It was something she had prepared for a long time to surprise him. Holding it, he guessed it might be a drawing, and indeed it was. Mion asked Cassina, "What is this?" On it was a simple, modest drawing of a potion bottle containing red liquid. Cassina explained, "This is a type of medicine." Mion was puzzled, "Why are you giving me medicine?" This medicine was something Cassina had just drawn, designed to help Mion in battle, to quickly alleviate wounds and pain, except for severe injuries. Of course, it couldn't revive the dead or anything like that, but it could reduce symptoms. Even though Mion knew Cassina's miraculous abilities, he couldn't believe that she could create medicine just by drawing it. It was almost godlike. However, Mion's face didn't look pleased, in fact, he seemed upset. Cassina, unaware, continued expressing her thoughts, thinking it would be wonderful if such a miraculous medicine existed to help Mion. Naturally, she wouldn't just give him the drawing, she planned to make the actual medicine for him to use later. Holding the drawing, Mion remained silent. The atmosphere became tense. Then the Duke spoke, "I don't need a medicine that weakens your life force to become stronger." Once again, Cassina was surprised by the Duke's sincere reaction. She had expected him to simply accept it and thank her. Mion continued, "I only need you to be healthy. Don't make these things that worsen your condition. You know I don't need you to do anything to make me stronger. I just need you to be well and not sick." Mion's eyes were more earnest than ever. He genuinely wanted this small girl to live longer with him instead of risking her health. He just wanted to see her smile always. Cassina widened her eyes at Mion. Her gaze made him a bit embarrassed. He released his hand from Cassina's cheek and scratched his head, trying to change the subject. Anyway, thank you for your thoughtfulness, but if you become ill, it won't mean anything. The Duke's expression betrayed him. Cassina took a moment to process, then reassured Mion, this doesn't take much effort. Mion was still confused. What is this girl talking about? Cassina explained further, if it's not something lifelike or complicated, it doesn't take much effort. I know you're strong, but I want to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The entire forest felt empty after hearing Cassina's sincere words. She moved closer to Mion, looking pitiful with a soft, puppy-like face, asking the Duke, is it wrong for me to worry about you like this? Cassina looked like a blooming dahlia, beautiful and heart-moving, making it impossible for the Duke to restrain himself. He furrowed his brows, trying to stay calm, but his flushed cheeks gave him away. He tried to stay calm to explain to this innocent girl. What if others found out about Cassina's ability? Would they let her draw peacefully every day or imprison her for their own gain? Every human had greed, and Mion was no exception. Cassina understood Mion's point better than anyone. She fell silent, recognizing the endless greed in people, especially for things like health and life. But Cassina reassured Mion that she would only give it to him, no one else, so it would be fine. Mion felt a headache coming, holding his forehead. It's true that you only give it to me, but if I'm not careful and the soldiers find out, it would become a huge problem for you, Cassina. What would you do then? Mion wasn't trying to scare her, it was the truth. He couldn't even trust anyone in his own corps. The small girl bit her lip. The thought of the soldiers finding out had never crossed her mind. Feeling a bit wronged for wanting to help Mion but inadvertently becoming a burden, she whispered tearfully, because I'm used to having Mion around, I don't feel scared and didn't think about it. I'm sorry for making you worry so much. It was because she didn't think she would cause such trouble. Mion was stunned, it seemed she misunderstood something again, but why was Cassina blushing? He couldn't see her expression clearly because she kept her head down, her hands trembling, trying to suppress her emotions. Mion was startled, realizing he had spoken harshly and hurt her feelings. The Duke quickly adjusted his tone, taking her hand to comfort her, it's not that I find you troublesome or a burden. I just want you to be safe and healthy and to smile like you do now, so please don't misunderstand me. Cassina was astonished, her eyes fixed on the image of the Duke tenderly comforting her. He spoke each word clearly, to me, you are not a bother at all. So, feel free to bother me as much as you like. I don't dislike you. The emotions between the two seemed affirmed by the heavens of the north, a gentle breeze drawing them closer. For Mion, Cassina had indeed been quite bothersome before. The first time he came here, he even considered canceling the engagement to get it over with, given the Duke's notoriously disdainful nature towards caring for others. But somewhere along the way, every action of Cassina started to catch Mion's subconscious attention uncontrollably. Whether she laughed or cried, he would unconsciously wonder if something was wrong, if she was hurt or interested in something. If she couldn't sleep, he would want to comfort her, even offering to stand guard behind her to fulfill her every wish. Since when had Cassina become one of the first names Mion thought of when he wanted to conquer or build the architecture of a mansion? The Duke himself thought of this girl first. She had transformed a cold, aloof Mion, who hated caring for others, into someone different. Now, he only wanted to care for Cassina. Mion gently touched her slightly cold cheek. Now, he was clear about his feelings. He sincerely asked the girl before him, Cassina, do you dislike me? Finally, the Duke gave in to his confession because he understood himself, and there was no need to hide anymore. The warmth he felt from his hand stroking her cheek was gentle and comforting. This man was its owner. She liked those hands that had been there to shelter her every day for 6 months, making up for her entire previous life. Cassina smiled happily, giving Mion an answer, I don't dislike you, Duke Mion. The answer was a bit vague, simply stating she didn't dislike him, but the scales of love had long tilted more towards Cassina. Mion was satisfied with the answer, fortunate not to be rejected. In the midst of their deepening affection, a sudden purple butterfly appeared. It fluttered around them, surprising Cassina. She hadn't expected butterflies in winter. The butterfly continued to flit around them, as if solidifying the budding love between them. Mion explained, this lakeside area often has butterflies. They're unaffected by weather. The scene became more enchanting than ever. To Cassina's eyes, it was genuinely beautiful, prompting her to exclaim. Mion was glad Cassina found it beautiful. He wanted her to be carefree like this. Excited, Cassina vowed to come back and paint here next time. She wanted to capture this earthly beauty forever, alongside Mion. The Duke wholeheartedly indulged his little girl, promising to return. The lake reflected the shadows of two people enjoying a peaceful stroll, hand in hand, sharing warmth. Hopefully, their next return would still be as two of them, not a solitary figure. Upon returning from their stroll, Cassina prepared for the party Mion had mentioned earlier. However, Berto did not join. He asked Cassina to paint a gate leading straight to the capital in the south. Regretfully, she asked, "You don't want to join the party?" Berto replied, "Not really. I want to, but with this schedule, it's better to make Cassina's painting famous sooner rather than later." Thus, Berto decided to skip the party and head straight to the capital. After finishing the final stroke, Cassina announced to him that this gate would lead to a deserted street, so there would be no issues. Berto bid her farewell and left, promising to ensure Cassina's fame. Cassina waved him off with a cheerful smile, like a close friend bidding farewell. After the door closed, Cassina felt a sense of emptiness, not quite sure why. It seemed her strength was waning. Where she lightly brushed her fingers, she felt nothing. No matter how much energy she used, there was no sense of heaviness. Previously, after finishing a miracle, she would immediately react, feeling pain, discomfort, or even breathlessness. Now, perhaps due to becoming accustomed to the pain, it reached a point of numbness. Cassina was enduring so well that she became emotionally numb. Moreover, her efforts to forget sorrow from a young age had led her to immerse herself in uncontrollable painting, ignorant of the taboo. Only when Berto spoke those three things did she realize she couldn't imagine what it meant to be taboo. The three taboos were, not reversing time or healing the dead, not creating humans, and not killing humans with miracles. She reminded herself that everything would be fine, and things wouldn't progress as quickly as she wanted. Now, she continued to paint. Cassina's daily activity is painting. Although she promised not to achieve wonders with the method Berto instructed, simply finishing the final stroke sufficed. Besides painting, she looked forward to the dinner party Mion had organized for tonight. As she moved her brush, a sudden, intense spasm shot through her fingertip. It was fleeting but powerful. Cassina's body reacted, her hands trembled, pupils contracted, and she felt a buzz around her. The brush fell from her hand involuntarily. Cassina stood frozen, unable to understand the sensation she had just experienced. Looking at her hand, everything seemed fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Cassina's eyes widened with panic, imagining what might happen next. She wanted to dismiss it, self-hypnotized that nothing was wrong. Unable to continue painting, she set the brush down, convinced she should prepare for the party. As the hour approached, her hand felt slightly odd but manageable. Cassina cautiously descended the stairs toward the party. Walking a few steps, the spasm intensified, becoming more real. It was so strong that self-hypnosis couldn't soothe it anymore. Standing on the staircase, everything started to blur and spin, sweat pouring down like rain. Cassina gripped the staircase railing tightly. Surely, it would be okay, there were still months left. But her heart began to ache, the pain escalating as she tried to evade it, gripping her heart frantically. It tightened, making it hard to breathe. The spasms came faster, the duration shortening. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, would painting alleviate this pain? Would creating a miracle lessen the agony, akin to swapping painkillers for a lifeline? Thinking turned into action, Cassina felt compelled to rise and paint to ease the pain. Alone, she was lucky, Cassina didn't want anyone to witness her failure and agony. Her enduring nature preferred to suffer alone rather than affect others. She urged herself to endure just a little longer. The party was about to start, and Mion was waiting. As she thought, Mion appeared hurriedly. He stood beneath the staircase, looking concerned as Cassina seemed to be in great pain. She looked up at him, pale and disheveled from the pain, her chest tightening. Cassina struggled to ask why he was there. Mion inquired if she was having a seizure, moving up the stairs without much talk. His actions spoke louder than words. Cassina attempted to decline the Duke's help, but before she could, Mion said, "No need to answer." Cassina lost her gravity, being tenderly lifted into the Duke's arms, surprised but comforted. He told her, "Just lie still, I'll take you to rest. Don't say anything." Cassina obediently nestled in the strong man's arms, breathing heavily. The difficulty in breathing combined with the pain made her sweat heavily, each spasm feeling like a step closer to the gates of hell. Her room wasn't far, so they quickly entered. Mion laid Cassina down on the bed to regulate her breathing and assess her condition. Mion asked if she was all right. Cassina, with her patient demeanor, apologized to Mion, having tried to endure but finding it too much. Mion reassured her kindly, urging her not to apologize, assuring her it wasn't her fault. He gently stroked her small head, whispering that it pained him to see her hide her pain. His understanding comforted Cassina deeply, breaking down the barriers she had built to endure silently. She cried out loud, sobbing from the pain, her body curling up, cheeks reddening from tears and agony. Mion panicked seeing Cassina cry and tremble. He anxiously suggested calling a doctor. Cassina continued crying uncontrollably, her pain overwhelming her. Mion swiftly lifted her and held her close, their bodies melding into one. Mion wished he could bear all her pain, wishing she wouldn't have to suffer like this. His helplessness rendered him unable to do more than hold and comfort Cassina through her agony. Even though she insisted she was fine now, Mion could sense otherwise. He anxiously reassured her with gentle hands, "I told you, you don't have to endure anything in front of me. It's all right this way." The room echoed with Cassina's heart-wrenching sobs. She cried for a long time, nearly an hour. Held by Mion, she felt both warm and pitiful. Would Mion have feelings like this for her even if she weren't in pain? If they had married under normal circumstances and promises, would things be like this? There were no what-ifs. Cassina's pain had softened somewhat, she murmured to Mion that the pain had subsided. Mion released her, his complexion improved but still pale. She stopped crying, no longer in tears, somewhat comforted. Mion looked down at her clothes, now dirty from her tears. "What should I do?" Cassina fretted. Mion glanced at her clothing, unfazed. "It's okay, it's just a shirt. I'll fetch another one. Besides, Cassina, are you really feeling better now? Should I call a doctor?" Cassina managed a reluctant smile, "I'm really okay now. Thank you. I think you can go to the party now." Mion hesitated, "Actually, you don't need to go anywhere. Today is a pre-party social gathering, you can rest and attend tomorrow." Cassina didn't understand, so she asked again. Mion explained further, "In the north, there's a tradition of a social gathering before the main party night. Tomorrow is the official event." He was making it up, but Cassina felt warm. He explained everything carefully, afraid she wouldn't understand. He was truly sincere, but the idea of being healthy had been forgotten for so long. Therefore, things could happen that couldn't be seen after that. Cassina's condition had improved somewhat. Mion assured her he would arrange everything and left the room. Cassina's mood became complex. Could this be a consequence of the art disease, making her thoughts negative, especially as everything began to feel more negative? She squeezed her hand, thinking, though she couldn't be healthy, if this was true, could one day he treat her with love rather than pity? Cassina couldn't abandon her ambition, it had just begun to sprout. Maybe she couldn't solve all the regrets. Cassina lay exhausted on the ground. She believed if only the Duke were beside her out of compassion rather than duty, it would be a different story. Cassina's emotional negativity grew day by day, overshadowing the light Mion had once bestowed upon her. She reminded herself sternly not to be misled into thinking his kindness was due solely to her illness. At the banquet hall entrance, the steward stood waiting to introduce Miss Cassina to the noble lords gathered there. Upon returning, instead of finding Miss Cassina standing, the disgruntled Duke emerged, announcing Cassina's illness prevented her attendance. Before anyone could react, the Duke continued, "Tonight, proceed with the festivities first. The banquet will be postponed until tomorrow, the shocked steward queried, "What other evening event is there? Such things are unheard of in the north." Ignoring Mion's intent, the Duke casually tossed off instructions to the steward, "Enjoy yourselves with drinks and revelry as you please, and the formal banquet will be tomorrow." With that, Mion strode off, leaving the steward in existential doubt. What was the Duke talking about? The door slammed shut, leaving the steward as bewildered as he had ever been. Before his brain could catch up, his body froze. The steward couldn't believe he had to handle this mess. They had gathered all the noble lords here, and the Duke casually decided to postpone the banquet. He felt a headache coming on and questioned his position. Could he just retire? Someone save him. In the mansion's waiting hall, where the high-ranking nobles familiar with Mion were seated, the steward took a deep breath and announced that due to the Duke's sudden business, there would be a pre-banquet evening event, and the Duke wouldn't be attending. "Feel free to enjoy your drinks," he added, "the Duke will take care of everything." A scarred, purple-haired man from the battlefield grimaced and asked the steward, "What did you say?" Recognizable as no one other than Jamer, who had a boisterous personality and a fondness for bloodshed. The steward had no better explanation, "That's exactly it. The Duke has urgent matters and will postpone the banquet to tomorrow." Jamer slammed the table in frustration, "Everyone is here, and now this sudden announcement?" Beside him, Ariel shrugged, "Who knows? Mion probably had urgent matters, so he moved us aside for now. Maybe it's a trick to end the banquet early. He's always like that." Jamer agreed vehemently, "That slimy guy always reschedules these events on his own. If it weren't for these feasts, he'd be shut away forever." Across from them, Count Leonard sipped his wine calmly, "There's no other way. The wine here is good. We've had enough already. Should we drink more?" That's what he said. His silver hair tinged with time gave him a serene air. Ariel teased, "Seems like you enjoy the wine enough to clean out Mion's mansion, huh?" Jamer chimed in, "Heard that? Let's drink Mion's stock dry. It's unbearable to wait like this. He always finds a way to be busy." Publicly criticizing Duke Mion was beyond the steward's ability to handle. Trying to stop these nobles was akin to stopping a runaway carriage. It seemed all the northern nobles were like this. The steward's life expectancy was definitely taking a hit. After informing the steward, Mion returned to check on Cassina's condition. Upon entering the room, he found Cassina seated there. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned. Cassina smiled to reassure him she was fine. The sky began to darken, the sunset casting golden light into the otherwise dim room. Mion felt relieved that Cassina was better now, speaking to her normally. Just moments ago, he had been worried sick. Mion asked permission to sit beside her. "May I?" The Duke was exceedingly polite, unlike the noble lords earlier. The girl on the bed nodded, allowing him to sit beside her without reservation. Cassina blushed, thinking he might sit on a chair, but Mion sat right next to her. His warmth felt unexpectedly genuine. Mion spoke first, "During this expedition, I will bring back plenty of Hazel stones for your recovery." The Duke smiled warmly, "I had intended to inform the lords about gathering Hazel stones today. So, please bear with it a bit longer." Mion's emotions were vividly clear, everything he felt showed plainly on his face. Just mentioning Cassina made his mood instantly plummet. Cassina couldn't understand why he treated her so kindly. Was there something hidden behind it all? Cassina lowered her head and asked Mion the reason, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unconsciously fiddling with her hands to ease her own awkwardness. Mion looked out at the sunlight outside, confidently replied, "It's simple really, I just don't want to see you in pain anymore. I want to see you smile and be happy. Of course, I don't do this for free." The warmth of the sunlight outside paled in comparison to the Duke's words now. He offered Cassina a price that encompassed both this year and the years to come. "I want to see you paint without any worries." Each word was as sweet as sugar, yet like an invisible thread tightening around Cassina's heart. The future was unpredictable. Just hearing that was enough to hurt Cassina deeply. He hoped for many years to come, but did he know that Cassina couldn't possibly keep that promise, as leaves inevitably detach from branches? Cassina speculated about herself, surely it couldn't be like that. He was human too, with a warm heart, which was why he cared for her as he did, not out of any illusion. Kasina softly opened up, asking Mion for a favor. Mion was a bit surprised because this was the first time Kasina had taken the initiative. Determination and resolve flickered in her eyes. What she wanted was to accompany Mion in this battle. "May I join you, Duke?" she asked. The Duke was utterly shocked by Kasina's request. She didn't want to stay behind alone. She only had a few months left to live. 4 months might seem long, but it was incredibly short. If Mion went to battle, the quickest it could be was 2 months. What if it took longer? Kasina didn't want to be apart from Mion, even for a moment. This was the only time she could be with the one she liked. She wanted to be of some use. Kasina was determined and assured Mion she wouldn't cause any trouble. She promised to sit quietly behind and behave. "Please, allow me," she pleaded. The Duke adamantly refused. It was far too dangerous for a girl to go to a battlefield full of swords and violence, especially since she was sick. Mion couldn't risk Kasina's life just because she wished it. He suggested she wait until after the campaign if she wanted to go out. Kasina's face fell. Her desire, blown up by her sensitivity due to her illness, was crushed. She softly admitted, "Actually, I just want to be by your side a bit longer." This was the killing blow for the cold-hearted Duke. Mion blushed furiously, staring at Kasina in disbelief at what she had just said. His heart started racing, and his mind began to drift. As the shadows of the two people confessing to each other became clearer with the approaching night, Mion asked, "Are you being serious?" Kasina's face turned red. The words she had just said were almost like a confession. What on earth was she talking about? Feeling embarrassed, she quickly tried to explain to Mion to save face, "I meant that being at home all day makes me feel suffocated." She didn't want to be alone, that was it. The more she spoke, the redder Mion's face became, as if he were a drunkard turning red with embarrassment. Kasina sneaked a glance at Mion with a pitiful expression, thinking that getting out would improve her mood, so she asked for that day off. Mion couldn't stand it anymore. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'll think about it. In the meantime, focus on getting better. If I see you're okay, I'll consider it." Kasina smiled brightly like a child receiving candy. To her, this man was like the sun shining on her dark life. Every tender gesture, every protective hug, every gentle head pat, or each embrace during her bouts of pain stirred her emotions deeply. Mion felt he was losing control, his body obeying his heart instead of his mind. He reached out, wanting to touch Kasina more, craving to possess her. But fortunately, being a swordsman had trained his mind. He stopped himself just in time, covering his awkwardness and quickly telling Kasina to rest. He stood up and, using the last bit of his rationality, said, "To get well, you need to rest a lot. I'll be going now." But as soon as he stood up, Kasina quickly grabbed his large, calloused hand and said, "Leaving like this? That's such a pity." Unexpectedly, Kasina was so bold today. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Mion pulled his hand away from Kasina, gritting out each word, "That's because you invited me." Mion turned around and embraced Kasina passionately. He had long desired those lips, and at the moment, he cast aside all reason to claim and seize them. The Duke devoured her soft, sweet lips as if they were a soothing yet addictive drug. Midway through, Mion released Kasina to let her catch her breath. After all, it was her first kiss, and just as she thought he had stopped, Kasina said, "Wait," but Mion had already lost control. He swallowed her lips again, completely silencing the enchanting girl. Kasina, surprised, wanted to resist, but Mion held her hands. Their hands intertwined as they began to sink into a blissful ecstasy, the eruption of desire overwhelming all reason. The flames of love gradually consumed the two. Mion moved his hands to Kasina's waist, and their kiss grew more intense. Kasina began to respond, enjoying Mion's passionate kiss. She had longed for this, craved it deeply. She clung to the Duke's neck as if letting go would make the sweetness evaporate. Mion supported her neck so she wouldn't tire, allowing her to get closer to him. They exchanged sweet, alluring breaths and kissed so deeply that Kasina, inexperienced in kissing, could hardly breathe. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes grew a bit hazy with tears. After the lingering kiss, Mion finally released reports having kissed the other person, a new development in the fleeting romance between the male lead and the female lead. Kusina feels very embarrassed, but so what? She was kissed by Mion. After a time roughly equivalent to a cup of tea, the two returned to normal, even a bit embarrassed, trying to calm down and reconsider the matter. At that moment, they were too impulsive and rushed into each other without thinking. Now, they had become two statues. Kusina's emotions, which were so bright just now, had turned negative. She thought Mion's kiss might have been out of pity. She started questioning herself, wondering if he had feelings for her or if it was just sympathy. She liked the feeling of Mion holding her hand, it gave her a sense of security. She liked the feeling when he stroked her hair, tender and respectful. Kusina's heart beat faster. She thought she was being too casual with Mion. He was someone with a warm heart, so it was understandable that he would comfort her like this. She told herself not to misunderstand, but her heart ached a bit. Forcing a smile, she said to the Duke that Mion was truly a compassionate person. Mion was a bit surprised by Kusina's confusing reaction. What was she talking about? Compassionate? That was true. Kusina wasn't lying. His emotions were so deep that she couldn't escape, but so what? Kusina's face turned gloomy. Did he not have any special feelings for her at all? Having feelings for someone destined to die is truly tragic. Mion still couldn't believe it. He asked Kusina, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Kusina began to respond to herself, thanking Mion for comforting her in that way. She told herself she never expected to be comforted by the Duke one day. Kusina started avoiding eye contact, hiding the fact that she was lying. That's why she had this expression. Mion was shocked. He couldn't believe the cold words Kusina had just said. How could there be such comfort? To Mion, it might have been an impulsive moment. But since when had he felt instantly attracted to someone like this? Someone who had once been very irritated by taking care of others was now deeply haunted by the other person. Just seeing her in pain made Mion feel 100 times more pain. His hands stroking her hair had become more natural. He had gotten used to standing by her side no matter what happened. Initially, he didn't have enough affection and thoughtfulness to kiss as a form of comfort, so Mion thought Kusina had understood. But now, Kusina was denying reality. Mion sighed, thinking it was just part of Kusina's personality. He gently said, "If you believe it to be that way, then let it be. If it makes you comfortable." Kusina looked up at the Duke, her emotions in turmoil. She couldn't say a word. Mion understood her more than anyone else, even after living together for just over half a year. The Duke gently smiled and said, "It's a good thing you don't have acting skills because your expression right now looks like a puppy that's been abandoned." Even if Kusina wants to deny it, no matter how much, her face has already sold out. Mion understands she's even more than the original self, so just lie a little and Kusina is already confused. Wrapped up in blankets, she says it's normal to go to bed because she feels tired and she lies. What's worse than this, Mion also does not pursue his own child too much. He will run away. Mion's side rubbed her head as usual, instructing to rest. Go ahead if you have to say so. After instructing, he stood up and went outside, but before see this little girl, obedient or not, Kusina was very obedient and nodded head, right in front of the Duke. She exactly like a dog received the answer he liked outside. And arranged to meet again tomorrow. Even angry door of that room closed. Oh, it's late at night. The room just now still warm now, only Kusina alone quietly looking at him walk away without any negative emotions. Kusina laughed, except Mion was the only one allowed himself negative like this. Mion is not affected and is not even angry for her stupid words. Earlier knowing the lie but still overlooks for Kusina deliberately pushed Mion far away to two hearts not blend too long because she's dying now. A warm-hearted person like him, if frozen before Kusina's death, is really unfair. Mion will be hurt if time is just accidental. There will be someone who must suffer. She knows she's selfish, but what to do tonight? Kusina whispered. Enough alone, she heard. You, Mion, I like. You lost affection, now both are more balanced. The next morning at the greenhouse, Mion used to boast that it was a masterpiece in the north, 100 flowers still blooming here though it's harsh winter. At table the food was prepared as usual, sober as usual for Kusina to eat, but real situation now is a bit hard to swallow. He's Mion calmly like nothing happened. Kusina is now embarrassed about last night's situation. She sits thoughtfully wondering about it. Mion any feelings at all? He wonders that Cassina no reaction. Mion strong call Cassina now she just reacted. Mion started talking about punishment not waiting to hear results, because last night except for kissing things full of bad that there is also a request to follow. Mion told Cassina should go ahead before the punishment begins instead promise that you will always be safe. It's better with him. We're the monsters that Cassina summoned before that. Accompanying ensures safety is higher than allowed. Cassina was extremely excited. She asked Mion should she make more medicine for soldiers and Mion to use. Duke absolutely no inquiry. I think, let's try if we allow it or not. No need to wait, the answer is already known. Cassina sighed, he's too stiff. Mion continued, I don't expect you to help me by using your life like this. This saying made Cassina's hands and feet cold. Cassina's heart let it down. Not a beat, he didn't say no. But he said using your life means the Duke already knows everything. Cassina's mind is confused, she wants to hide Mion until death, but Cassina tried to smile and asked the Duke, so what does it mean, why? Use your life, is there anything left? Mion said, in addition Berto told me everything. Cassina died a little, she had instructed Berto hide the Duke away, but why like that? However, Mion's next sentence is that I know your life will end if you become an artist, you shouldn't use abilities arbitrarily. Cassina breathed a hint, Mion is like that in her heart. She begged Berto, sorry for doubting Mion. Cassina is cowman, Duke is fine. Just a little more, it won't affect anything. Moreover, if anyone dies or injured, Mion is also sad, and Cassina said the truth in Mion's fierce cocoon, but he takes good care of his soldiers because everyone still has a family even if he dies. It's really not worth it. Cassina firmly decides, you want to help him, he is my benefactor. But Mion laughing. This girl really when always makes his mood sway like that. Cassina didn't understand why the Duke laughing. His next sentence explained all she said was right. I don't want anyone to die in this battle, and the person I don't want the most is you, Cassina. So don't die. Mion is very serious in that look. If the god took Cassina's life, maybe he'll go after to get her back. Waves start rising deep in the girl's heart. She's been so many times look forward to this saying then while she's slowly giving up on life and hoping that someone tells her not to die, like a motivation, hoping someone to regret, and now Mion said that sentence. But Cassina's heart feels strange, she hopes, but not in the current situation. Both hands squeezed tightly under the desk to maintain emotions because she will have to lie to him until death. Mion still didn't know anything. He's still comfortably expressing that wants Cassina to live a long life, can enjoy spring after the punitive campaign again because Cassina, lips that day, is said spring, oh, the most beautiful time to go to 100 flowers to show off her beauty is when she ends this life. Mion show off to Cassina. From this winter to spring next year, including autumn and summer in the north, there is a very beautiful place, and spring is the point of water. We are sure it is beautiful enough to make her want to repaint. Cassina reminded herself to pretend to be happy, tell Mion her anticipation because she never saw waterfall. We are sure it is so beautiful that it will make her want to repaint. Cassina, and remind her to try to be cheerful when she tells Mion about her anticipation because she has never seen the doubts. If we can go together, then it is too great. The congestion in the arteries again to add a layer of Duke continues for Cassina to see a future full color in the north. Here is large and there are plenty of things to try. We are sure it will captivate you. That Cassina pretends to smile, painting after. If this is true, she will decide the door. The north is gone. But life is not. If Cassina's eyes become dull, summer season, autumn, then winter is approaching in the north. She also wants to admire, but this winter ends, it will no longer come into Cassina's life. She seemed discouraged. Mion called her name again. Cassina panicked, but focused. Mion asked her seriously, really you have difficulty saying okay? Mion didn't understand what he meant. What she was silent like suddenly she understood he meant that she wanted to stay here. Cassina can't believe in her own thoughts. Mion confirmed her suspicion. He said straight, if she wants to stay here forever. From now until Cassina still hasn't moved. Meaningful new fire in her head causing her difficult thinking. Mion misunderstood stay or go. It's not difficult for Cassina, but it's that she has to constantly lie hard. Mion is still very sincere, convinced Cassina to stay in the north, wearing though in the north it's not warm like the south, even have ghosts, food is not as abundant as there. But there are still those own features. Even so we still want, she's here to admire the style expensive of spring. It really looks beautiful. Freedom to paint another person and then the ceremony, we believe you can enjoy it. Future green color Duke. Mion draws. Cassina is eager, she also wants her own, can be like a normal person, live with him, but the leaves have withered early, moldy though it's still green, but it's early, damaged long ago. Cassina is still trying to smile thank you he will think to me on peace of mind she doesn't know herself she has to hide until can 1 month 4 months or even the time death Cassina likes me on maybe too like the last night of winter sweep all in the world nothing left what hold the spoon hard. Now hiding emotions in front Mion is very difficult she doesn't know how to reduce these feelings like that anymore heart just keeps swinging forever. On another side people who have just been suspected of being Casanave Duke of Berto is preparing for the exhibition promised to Cassina a start for the level of fame of the artist this is the exhibition room owned by the private sector private Caros family. A prestigious family for a long time sponsored by artists along with the art assets block in the southern capital the paintings that Cassina painted also fully prepared staff for cover the canvas tightly to prevent dirt they asked Duke Berg, only about this picture enough or something, sir? Under Berto's keen eye, it was enough for him to order the building's managers to hang these 3 paintings in the marked positions. As long as they were placed correctly, everything would be fine. The staff looked around, assessing the situation. Despite the small number of paintings, the grand exhibition hall didn't feel empty. One of the staff members was slightly worried whether it would be all right to have only 3 paintings in this vast, luxurious space. Berg, however, had a completely different perspective. Although the paintings did not have extravagant brushwork, they still exhibited a powerful presence. This exhibition was not about the number of paintings or high profits, but about the impact these paintings would have, spreading their influence throughout the capital after this event. Every viewer would be captivated by the masterpiece that Cassina had created. The staff also informed Berto that all the exhibition tickets had been sold out. Nobles had spread rumors about an unknown artist named Cassina, an artist afflicted by a passion for art, and they were curious to see the exhibition because of this. Berg smiled smugly, this was the effect he needed. However, he reminded all the staff that they must never mention the Caros family here. The implication was that this family had no involvement, everything was due to Cassina's artistic talent. The staff were very compliant and worked diligently. Berto handed them the plan he had prepared to operate the exhibition. It was time to make the name Cassina famous throughout the capital. People would flock to see Cassina's true masterpiece. That painting would become a sensation, and Cassina's name would be promoted more vigorously than ever before. Berg himself would turn her into a renowned, admired artist, more than anyone else. On the day of the exhibition, the whole area was as crowded as a festival. All the nobles and royals were curious about what kind of artwork an artist with a passion for art could create, and how talented this unknown artist was. Among those gathered were some without tickets, unaware of what was happening, observing from the outside. One such person was Infrix, Cassina's long-lost brother, a member of the Count's family. He asked the butler what was going on that drew such a large crowd. The butler sarcastically replied, "You really are slow to catch up on information. There's an exhibition here that even the emperor is interested in. It's an event organized by the Caros family, showcasing works by artists passionate about art." Unbelievable. An exhibition that even the emperor cared about? The emperor was not known for being interested in such things. Whoever managed to capture his interest must have great potential. The butler sneered as he talked about the rumors, saying that just looking at the painting could mesmerize you and make you feel like you were living in that space. Exaggeration indeed. Ignoring the butler's sarcasm, Infrix immediately got out, too curious about who this artist was. Perhaps their painting was truly amazing. Inside the exhibition, despite the vast and spacious hall, only 3 paintings were displayed. They were indeed masterpieces. The guests were all curious about who this unknown artist Cassina was. Was Cassina a woman or a man? Some speculated that it was a child prodigy too young to reveal their face. Others whispered that it was a great figure wanting to change their mood and thus used a second pseudonym. However, the exhibition hosts, the Caros family, refused to give any answers. Instead, they announced that these 3 paintings were just the beginning of a series of works. There were 6 more paintings, which would be viewed in a private auction at another building also organized by the Caros family. The auction was strictly selective, and not everyone could participate, including members of the royal family. The nobles were extremely excited about the possibility of purchasing a painting by this artist passionate about art. The value lies not only in the painting but also in the creator who continually auctions one piece after another, each worth at least 1 million gold coins. The unpublished looks of Cassina are extremely attractive due to the secrecy and leverage effect that Kairos has built. Even without any information, people are sure that the Kairos family is enjoying the golden age of this anonymous artist. Berto stood behind the scenes, observing the perfect performance he had planned. Watching the audience fervently bid on the incomplete paintings from Cassina's series, Berto believed he had a sound strategy. First, he made them curious about her paintings with 3 unfinished masterpieces. Although Cassina had struggled to make the final touches to turn a painting into an incomplete piece, it still had to be beautiful. She complained to Berto that it was really difficult, but the Duke cleverly said, "Do you want to be famous now or not? Incomplete paintings can't achieve that." Thus, they had 9 perfect paintings. Berto then invited all those who desired to own and see more of Cassina's work to the auction. The allure of her auctions was tremendous. Of course, anyone who wanted to bid had to be selected by Kairos, with only 100 people allowed to participate. This exclusivity would be passed around, even reaching the media. The works deserving of such a high-profile auction in a private event attended by royalty indicated their immense prestige. Berto smiled wickedly, knowing that such news would inevitably reach the mansion of the Count's family, whom he wanted to strike the most. Infrix entered his father's study to report an important event. His father, still engrossed in paperwork, a true workaholic, looked irritated and asked Infrix, "What are you here for?" Infrix hinted, "Have you watched the news recently, father?" Looking pale, Infrix continued, "The news has even reached the official press, father." His father, annoyed, retorted that he had no time for trivial news since his wife was constantly sick. The Countess was bedridden after hearing the news that Cassina, her younger sister, wanted to cut ties with the family. Infrix, with a troubled expression, suggested, "If you're concerned about mother, you should see this news." The Count, now grumpy, asked Infrix to spit it out. Frustrated, Infrix placed a crumpled newspaper on his father's desk and, controlling his emotions, said, "Recently, there's been news about a famous painter admired even by the emperor." The Count, losing patience, warned him to get to the point. Infrix, with a sardonic smile, replied, "The painter is managed by the Kairos family, and you know what the painter's name is? Coincidentally, it's Cassina." Unmoved, the Count assumed it was just a coincidence. Infrix crumpled the newspaper. "Yes, it could be a coincidence, but the painter has become famous under the name Cassina, exactly as she wrote in her letters. Famous as the artist Cassina, not the Countess's daughter Cassina." The Count waved it off, suggesting it was just media hype and not worth their attention. Infrix, now visibly agitated, reminded his father how he also dismissed the Duke Berto's claim that Cassina was ill. Frustrated, Infrix, holding back his emotions, reiterated, "If you continue like this, you'll never see her again, father." Only then did the Count realize the gravity of the situation. It had to be something straightforward to wake him up. Infrix reminded him, "Didn't she write in her letter that she would become famous as the artist Cassina, not Cassina Leon Boss?" He painfully smiled, realizing she meant her paintings would make everyone remember her father. The Count fell silent, unable to find a reasonable explanation as he used to. He finally accepted the truth that the Kairos family had indeed supported his daughter. Infrix clarified, "This family remains silent and says nothing at all." The Count Leopard was also stuck. "The girl had said before that my name would resound to the far northern regions where you reside." He looked at the crumpled newspaper on the table, recalling some words from Cassina's letter. It seemed he understood now that the girl's fame was further proof that the letters were becoming more and more realistic. Infrix awakened the father, immersed in the family's affairs. Was he really planning to abandon Cassina so easily? The son's question left him stunned. The Count now had only one remaining doubt. If that artist was indeed Cassina, what should he do? Forget about the exhibition because the news had not yet reached the north. Cassina was preparing to attend a gathering among the lords. Mion had informed earlier that this expedition was significant and required the gathering of lords. Cassina reassured herself that everything would be fine, but her nerves were like a roller coaster. Mion was pleased with her beauty today, but she was always beautiful. He smiled gently, extending his hand to Cassina. She stammered, "Thank you, Mion," her nervousness causing her to stutter. The Duke, confident, walked beside Cassina into the hall, making them the most prominent and attractive attractive couple in the north. As the doors opened and they stepped inside, Mion, noticing Cassina's anxiety, said, "It's all right, it's just a meeting among ordinary people. You don't need to worry too much. It's not as formal as in the capital." Cassina looked at Mion, like a scared puppy caught in the rain. This was her first time meeting the northern nobles, so she was a bit intimidated. Mion confidently reassured her. "It's just a simple, modest party." But as soon as he spoke, he realized he was wrong. Inside, the hall was filled with nobles in lavish, grand attire, a far cry from simple. Cassina was shocked, and even Mion was stunned, wondering why everyone was so dressed up. From afar, Mion saw a familiar figure, Baron Jamer, in his sparkling, sequined outfit. The Baron greeted the Duke warmly, while Mion silently criticized him, thinking, "Who is this flashy guy? I don't know this show-off." Mion rubbed his temples in annoyance, worried that Cassina would feel pressured. Yet, in front of her, he maintained his composed demeanor, greeting the Baron warmly and asking, "Why are you dressed so festively, Baron?" A storm was brewing behind the scenes, but Cassina was still clueless. Jamer laughed heartily, saying he enjoyed the pre-festival evening because he got to drink, which made him very happy. Mion thought, "If Cassina weren't here, I'd deal with you." At that moment, another person came up and cursed Mion. "What the hell is this pre-festival evening? Who came up with that?" It was Marquis Ariel, slightly tipsy, who spoke to Mion like he was a close buddy. Mion smiled outwardly but silently noted his frustration. He sternly replied, "Marquis, you seem quite drunk to be making such remarks. By the way, have you completed the task I assigned you?" The Marquis teased back. "What task?" "I completely forgot." Mion gently reminded him. "The Army." The two, smiling on the surface, were seething with anger inside. Ariel cursed Mion directly. "You scoundrel, bringing up work the moment we meet." At that moment, Cassina gently tugged on the Duke's sleeve and softly whispered beside him. Mion asked her, "Is there something wrong?" The gentle Duke was someone unfamiliar to the people there. Cassina, with her kitten eyes, expressed her desire to greet the others. Mion, out of habit, referred to them as those people and asked Cassina if she wanted to greet those guys. Cassina, almost in tears, wondered if that was how lords and nobles were referred to in the north. But she did want to greet them to fit in. Mion pointed to the crowd. "Those guys? No need to greet them. They're just the purple and red hair ones. Knowing that is enough." The Duke smiled with a charismatic air and asked Cassina, "Am I not enough for you? Why care what they do? If you're bored, I'll keep you company." Mion's exceptional remark left the entire hall stunned into silence, as if they were at the wrong party or someone had swapped the real Duke Mion with an imposter. Jamer enthusiastically extended a hand to greet Cassina, introducing himself. Cassina was pleased to meet a new person and shook hands warmly. Even Ariel came over to say hello, not expecting this to be the girl the Duke wanted to keep secret. Cassina was a bit puzzled and asked Mion, "Have you never attended the pre-festival night? Is it because of me?" Mion quickly responded, "It's just a drinking event. I don't drink and don't enjoy it either." From behind, Jamer whispered to Ariel, "Hey, this guy drinks like a fish but says he doesn't?" Ariel laughed wryly, "Shut up. Keep it down or we'll all get in trouble." Mion then suggested a stroll around to introduce Cassina to more people, but the party was too vast to cover entirely. Cassina gently told the Duke, "It's all right, if you have things to do, you can go." Jamer interjected, "The Duke is busy preparing here, so why not come with me to meet the northern nobles?" Mion snapped, "Who asked you to?" But Cassina stepped in, eagerly looking back at Mion, "I'll be fine with him while you attend to your work, right?" Mion beamed, "It's nothing, I'm not busy. Let me introduce you." The group behind Cassina frantically signaled her not to let the Duke handle introductions, knowing it would end badly for them. Cassina, feeling for them, emphasized to Mion, "Didn't you say you had some urgent business?" With Cassina's persistent look, Mion relented, "I do have a few things to handle, so feel free to explore." He pointed to Baron Jamer, kindly instructing Cassina, "He can show you around for 30 minutes. Cassina happily agreed, but the Duke wasn't as content. walked away dejectedly like a puppy left behind, hurt that Cassina didn't insist on his company. As soon as Mion vanished, a swarm of curious onlookers surrounded Cassina, greeting her enthusiastically. Jamer was impressed by Cassina's ability to handle the Duke and asked if she had a secret method for taming him. Cassina was flustered. Taming? I haven't tamed anyone. At that moment, a white-haired middle-aged man, Count Leopard, came to her rescue, asking Jamer and Ariel why they were bothering the Duke's fiancé. They quickly let go of Cassina, laughing nervously. We're just being friendly. Count Leopard greeted Cassina, noting it was the first time he met the Duke's companion, the girl Mion had kept hidden, arousing everyone's curiosity. Feeling the pressure from this man, she shook hands, reassured by his words. Don't worry, people in the north aren't as strict as those in the capital. Plus, you're the Duke's fiancé. Cassina was deeply grateful for his words, but she corrected him slightly, noting that they were about to announce the cancellation of their engagement. The Kamer beside them looked surprised and interjected. Perhaps the young lady is mistaken. The army in the battle and in the neighboring territories has all been acquired by the Duke. Leonard chimed in, adding, the Duke may have ordered it for that purpose. He has an air of mystery about him. Cassina, still puzzled, admitted that he had collected the Hazel for her, but she didn't see the significance. Ariel, smiling slyly, asked Cassina, isn't it true for Northerners? Cassina had forgotten to mention her family background and where she came from. In the North, it's given to the sick to wish them health, but that's just a side note. The main thing is to give it to family or close comrades to show deep bonds. Giving it to someone of the opposite sex is different, like presenting a bright gem. If given to someone else, it implies expressing romantic feelings. She found herself at a Northern Lord's gathering to discuss transferring Winter's punishment and discarding H while bringing Hazel to Cassina. She learned that Hazel given to someone of the opposite sex symbolizes love between couples. Cassina struggled to deny this custom, asserting that they were about to announce their cancelled engagement. But she added that the custom of giving it to the sick was to wish them well. Ariel wouldn't let Cassina off the hook. That's true, but giving Hazel also represents wishing the other person well, but it's only applicable when given to a lover. Feeling overwhelmed, Cassina pondered how to hurt Duke Mion less, as loving someone about to die would hurt him. She denied her feelings, saying it was because she had a serious illness that she received the Han, asking others not to misunderstand. Cassina felt like a small rabbit among Northern wolves, overwhelmed by their veiled affections for her. The Northern nobles piled their admiration on her, making her blush. Leonard, holding a glass of wine, asked, is Cassina accustomed to life in the North? He was truly a wine enthusiast, having never let go of his glass since the pre-festival night, Mion's previous concoction until now. Cassina replied graciously, I'm getting used to the atmosphere here, though things may be a bit different in terms of weather and food. I'm adapting quickly. The Duke, not from the North, had a different thought. Aren't Southerners more refined and serious compared to Northerners? Those noble ladies there fan themselves and laugh while concealing their true feelings. Kamer, annoyed by the affectation, muttered, why bother with fans if you're just pretending? Cassina laughed along with them, knowing they were talking about her homeland. The Duke admitted, regardless, the wine in the capital is excellent, much better than here. Ariel mocked, only interested in wine these days, huh? Nothing else? Leonard believed wine was everything to a noble. Cassina, feeling incredibly comfortable among them, had never been so happy in the South. Leonard observed her closely, despite being a wine enthusiast, noting her expressions. He called Cassina over to discuss something, noticing her joy with Ariel. He startled her, and seeing his discomfort, he quickly apologized for the indelicacy. Though Leonard had known Cassina for a long time, he had never seen her express such happiness. Didn't she and Duke Mion plan to end their engagement soon? Cassina struggled to control her emotions. Despite being from the North, some recognized her and knew how deeply despondent she usually was, never showing affection or preference for anything. Like an lifeless doll. Leonard clearly understood Cassina's feelings towards the Duke and noted her silence. The Duke truly cares for you, Mississippi. Cassina understood his implication. What young man would treat a girl he didn't like so tenderly, even more so than his own family? Cassina sadly smiled, thinking she would accept the Duke's affection if she weren't so ill. But such a relationship could never exist. Cassina was destined to suffer, and the only outcome between them would be Duke Mion's pain and Cassina's retreat from the world. The divine will wasn't generous with Cassina, yet granted her a brief period of happiness, causing her to desire Mion and forget her dark past, allowing her to laugh in her final days. At that moment, Leonard's group marveled and praised the Duke of Mion. Despite his eccentricities, they acknowledged his punctuality, never being a minute late. Cassina, having just regained her composure after 30 minutes, was still unsure of what they were talking about. Why were they mentioning Mion? There was a sound behind her. Cassina turned around and saw a familiar figure. The Duke of Mion, who she had just been thinking about, appeared before her. With a gentle and worried expression, he asked, "Cassina, are you all right?" Her face was slightly pale from thinking about their relationship, causing her cheeks to blush, making her look somewhat feverish. She fanned herself and told Mion, "It's nothing, just a bit stifling from the wine. I wanted to get some fresh air." Mion, in his doting mode, gently scolded her. "You shouldn't have drunk even a little bit. It's bad for your health." Cassina apologized profusely, explaining that she felt overwhelmed. The Duke then extended his hand to her with an invitation. "Shall we take a walk outside?" Cassina agreed and took his rough yet warm hand. Mion radiated with joy from her consent. The group around them commented on how different the Duke seemed when his wife was around, contrasting with his usual gruff demeanor. Mion teased them. "Everyone, have fun. I'll be outside with Cassina." He emphasized this to ensure they noticed how much he cared for her. Outside, they enjoyed the cool breeze and the enchanting moonlight. The balcony, decorated with white and blue roses, created a soothing atmosphere for Cassina and warmed the hearts of both the main characters. Mion inquired, "Are you feeling better now? I was worried when I saw your face turning red." Cassina reassured him that she was fine, mentioning that she had enjoyed the company of the lords earlier. Mion felt more at peace knowing she was comfortable with his friends. He sensed that the distance between them was closing. Cassina explained why her face had been red earlier, comparing herself to the beautiful but thorny roses below. She said to Mion, "It was because of you that I was blushing." The Duke didn't understand what she meant. Why did her earlier expression relate to him? Cassina's face showed a hint of sadness as she softly said, "I really feel like a coward, Duke Mion." He was confused by her sudden change in tone. Cassina looked down and whispered, "The lords misunderstood our relationship, which made me feel embarrassed." She clenched her hands tightly, not from physical pain, but from the emotional pain of having to distance herself from the one she liked. The Duke still didn't grasp what she was implying or the nature of the misunderstanding. However, it made Mion uneasy, as everyone had recognized his feelings through his actions. Cassina suddenly expressed her guilt towards Mion, leaving him even more puzzled. The gentle night breeze played with Cassina's hair. She, a rare and precious presence in his life, now had to cause herself emotional pain. Cassina said, "Although the party was enjoyable, I've caused a misunderstanding because I'm the one who will be leaving." Mion, laughing at himself, tried to comfort her. "Now you're saying it's a misunderstanding?" Before Mion could finish his sentence, Cassina interrupted, whispering, "Please, Duke Mion, don't like me. That's my only wish right now." They both stood on the balcony, sharing the same air, but Mion felt much more suffocated. He had so many questions. Why did she say that? Cassina, with a heavy heart, leaning on the balcony, said, "You still have plenty of time, Mion. Eventually, you'll find someone you truly like. I'm just a breeze passing through your life. It may feel refreshing, but you know I must leave. I can't stay by your side." Mion sincerely asked, "Can't you stay here and enjoy the breeze with me? You don't have to be that breeze." Cassina, trying to hold herself together, felt tears welling up inside. She looked straight at Mion to show she was serious. Cassina didn't answer his question. The moonlight was cold despite its brightness. Even with Mion, Cassina didn't feel any warmth. They belonged to two entirely different worlds. Initially, she had sought refuge in the distant north to find peace in her final moments. But things had changed. She met Mion, discovered love, and felt loved in return. Yet, it was just a part of her journey. Cassina of the past and present has always been a negative person who feels undeserving of love, whereas Sir Mion is a positive individual with a warm heart, radiating a comforting glow around him. Thus, Cassina's eventual demise seemed inevitable, no matter how greedy she might be. She couldn't be selfish because of this blind love, she couldn't leave a lifelong scar on Mion, as that would be too cruel. Cassina reluctantly looked straight at Mion and threw a cold splash of reality at him. I know you have always been good to me, caring for me, but please see me as a snowstorm that briefly passes by and then melts away, making room for another spring. Each word felt like a dagger stabbing the Duke's heart. No matter how strong he was, being rejected like this would surely push him back. But Mion, the Duke of the territory, known for his stubbornness and rudeness, was the one who cared most about Cassina in the world. His love might be harsh and gruff, but it was certainly not like a snowflake that would drift away with the wind. Mion sighed, facing Cassina's negativity head-on. He neither blamed nor agreed with her, but calmly said, "Sometimes storms leave behind many things. You know you can't lie, Cassina. Your eyes are looking at me completely differently from what you are saying. Don't you realize that no matter how much you try to control your mind and heart, your eyes, the windows to your soul, still reveal the truth?" Mion, the man who had imprinted deeply on Cassina's dull and gloomy soul, affirmed to her, "I don't know about you, but my love for you is real, and it doesn't stop there. I'm sure you love me too." Cassina bit her lip, wanting to push him away again. Because if this continued, she would sink deeper into the mire, and Mion would be affected as well. Mion didn't allow Cassina to say another word. His warm hand gently brushed her cheek as he tenderly advised, "I think you are tired now, so please go rest. We can talk about everything tomorrow. I'll call the servants so you can go ahead." He placed a rare sweet and gentle kiss on her forehead. It's rare for a man who has been rejected to still cherish a girl so much. It could be said that Mion understood Cassina so well that she herself didn't even realize it. Without waiting for her reply, Mion ordered the servants to escort the lady to her room to rest, while he returned to the banquet hall. The young lady's heart still pounded after Mion's sweet words. On his way, Mion kept thinking about what had happened earlier. What was that about a passing snowstorm? She really couldn't lie, always pushing him away. Mion thought about the lonely girl from the moment she arrived until now. Cassina, he wasn't going to let her become just a temporary guest. His feelings had become clearer, and he wouldn't easily give up now. When Mion entered the banquet hall alone, everyone was surprised. Kamer asked, "Where's Cassina gone?" With a jealous tone, he seemed to have forgotten that without Cassina around, Mion would go mad. Mion angrily replied, "Cassina is tired, so she left. And one more thing, what did you all talk to her about?" Kamer pouted and shrugged. "Nothing much, just a conversation about how spring has come for the Duke." "You insolent fool," Mion said, grabbing Kamer's collar and tightening his grip. Kamer pleaded for help from everyone around, as he was about to suffocate. "This Mion is really going to kill me." Leonard intervened to save Kamer, while commenting, "Cassina is indeed a kind, beautiful lady, raised well in a noble family, isn't she?" Hearing Cassina's name calmed Mion down. He let go of Kamer and sat down to continue the conversation. Cassina did come from a noble family, but due to many issues, she had cut ties with them. Leonard poured Mion a drink and said, "My old eyes can see that she has lived a troubled life. Sometimes she smiles, but there's a lingering sadness." He was curious. Is Cassina suffering from some illness? She mentioned an incurable disease earlier when talking about Honda. Mion frowned but introduced her situation without revealing too much, implying that she had a serious illness that could take away something from her. Leonard sipped his drink, nodding. Those who have been through a lot are often afraid to move forward. Taking it slow is a good approach. You seem to value her a lot. Mion's pupils briefly froze, and he became more irritable as Leonard had hit the nail on the head. Mion put down his glass and asked respectfully, Since when did you start caring about other people's affairs? Knowing the Duke was annoyed, Leonard stopped teasing and smiled wryly. Mion sighed again. If Cassina could open up, things would be easier. But since we don't know for sure, I plan to get Han to treat her, to ease her worries. Looking at the empty glass, he continued. If there's a proper treatment in the future, she might be cured. She wants to leave, so I have no way to stop her. Mion felt both sorrow and pain. Leonard asked. What is the disease exactly? Do we not know? Mion pondered. She said the illness would take away something from her, but she didn't specify what. Leonard couldn't guess either. Mion started to think about the symptoms and possible diagnoses. The Viscount Berto had mentioned that her disease would progress, but nothing was certain. When there was an update, he would inform Cassina's personal physician. The reports indicated a somewhat complicated condition. Mion scratched his head, unable to imagine but knowing she was in pain and needed treatment. He recalled that both of them had mentioned that her condition didn't match common symptoms. Each patient was different, with some losing parts or abilities, but Cassina didn't show such signs. Her condition seemed less outwardly visible, except for sudden seizures. Mion suddenly remembered the physician's words about the price of life being paid to the gods, which was very rare, affecting only a small percentage. He dismissed the thought that being alone wouldn't be a problem, reasoning that it's very rare and Cassina couldn't possibly have it. Ariel, who was beside him, curiously asked. Just asking, if it's a terminal illness, is there any place to get more information? Camber coughed and guessed. If you don't know the symptoms, why not look for people who had the disease before? One or two people would surely give you an answer, right? Mion muttered that this idea seemed logical. If they could find a few people with the same illness as Cassina, they could get a general understanding of the situation. Rummaging through his thoughts to see if anyone like that existed, he fortunately remembered one case of someone with the same illness as Cassina. Mion immediately slammed the table and stood up, saying he would go there right away, telling the others to continue the party. The Viscount couldn't believe it and asked again. Are you kidding? You're going now? Mion left without looking back, and Ariel shouted. How can this be? What kind of strange party is this? And what about the meeting? Duke Mion, who was known for being rude, didn't listen to anyone at this moment. He left in a hurry, and Camber laughed gleefully. This is how they organize meetings here. The chairperson leaves immediately without caring about anything. Mion quickly got on a carriage, heading to his destination. Besides the doctor and Berto, who had the artistic illness but wouldn't tell him the situation, there was another person he could ask to find out the root cause of this issue. He had to get there right away, no delay. At the party, Leonard smiled profoundly, sipping a glass of wine that was both bitter and sweet with a hint of sweetness. Finally, there was someone of his age. When Mion arrived, it was already midnight. He banged on the door of the person's house to wake them up. It was the art shop where Cassina and Mion had bought flowers before. The old shop owner, still sleepy, opened the door and informed him that it was past business hours and to come back tomorrow. Mion immediately blocked the door, panting heavily, showing he had run there despite everything. The Duke apologized for disturbing him at this hour and introduced himself as the one who had requested to decorate the painting room before. Recognizing the Duke of this territory, the shop owner asked why he was there at such a late hour. Mion urgently wanted to ask him about the disease that made him lose an arm. The shop owner sighed, acknowledging that he knew someone would come to ask about it. He invited the Duke inside, even though the interior was a bit shabby. The shop owner made Mion a cup of hot tea to calm him down before he asked about something that could be quite shocking. The Duke went straight to the main issue, wanting to know why and how the shop owner lost his arm, as he was also an artist who had suffered from the same artistic illness as Cassina. Mion was sure he could find out something. The shop owner sighed, confirming that his arm was lost due to the artistic illness. It was the price he had to pay. He used to be a talented artist like Cassina, with each masterpiece being very satisfying. However, due to lack of conditions in the past, he became famous quite late. Just as he started gaining fame, the illness began to manifest, causing his painting arm to gradually become numb. Even a little painting made him unable to hold the brush. He didn't know what it was at the time, so he went for a checkup, and the doctor diagnosed him with the artistic illness. There was no cure, and the numbness and pain would eventually spread throughout his arm. They advised him to give up his art if he wanted to treat the illness, but he, like all artists suffering from the artistic illness, including Cassina, didn't want to abandon something that was like their lifeblood. They saw it as their heart and treasure. Therefore, he became increasingly obsessed and out of control until he completed his final masterpiece, at which point his entire right arm was completely disabled. To stop the pain from tormenting him further, he cut off his arm and abandoned the art he cherished as his life. Mion grasped the key point, understanding that the price would be at the part of the body experiencing pain. The shop owner nodded in agreement. Mion urgently asked, "Is there a case where the pain spreads to the heart or throughout the body?" Mion anxiously waited for an answer. The shop owner took a sip of tea, trying to recall if he had heard about pain in the heart or body. He remembered hearing something but wasn't sure. He asked Mion if he was talking about the girl who had come with him to the shop before. If it was her, he wanted to know what miracle she created. For clear words came from Mion's mouth. A creative miracle. It can make the painting come to life. Even create life. The shop owner was shocked. What the Duke mentioned was a creative miracle with powers comparable to creation. Seeing his reaction, Mion urgently asked, "Do you know about it? Tell me quickly." The shop owner struggled to tell Mion that if a living being was truly created, the price would be very high. The artist would have to exchange their life. Mion was horrified, unable to believe it. The strong Duke now completely collapsed, realizing that Cassina would have to exchange her life for each painting, for each miracle. What she meant by leaving was death, not going anywhere. The price for the miracle was more like a curse. The next day, when everything was gradually revealed, Berto had just returned to the Duke's mansion. Berto had completed everything Cassina had asked him to, so he came to give her the good news. The only one welcoming Berto was the butler, so he asked curiously, "Where is the Duke?" The main reason he came here was to meet an old friend in addition to delivering a message for Cassina, but the butler informed him. "The Duke left the territory early for some business and will return later, so please wait in the meantime, sir." Berto immediately asked, "Where is Cassina?" "You are familiar with the place, so it would save me the trouble of searching." The butler smiled warmly. "Miss Cassina is currently in the gallery. The servants told me that she has already had breakfast and gone for a walk, sir. Would you like me to call her down?" Berto waved his hand. "That's fine. I'll go up myself. I want to stretch my legs after the long journey, so I'll head straight to her room." The stairs in this house reminded him fondly of times past. Even though it wasn't his house, he was very familiar with it. He summed up everything in his mind before reporting to Cassina because the auction had gone surprisingly well, which resulted in a pile of documents he needed to approve. He hadn't eaten or slept during that time and felt as if he might die. Cassina's paintings had become more famous than ever, and the money earned was substantial. However, Cassina probably didn't care about the money. She would be thrilled to know her art was praised worldwide. Just imagining her complimenting him made Berto happy. If she actually did, it would be even better. Excited, Berto went to Cassina's room and knocked on the door, calling her name. He was in high spirits, ready to share the astonishing news. But after a while, there was no response. The door remained silent and unmoving, which was quite unsettling. Anxiously, Berto called again. "Are you in there, Cassina?" But the silence continued. Berto's face darkened. Could she have fainted or something happened inside? He couldn't be that unlucky, could he? Using all his strength, he forced the door open urgently. He couldn't wait or call the butler to inform him. He knew barging in was wrong, but the scene before him shocked him into shouting Cassina's name. At that moment, she seemed like a different person, still engrossed in finishing a painting despite someone entering her room. Cassina's mind seemed disturbed as she muttered that it was almost done, her face dark and as if controlled by someone. She wasn't herself anymore, continually murmuring, "Just a little more, just need to finish this brush stroke." At that moment, a firm hand grabbed Cassina, and Berto yelled, warning her to stop or she would die. Cassina struggled, screaming for Berto to let go, insisting she must finish immediately. Berto firmly forbade her from completing it. Cassina, her face twisted, asked, "Why can't I finish it?" Berto forcefully explained, "This is forbidden." But at this moment, Cassina wasn't listening. The painting she was working on was a portrait of Duke Mion, almost complete, as she said. "Just a little more." Berto repeated one more time to make her understand that if she completed it, she would die. Cassina, no longer resisting, began muttering about death like a mad person. Hearing that word, a sinister smile appeared on her lips as if it was something sweet and delightful. Cassina mumbled, "If I can exchange my life to have Duke Mion, then so be it. So, move aside." Berto, horrified, snapped at Cassina. "What's wrong with you? Are you going insane?" Though normally weak, she was surprisingly strong at the moment. She screamed at Berto to move out of the way with a crazed determination. Berto splashed cold water on her and bluntly asked, "Cassina, do you really want a fake Mion that badly?" This succeeded in making Cassina pause. He held her hand tightly, advising her that a fake could never replace the real Mion, that wasn't the true Mion. Though not fully lucid, her madness subsided, and she released the brush. Cassina's mind was gradually clearing, but not entirely. To be sure, Berto still restrained her hand. Cassina collapsed in exhaustion, realizing what she had almost done. Was she really trying to create a living Mion? How could that be? The thought that she could create something real from a painting was overwhelming. Staring at the work before her, she felt sheer terror. She had almost made a living, breathing Mion. Cassina bit her lip, trying to suppress her trembling. What was she about to do? All because she wanted a Mion who would look only at her, just like the one she created. She had gone mad. Cassina trembled uncontrollably, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. She looked up and apologized to Berto for her earlier outburst. Berto sighed and asked, "Have you calmed down? It was a close call. It's like ancient script or even more intense. Artists create with an uncontrollable frenzy, they are passionate and immersed in their work. In severe cases, they don't hesitate to harm themselves to achieve perfection." Remembering Cassina's earlier madness, Berto felt relieved. Thankfully, she stopped in time. Just mentioning Mion's name and the idea of creating a fake Mion had already disturbed her mind so much. Who knows what might have happened if he had come in a bit later. Cassina's face was dark and extremely pained. She seemed unaware of what she had been doing. Berto asked seriously if she really wanted to create Mion that badly. Cassina explained that it wasn't intentional. It's just that while painting, she suddenly remembered a conversation with him, and so she painted. Cassina recounted how a few days ago, while she was painting, the Duke asked her why she didn't paint people. He was very curious why, in all her paintings, there were always animals and vibrant sceneries but never people. At that time, she hadn't yet told him, nor explained, that she couldn't paint people. Mion had casually smiled, suggesting she paint a self-portrait. That made her want to paint a portrait of Mion instead because she liked the idea. The Duke was quite surprised by Cassina's special thought of gifting him a portrait, revealing his significant place in her heart. Cassina confirmed this with a nod, making Mion even happier, smiling a bit bashfully at the anticipation of the portrait. So, Cassina painted his portrait. At first, I told myself it would be okay if I didn't finish it, but as I painted, I gradually lost control because the painting was meant for him. So, if I complete it, it will disappear, right? Berto was puzzled. Didn't you decide to finish it with such determination? Cassina described her earlier feelings to Berto so he could understand her situation. She felt as if with each brushstroke, someone whispered in her ear to finish the painting because if she did, he would belong to her alone. It would be wonderful if he only looked at her. The voice kept echoing in her head. She didn't know what she was doing, only that creating Mion would mean he would look only at her, just like H only focused on Cassina. Berto, almost losing his composure, asked her, "So, do you still want to finish the painting?" Cassina clenched her hands, biting her lip, and vaguely said, "I'm not sure." Her heart still longed to paint, even knowing it might mean death. I really want to stop, but I can't. I keep finding another reason. Berto felt this was a tough case. If no one stopped her, she would become mad, unaware of how deep her desire ran. Such a desire could take her life. Cassina suddenly remembered she had felt this way as a child. Berto, not understanding, asked again. Cassina admitted she had felt this urge before and couldn't overcome it. Berto turned pale, asking, "When was that?" Cassina replied, "When I was a child." Berto was stunned. "Did you create a human?" Facing Berto's question, Cassina was torn between telling the truth and hiding it. She remained silent, the quiet becoming eerie. It would have been better if she had lied, but Berto lost patience, demanding she face him to avoid lying. He shouted, "You used magic to create a human, didn't you?" Cassina whispered, "It was out of loneliness that I unknowingly did it." Berto collapsed, realizing the cause of Cassina's severe and rapid decline. The number of paintings she had done was due to breaking the taboo of creating a human. His eyes filled with anger. Berto, usually refined, felt like cursing. The act of a painter creating a human violated divine powers, altering the natural order, and breaking the laws of causality. It was a challenge to God, costing a life. Everything seemed chaotic. A talented girl had to pay dearly for her ignorance. Berto looked at the girl he promised to care for and heal, a promise made to his best friend. Even if he hadn't promised, he would still have healed her. But it was far from the phrase cured. Cassina bowed her head, knowing her naive mistake from childhood was unforgivable. God or any supreme being wouldn't overlook someone challenging their authority. Even if done unintentionally, creating a human came with a high price. Cassina weakly asked, "Berto, will I die?" It was something she was sure of but wanted to ask for some encouragement. She smiled bitterly. "Even if I did it unintentionally, in the end, I still have to pay the price, right?" Duke Berto took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and gently said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Cassina," he said, taking her frail hands in his own to stop them from trembling. Cassina appeared calm, but in reality, she was terrified at the prospect of dying. He apologized for raising his voice earlier, he was just too worried about her. The Count reassured Cassina to stay calm, assuring her that everything would be resolved, and then he asked her gently, "What kind of person were you created as back then? This time, please tell the truth. Only then can we solve this." Cassina had nothing left to hide, she wanted to live but didn't want to endure any more suffering. So she told him everything in a sorrowful voice. "I created people when I was young. My two siblings were also fairly old, around 5 or 10 years old. I don't remember clearly, only that it was one of the rare times I got to go out with the family. The 5 of us went to the market to play, and I was in charge of looking after Abelia. When she wanted to see the stuffed bears, I let go of her hand, and she almost got lost, fell, and scraped her knee a bit. My mother scolded me for letting go of her hand when I was supposed to be the older sister. I tried to explain to my mother that I let go of Abelia's hand just because she wanted to see the stuffed bears, but my mother's response was a painful slap that made my cheek swell. She coldly admonished me, saying that as the older sister, I should take care of my sibling instead of making excuses, pointing out that Abelia had scraped her knee. At that moment, my parents put all the blame on me. I apologized countless times, but my mother didn't forgive me. She said I was much healthier than Abelia, and, as the older sister, I should protect her. Abelia kept crying, making the family even angrier. I knew I couldn't explain to my mother while she was so worried about Abelia, so I told my father, who was carrying Bardon, about what had happened, but he ignored me and ordered us to get on the carriage quickly to take Abelia to be examined. My mother agreed. I screamed in tears, admitting that I had made a huge mistake in looking after Abelia, but I would try harder. At that moment, I thought admitting my mistake would make them look at me again, but how naive I was. My parents disregarded my words, treating me like I was invisible, and turned their backs to care for their precious child. For the second time in my life, I was slapped. It hurt tremendously for a child, and I longed for my parents to care about me more after they finished with my siblings. But they never did. When we returned to the mansion, I was very sad. I locked myself in my room and cried continuously. No one cared whether I was hungry or anything else. I felt like being born healthy was a crime, so to ease the sadness, I turned to drawing. Whenever I was deeply sad, I would draw, without knowing much about anything. But as soon as I put down the colored pencils, a voice appeared in my head, telling me that my parents' love, care, and attention were gone forever, so I should create my own parents who only cared about me, only saw me. It sounded wonderful. I didn't understand why I heard that voice, but I kept drawing. When the voice stopped, and I came to, I had drawn my parents with warm smiles. At that time, I didn't know that what I did was forbidden, right? Berto asked Cassina what made an innocent child take actions that led to their demise, realizing it was just a desperate desire for love and attention. But the real cost was heartbreakingly high. Cassina bitterly laughed about her life and laughed helplessly at Berto. At that time, I didn't know anything, I just wanted to fulfill my parents' wishes. They existed for 10 minutes. During that time, I confided everything I wanted to say, asking for hugs, affection, and sweet words from my parents. They really cared for me, just as I wished. Then I fell asleep in their arms. That was the first time I achieved my wish to rest in my parents' embrace, something Bardon and Abelia had easily every day. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed. Seeing Berto a bit surprised, she guessed. It was those artificial parents who put you to bed before leaving. They took care of me so gently that sometimes I wished it was real and not a miracle created in 10 minutes. Cassina no longer cried, but there were a few things she wanted to ask Berto. I was so ignorant back then, wasn't I? Trading 10 minutes for a whole life. Berto held her hand, comforting her. Don't blame yourself. No one taught you, and it wasn't your fault. Cassina smiled softly. Indeed, I no longer blame my past self, so rest assured. Outwardly, Cassina seemed calm, but deep down, she thought that if she hadn't made that mistake back then, she wouldn't exist now. The experience was truly remarkable. Berto sighed. No matter what, I promise you, Cassina, I will do everything to save you. Just promise me one thing. Berto wanted to save her, but only if she had the will to live. Now was no exception. He looked at Cassina with determined silver eyes and said, if you want to live, you must say that you want to live. You must passionately want to live, not be negative. Cassina gave Berto a look full of determination. Now, I want to live at any cost, because there's someone in the future waiting for me, someone who wants to experience next spring with me. Berto sighed in relief. All right then, I promise to help you, Cassina. Half kneeling, he gave her his promise, even though everything seemed hopeless. They both understood that they were powerless, but still had to have the will. It was a kind of situation not everyone could handle. Just then, Mion knocked on Cassina's door. He wanted to talk to her, but earlier Berto had been in such a hurry that he forgot to close the door. Without hesitation, Mion entered and saw Berto half kneeling, holding Cassina's hand intimately, while Cassina looked troubled. Mion frowned, his face filled with anger, and asked sternly, what are you two doing? Berto was on the verge of tears, thinking this was the end. This friend of his would definitely be upset seeing this scene. Berto understood Mion well, this situation was easily misunderstood. Berto, half kneeling and holding Cassina's hand so intimately, made Mion lose his temper. Trying to stay calm, he asked again. What are you two doing? In truth, Mion's eyes gave away his anger. Cassina stopped short, intending to explain the situation, but then realized that she and Berto were holding hands too intimately. In a closed room, anyone would misunderstand. Cassina quickly withdrew her hand and explained. We were just catching up after a long time, that's all. Mion sneered, what kind of conversation requires holding hands? Berto didn't know how to explain, but Cassina quickly added. We were just so happy to see each other again after a long time. Berto laughed heartily, exactly, we were just so happy to see each other again. But the look on Mion's face showed he didn't believe it. Mion, like a wolf, glared at Berto, who was still holding Cassina's hand. Mion was upset but couldn't scold Berto in front of Cassina, so he decided to take action. He rushed over, pushed Berto's hand away, and claimed his place. Mion pulled Cassina into his arms, surprising her a bit. He whispered, "I missed you too, Cassina." Berto sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Mion shot a look at Berto, silently telling him to back off. Cassina enjoyed Mion's warm embrace but was curious. "We just saw each other this morning. How can you say you missed me so much already?" Mion didn't say anything, just continued to hold Cassina, while glaring at Berto like a wolf watching its prey. Berto, feeling guilty, wished he could disappear. He was about to speak, but something else caught Mion's attention. He was mesmerized by Cassina's artwork on the easel, a portrait of him, looking proud and cold. Mion didn't expect himself to look so good in Cassina's eyes. Cassina felt a bit embarrassed to have Mion see her work in this situation but decided to be brave. Cassina proudly introduced the painting. "This is a portrait I promised to give you." Cassina watched Mion's reaction closely. Mion said, "This is the first time." Cassina was surprised. The first time for what? It was the first time Mion had received a portrait, especially one painted by Cassina. He was very happy. The cold Mion of the past was gone, melted by Cassina's influence. Cassina felt good seeing Mion cherish her painting. She was lucky to have finished it, otherwise, Mion would have disappeared from the painting and she would be dead, unable to see him again. Leaving Mion a mark was more joyous, wasn't it? Berto, seeing Cassina happy with Mion's praise, felt relieved. However, the two were embracing again. Berto sighed, feeling somewhat invisible in this house. He decided to give the young couple some space and said to them, "It's over, so I'll excuse myself first." Unexpectedly, before he could step out the door, Mion called out his full name in a solemn manner. Berto felt sure that he hadn't checked the calendar for a good day before setting out this morning. Seeing Mion's serious expression, it was clear there was something to discuss. Mion frowned and requested, "A meeting, there's something I need to discuss." Berto cried inwardly, "Do I have a choice, Your Grace? How can this morning be so unlucky?" He screamed internally but outwardly agreed to meet with the Duke. They met in Mion's office at the mansion. A loud bang echoed through the office, though Cassina couldn't hear it. Berto's left cheek was already frighteningly red as he asked, "Mion, what on earth is this about?" Mion shook his hand and challenged, "Guess what I'm doing?" The implication was clear, guess wrong and you'll get another punch. Berto didn't understand a thing but ground his teeth and cursed at Mion. "If you have something to say, just spit it out. What do you want?" Mion enunciated each word clearly. "Why did you hide the truth about Cassina's artistic illness from me?" Berto frowned in annoyance. What sudden madness is this? And why bring up her illness now? Mion gritted his teeth. "You knew everything, didn't you? That her life is ticking away hour by hour, minute by minute, that she's about to die, you bastard." Berto was stunned. So he knew already. Mion clenched his fist. "I trusted you to take care of her, you bastard." Berto, with his hands on his hips, asked, "Who told you this?" "It wasn't the doctor, and it wasn't me, so who?" Mion grabbed Berto by the collar and yelled, "Does it matter who told me?" The Duke was almost crazy now, feeling the agony of knowing the person he loves is dying. Mion's eyes were filled with killing intent. If there were a knife here, he would have cut Berto for hiding Cassina's life-threatening condition. Berto snapped back. "It's because there are many people involved, and I don't disclose everything like you do. Do you know who made me promise to keep it a secret? It was Cassina herself. She made me swear not to tell, so what the hell could I do?" Mion was extremely shocked, releasing Berto's collar. From beginning to end, his helplessness was due to Cassina wanting to keep it secret. Was he so untrustworthy to her? Berto doused Mion with cold water. "Isn't this partly your fault too? You never trusted Cassina, not even a little. Why should she trust you?" Mion, enraged, raised his fist and swung with all his might at Berto. At this moment, he was furious, possibly because he knew the girl he loved was dying, or perhaps because Berto's words hit too close to home. Berto braced himself, knowing that a punch from this muscular man would hurt, but the blow never landed. The predatory wolf had stopped, his heart was beginning to calm. Berto peeked and saw that Mion had stopped punching. The Duke dropped his arms in despair and whispered hopelessly. I trusted you, knowing you understand that artistic illness better than anyone. Why did you hide it from me? Mion approached Berto and calmly warned. Anyway, I want you to cure Cassina's illness and help her survive. The Duke, like a grieving wolf, growled for help. Berto, equally furious, retorted. If you ask, I will save her. I don't want to see Cassina die either. Both men, sharing the same goal but being harsh with each other, could tear each other apart in anger. In truth, knowing that Cassina's life was wasting away from artistic illness, learned from the painting workshop owner, caused Mion immense pain. He angrily slammed the table to control himself from doing something crazy. He asked the owner again for confirmation. Is it true that Cassina could die? Are you sure? Seeing the Duke's frenzied eyes, the boss couldn't dare hide the truth. The only thing that kept repeating in his head was the phrase that she would die, really die. It drove Mion out of control, unable to restrain himself any longer. Mion gritted his teeth. He was furious, wanting to destroy everything, hating himself for realizing it too late. She always said she had only 4 months left, especially because of that guy, Berto. Mion felt like a lone wolf lost from his pack, roaring in anger and despair because the one he loved was about to die. If he hadn't sought the truth, how ridiculous would it be? He wouldn't even know why she left him. What a fool. At that moment, he wanted to punch Berto a few times to vent his anger for daring to hide the truth. But now, his best friend spoke the truth. Berto clicked his tongue, preparing to leave the room, finally having dealt with this musclehead. His jaw still hurt terribly. How could punches hurt so much? Mion could no longer hold back due to this irritating guy. He decided he had to punch him a few times. Berto couldn't react. How could a writer fight a warrior? The Duke's office echoed with savage sounds deep into the night. The butler came in to announce that all the shipments had arrived as requested. As soon as he stepped in, he was horrified by the scene. The Duke's face was bruised and swollen. The butler quickly asked, Your Grace, what happened? Mion replied, Nothing much, just a few light punches. Looking at Mion, it seemed nothing serious as he was still working nonchalantly. The butler, having lived this long, couldn't believe anyone had the guts to hit the Duke. Mion chuckled, I just saw him being weak and inactive, so it was boring to punch someone sitting still. I let him hit back, but I hit him more. The butler boldly guessed, Your Grace, are you talking about Mr. Berto? Did he fight with you? Mion recounted the situation to the butler. That seemingly delicate guy punched quite hard, landing a straight punch on Mion's face without holding back. Berto, panting, growled, Don't think I'll just take your punches, you bastard. Mion, excited, taunted back, Come on then, you bastard. So, the two normally composed dukes turned into reckless boys, yelling and punching each other fiercely in the office. After the fight, both were left panting, lying on the floor, faces covered in bruises. Mion seriously asked, So, why did Cassina hide this from me? This was the part he couldn't understand the most. Berto took the chance to mock, Use your brain a bit, brother. Berto lay down to rest while explaining. This bull, despite being beaten, could still sit. Berto asked Mion back, Didn't you find her to be a bothersome fiancé at that time? You even wanted to annul the engagement. If she had confessed she was ill while living at her fiancé's house, what if she was thrown out? Mion saw some logic in that, but even so, they had a chance to talk again. Mion retorted, Wasn't that your idea? Berto responded to Mion, Think about it. If it were you, would you dare to tell someone you hate that you were dying, risking being kicked out? Finally, Mion understood. He could completely grasp the reason now. Berto asked Mion, Are you planning to tell Cassina? If so, you can't. Mion scratched his chin, contemplating how to organize his thoughts and wondering if she would stay calm knowing he knew everything. He feared she would run away, having wanted to hide it from the start. Berto, seeing Mion surprisingly calm, praised him, This situation requires careful consideration. Otherwise, she might get scared and run away. Berto assessed his hot-headed friend who usually handled things with brute force. It seemed Cassina had indeed changed this person. Berto smiled slightly, finally witnessing his reckless friend mature. However, there was one thing Mion hadn't realized, and Berto wouldn't hint anymore. Too many hints wouldn't be fair, they needed to figure it out themselves. Thinking this through, Berto joked, "Look how bruised my face is. I won't be able to go out for 2 or 3 days." Mion almost wanted to punch him a few more times for acting. Berto struggled to stand up, dusting off his clothes, his bones felt like they were falling apart. Berto bid Mion farewell, "It's time for me to go." The Duke didn't hold back, directly sending him away. The butler anxiously said, "Your Grace, you should get treated, or the bruises will worsen by tomorrow." Mion chuckled, "Stop nagging, old butler. It's just a few bruises, nothing serious." "How about the documents that were sent?" The butler, feeling sorry for the Duke's appearance, reported, "All the documents you needed are in the study." Mion slammed the table and stood up, "Good, let's get to work." The butler excitedly added, "Miss Cassina would be happy to know this." Mion replied, "She's asleep now, so let's think about that tomorrow." At this moment, the butler noticed a strange item in the Duke's office, a portrait of Duke Mion. He asked, "Did Miss Cassina paint this?" Mion proudly showed off, "Yes, she did. I didn't expect her to see me as this cool." The butler had to admit, "It's truly beautiful and lively." Walking down the long, dark corridor to the study, Mion had a chance to sort out his thoughts. Just as Berto said, she didn't hide it intentionally but out of fear. She couldn't believe he would let her stay if he knew she had a terminal illness. Indeed, in the past, he was afraid she was a troublesome fiancée, always wanting to annul the engagement. That's why he used that condition to let her stay. But now it was different. Mion had realized how much he wanted her. The truth was that he found out too late, making it even more painful than ever. The Duke's face, covered with scars, cast an overall gloom, so it wasn't because the physician or Berto despised him that he didn't speak. Rather, it was his own foolishness that made him fail to realize how Cassina had struggled to live and smile, saying she was fine while he clumsily tried to comfort her without understanding anything. At that moment, she had to force herself to endure, and Mion now understood what she meant by thanking him for his comfort when they both expressed their feelings after that passionate kiss. Even though Cassina couldn't lie, her eyes showed a kind of helplessness because she knew she was going to die. The moment Mion realized this truth, his heart ached deeply, but now, the most important thing was to find a way. He couldn't just sit idly and reminisce while others worked. Mion ordered the butler, "From now on, if anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm inspecting the territory. Absolutely no one is to be let in here." The butler took the order and left. Mion buried himself in books and ancient texts, believing that the so-called incurable artistic disease was due to insufficient research. If he studied deeply enough now, even the rarest documents, he was confident he would find a cure. It was too early to be discouraged, and Mion was the type of person who had to see things through to the end, never giving up. So, he requested all the materials from the painting workshop owner and collected from other reputable sources as well. If he knew enough, he believed he would find the origin of the cure. Mion turned page after page until his eyes were red, with only one important thought in his mind, to find a solution to save Cassina. Mion was determined not to lose Cassina, no matter the cost. Indeed, Cassina didn't realize her face betrayed her emotions, revealing all her joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. It was because there was nothing more cruel than letting a terminally ill person love him, so Cassina tried to push Mion away. But for Mion, things were different now. He had determined his feelings as clear as the morning sun, and they had become an obsession. Therefore, at any cost, he had to wrest Cassina from the hands of death because he was now terribly afraid of a world without her. Winter had covered everything, the snow was becoming thicker and more beautiful. Cassina came here every day to enjoy the scenery, take walks to relax her mind, and let the Haida she created play. This was a Haida that Cassina created with her own blood, so it wouldn't disappear. Suddenly, Cassina recalled that Mion had been somewhat tired lately, perhaps due to the ongoing war. Even though he stayed by her side more, eating and walking together more frequently, whenever she asked about it, he would just smile it off with a forced cheerfulness. At that time, she couldn't do anything, and as for Berto, she hadn't seen him since that terrifying day. Cassina wondered if the handsome face of Berto had recovered. The last time she saw him, his face was swollen and red, covered in bandages, looking terrifying enough. Berto greeted Cassina naturally as if his injuries didn't exist. Cassina found it hard to believe. Staring at him, she felt pain on his behalf, let alone the one who suffered. Cassina boldly asked, "Did you get beaten up? Your face is all swollen." Berto scratched his face, admitting, "Yeah, I didn't dare say anything, let alone that I got beaten." Cassina was shocked. "Was it Duke Mion who beat you like this?" Berto laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We often had conflicts like this at the academy, so it's no big deal. Don't worry too much." Cassina fell silent, wondering if it was truly nothing. His face looked like a pig's head now. Cassina sighed, acknowledging that Mion could be a bit harsh with those around him, but luckily, he was always good to her. Seeing Haida playing happily, Cassina mentioned, "The kid will soon wander into the forest." Although he didn't understand what Cassina was saying, he still reacted warmly to her mood. Who would have known that this was the bloodthirsty monster, the target of this war? Cassina whispered, "Thanks to it, Mion has heard all my pleas, so there's something to be done soon." Cassina's eyes showed a hint of sadness. When did she get used to a life intertwined with Mion's presence? The more familiar it became, the more painful the separation would be. Her heart sank a bit. It wasn't a spasm but rather Cassina's heart bleeding. Just then, her private physician appeared. "It's time for your examination." He entered the room, not finding her, so he came out here. Cassina quickly apologized for making him search, explaining she was lost in thought during her walk and lost track of time. The physician advised, "Go inside and rest. Breathing in this cold air isn't good for your body." It was also time for a checkup. After diagnosing the physical symptoms and expressions, the physician started a psychological examination, asking, "How have you been feeling lately?" Cassina smiled and said, "Very well." Even if it wasn't, she would still say that, as if by habit. The physician insisted, "You need to be honest. It's just me here, so feel free to share without any hesitation." For a moment, Cassina felt sad and admitted, "If I said nothing's wrong, that would be a lie. Every time the seizures come, I feel like I'm dying, even wanting to die to end it. But thinking of Mion makes me want to keep living." Cassina looked at the doctor and gave a wry smile, honestly admitting that she just wanted to leave peacefully before, but now she didn't feel the same. She felt guilty about the people involved here. They would be heartbroken and haunted by her death. The doctor sighed and advised, "Don't think too much. Everyone here sincerely cares about you. It's not necessarily going to become a headache." Cassina shook her head, looking sorrowful. "But I do feel a huge sense of guilt towards Mion. It feels like it would have been better if I had just left back then." The doctor fell silent. This girl was becoming increasingly negative, partly because of her illness and partly due to her habit of being overly concerned about those around her. In the brightly lit room, Cassina stated an undeniable truth. "You'll die. Every day the seizures become more severe, and the headaches worsen. I feel like it's coming to an end." Cassina clenched her hands tightly to control her emotions. As her doctor, he felt helpless as he watched his patient wither away day by day, unable to do anything. In the midst of their conversation, a servant asked to enter and announced, "The Lord invites you to dinner. If there's nothing else, may we prepare your attire and makeup?" Cassina quickly asked the servant to wait a moment and thank the doctor for his visit. She suggested discussing other matters later since the main issue had been addressed. The doctor took his leave, saying goodbye and promising to return. After getting dressed and made up, Cassina went down to the banquet hall of the mansion, now decorated with white roses, beautiful and pure. The dress Mion had prepared for Cassina also featured white roses, making her look like a fairy full of life. But all day long, she had been thinking about the Duke, which made her feel a bit shy about facing him now. Mion waited for Cassina at the top of the stairs. Today, he looked very elegant in black and white, simple but not monotonous. He courteously helped Cassina with her chair, taking care of her every need. Cassina felt this closeness was both strange and familiar. In the past, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but now every time they were close, her heart raced. It felt like they were on a romantic date, surrounded by roses and candlelight. Mi-on complimented Kusina's dress. "It really suits you," she responded. "But I truly think it's very splendid and beautiful." Mi-on coughed and changed the subject. "In 2 days, we're going out. Are you ready? I'll have the servants prepare everything for you, so don't worry." Kusina gently replied, slightly off topic, saying she felt that having meals together had been difficult for a long time. Mi-on teased. "Do you feel lonely when I don't eat with you?" Kusina blushed and hurriedly reacted, giving the Duke a chance to laugh and tease her more. "Why does your face show that you're eagerly waiting for me?" Kusina denied it. "Not at all." She suddenly realized he was teasing her, and Mi-on denied it, saying he wasn't teasing. Kusina became serious again and whispered, "Mi-on, you're always so busy, yet you find time to have meals with me every day. It's quite miraculous." The Duke affirmed. "Spending time with you isn't a hardship for me, but is that all you wanted to say?" Kusina was a bit confused, not understanding what else the Duke wanted to convey. Mi-on stood up and said, "For you, telling the truth is very difficult, so maybe it's more reasonable for me to speak first." Kusina watched him approach her, gentle and respectful, his hands always reaching out to protect, care for, and comfort her. Mi-on caressed her cheek and softly said, "I've been very lonely without you." Kusina's feelings became complex, with confusion, a fluttering heart, and disbelief. She didn't understand what he was doing. Mi-on continued as if reading her thoughts. "Is it strange for you to hear that I feel lonely?" Kusina looked down, her cheeks burning. "Not strange, just a bit surprising." Looking at his delicate girl who always seemed to need protection but pretended everything was fine, Mi-on suggested, "Let's eat. I don't intend to interrupt dinner just because I'm happy to see you." Kusina softly admitted, "Actually, I've been very lonely too." But Mi-on didn't hear it as she spoke too softly, and when asked again, Kusina refused to admit it. They started their dinner, with Kusina only eating a few bland dishes as her stomach had almost stopped functioning. Mi-on asked about her health. "How are the seizures lately? Are you feeling better?" Kusina cheerfully replied, "Everything is getting better." But Mi-on knew she was lying. If she didn't want to tell the truth, he wouldn't press her. He reminded her, "If you feel unwell, even just a little, you must let me know immediately." He always reminded her of this, but Kusina just smiled to reassure him. How could she hide it? Mi-on looked at Kusina with a regretful, sorrowful expression. This girl always smiled despite her suffering. Kusina noticed Mi-on's strange demeanor, though he pretended nothing was wrong, asking, "Is the food to your taste?" But there was a hint of sadness. Kusina boldly asked Mi-on, "Is there something on your mind?" For the first time, the usually free-spirited Mi-on avoided eye contact. Should he tell her or not? But if he did, she might leave. He toyed with his glass of bitter wine and admitted, "Yes, there's something very sad." Mi-on confided in Kusina. "There's a flower I've been caring for and loving deeply, but recently I found out it's withering away. It hasn't been long, and there's nothing to keep it alive. It's my favorite flower. I wondered if I could save it, but they said it would soon vanish because it's drying up. The only flower in Mi-on's heart forever is Kusina, the most beautiful bloom." Kusina curiously asked, "Do you also like flowers?" Mi-on calmly replied, "That is the rare flower I first saw since I was born." Kusina felt this story was very familiar, but it seemed that Mi-on was genuinely sad about that flower. Mi-on only hoped that she could understand, even just a little. He couldn't speak directly, but also couldn't leave things ambiguous. The sad silhouette of the Duke was deeply imprinted in Kusina's eyes. She didn't want it to be like that, she didn't know why, but she wanted Mi-on to always smile as usual. If there was something, he could say it, if he was angry, he could scold. Thinking so, Kusina stood up and walked to his side. At least this was something she could do. She comforted the sad Duke. "It will be all right. That flower will grow elsewhere, so you just need to find it and plant it again. Mion wanted to reply. But if it's truly like that, can I find you again, or will you disappear forever? You offer me comfort without knowing that you are that very flower, the only one in the world. Mion looked at Cassina for a long time, not saying anything, not knowing how to respond. Cassina kept trying to comfort him, even though it hurt, not knowing how long she would have to wait. If it wasn't dead, how could it be revived? Mion tightly held the hand on his shoulder that was comforting him. This girl always smiled and knew how to console others, but was not perceptive at all. Cassina even suggested, "If you don't want the flower to die, I can make a medicine for you." Mion asked back, "Will the medicine you make be effective?" Cassina stammered. "Although it hasn't been tested on plants, it might work." In the vast, spacious banquet hall, two people were speaking different languages but ultimately shared the same goal of saving a life with all their hearts. Mion sorrowfully asked, "If the medicine is effective, why don't you take it? If it's like a cure-all, won't your seizures be cured?" Cassina dejectedly confessed, "The medicine I create doesn't work on me." Indeed, he didn't expect much of an answer. Mion had thought and hoped too much, resulting in only a series of endless sighs. Having researched so much, yet still no cure, it seemed he could only rely on Han Lu, the only medicine that made Cassina feel better until now. Cassina concluded to cheer up the Duke. "Next time, please try using that medicine for the flower, okay?" Mion sighed. "Thank you for helping, but I have a gift for you." He took out a simple dark red gift box from his inner pocket. Cassina curiously asked, "What is it?" Mion mysteriously said, "Want to know? Open it and see." As soon as she opened the box, Cassina was extremely surprised. Inside was a meticulously crafted necklace with Han stone, along with a cute bracelet. Mion explained that it was a necklace and bracelet made from Han stone. He had requested they be made as small as possible, so they weren't heavy. Although it took some time, he hoped she wouldn't mind. Cassina beamed and hugged the gift box, whispering, "Thank you, Mion." Feeling it was still not enough, Cassina excitedly said, "Really, thank you." She wanted to try it on immediately. Her radiant smile was so rare and beautiful that it made Mion dazed, only able to subconsciously agree. Cassina put the bracelet on her slender wrist, which matched perfectly with her outfit that evening, as if Mion had prepared everything in advance. Seeing her smile, Mion was satisfied, not expecting she would like it so much. He made a request. "Can I put the necklace on you?" Cassina was a bit surprised but didn't refuse. She handed the Han stone necklace to Duke Mion. He gently unfastened the clasp, moving behind her to put it on. A sincere compliment came from the Duke. The necklace on her slender, fair neck looked truly fitting. Cassina touched the pendant, feeling thrilled because it was a gift from Mion, and even more because he personally put it on her. This made her even happier. Their pose while putting on the necklace unintentionally brought them closer together. They looked at each other passionately. The one who took the initiative was always Duke Mion. He caressed her frail cheek gently and tenderly said, "Don't avoid me." Cassina fully cooperated, immersed in the swirling kiss. Mion whispered in her ear, "Don't die, okay?" It was his heartfelt wish, feeling her hair and breath so vividly. Mion was very afraid that one day these lips would turn cold. He feared everything would slip out of his grasp despite his efforts. Cassina was still immersed in the sweet kiss of love. Each had their own feelings. Cassina wanted to be loved until her last moments, while Mion hoped she would stay with him forever. Ultimately, it was fate that could not escape the hands of the Creator. The next day, Cassina finished packing her luggage to go out with Mion. Everything was complete, including her drawing tools. Cassina sighed in relief, thinking that everything was ready. She only needed to pick up her clothes, and though she had only done a little, she was already out of breath. Her body was weak, but finally, tomorrow she would leave for the forest with Mion, just as he had promised. She had to beg him for a long time to get permission. Initially, the servants wanted to help, but she refused, believing that she couldn't let the maids do everything for her. Mion had given her so many things that there wasn't much left to prepare. Thinking about Mion made her heart flutter with an indescribable mix of emotions, including a bit of pain. He no longer hid his feelings and confessed everything, making Cassina feel like she couldn't push him away. Above all, she was happy that her feelings were reciprocated. Although Mion was the one who spoke out, Cassina hadn't responded yet. Remembering the kiss they shared that night made Cassina blush. She quickly shook off the thought and looked out at the garden where H was living. He was being fed stones, and many soldiers were grumbling because he ate too quickly for them to count. One of them asked, "Why don't you come before he eats?" It was because he arrived late. Watching H's life made Cassina a bit happy. He was healthier and even happier than she had imagined. She remembered that H could communicate with his kind. During the last battle, she heard him tell the others that he was different from her. She wanted to ask him more clearly but forgot. Maybe she would do it later. Now, she needed to prepare a few more things for their departure tonight. As she turned around, a violent shock from her heart made Cassina collapse to the floor, clutching her chest in pain. The expression on her face was extremely contorted as the pain was unbearable. It felt like her body and mind were being torn apart. This pain would gradually spread to her limbs and throughout her entire body until there was no place that didn't hurt. At that point, she would be ravaged as a price to pay. She hated this pain immensely but didn't want to. Cassina grabbed the pendant Mion had given her. Now she had a goal, a desire, and a future she wanted to be with that person. She prayed to the gods for a few more seconds or minutes. As long as she could endure it, she could suppress the pain. Only by doing this could she get rid of this heart-wrenching pain and the gradual loss of her life. The pain dulled her mind, and she cried silently. Someone was approaching outside, possibly Mion or someone else, but Cassina didn't want them to know because she was afraid. Just then, a servant opened the door to check on her. "Miss, are you all right?" She saw Cassina convulsing on the floor and rushed over in a panic to ask if Cassina was okay. But now Cassina was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Her vision blurred, and her ears rang. She wanted to say that she was fine and not to call for anyone because if they did, Mion would worry even more. However, her consciousness gradually faded into nothingness. Cassina passed out and only woke up the next morning. She felt as though her entire body had lost all strength, her head pounding. She tried to sit up but had no strength and felt a bit cold. She instinctively sought warmth, finding something warm beside her. Cassina snuggled closer, suddenly waking up fully. What she touched was firm and warm, rising and falling. Cassina opened her eyes to see Mion's face close to hers, looking at her with deep affection. Mion gently greeted her. "Good morning." Cassina thought she was dreaming, but it wasn't a dream. Mion was lying beside her, very real and noble. Clearly, the maid had seen her convulsing yesterday, so how did it turn into Mion now? Cassina wanted to ask why Mion was there, but he asked first. "You've been sleeping for a long time. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." His intimate behavior made Cassina blush. She tried to stay calm and asked, "Why are you in my room?" Mion calmly replied, "We'll talk about that later. Drink some water first." He poured a warm cup of water that the servant had prepared earlier. Mion handed the cup to Cassina, who obediently drank it. She was used to Mion's care and didn't question it. After drinking, Cassina glanced at Mion and asked for permission again because she knew that if she was in pain like this, Mion wouldn't allow her to go. She mumbled, "I had a slight seizure, but I'm fine now." Mion knew what she meant and replied, mimicking her tone of saying it was nothing. "I know you want to ask about the trip because of your seizure, but this time, I won't forbid you, Cassina." He understood how much time he had left with her, so he didn't want to waste it. Cassina fell silent. Mion understood her better than she did herself. Mion chuckled. "It's not like I'm reading your mind, everything you want to say is written all over your face." Mion then instructed, "We'll leave at 9 o'clock. I'll go ahead, and you, the doctor, and Berto will follow to make sure you're safe." Cassina asked, "Why don't we go together?" Mion gently explained, "Because we don't know what dangers await us at the destination, We need to scout first to ensure it's safe for you. Also, you need more energy, right? With that, Mion caressed Kusina's lips. This time, she accepted it easily. Mion leaned in, wanting to kiss her again. Kusina didn't resist, but Mion only smiled without proceeding. He was happy because Kusina had accepted him. Embarrassed, she scolded him softly. Not now. Mion laughed. Why not? You need energy, right? Kusina countered. That's not food, it doesn't give energy. Mion laughed and left, telling her to rest until it was time to prepare. Before leaving, he ruffled her hair like a child, making her hair a mess. Watching him leave, Kusina felt a bit excited. She didn't understand their relationship. They weren't lovers, but not just friends either. That night, she had heard his confession and accepted his kiss, but she hadn't responded, and he hadn't asked again. So, was their relationship now defined by kissing? Realizing she had slept for a whole day, she knew there wasn't much time left. Kusina wrote down the things she had done, so now she just has to finish the rest. Kusina is determined to make sure this trip is meaningful. She wants to hold on to this happiness with Mion, even if just a little.